Hello, everyone. Welcome to our first ever virtual open house for Firefly Hollow Wellness Center. If you guys have not heard of us, we are a wellness clinic, holistic wellness clinic here in South Central Pennsylvania, and we offer a gamut of holistic services for your health and wellness. And today we'll be live streaming free lectures all day on the hour and on the half hour mark. Throughout the day, I will share the upcoming speakers, and so you can get an idea of what that looks like. You can go to our website, fireflyhollowwellness.com, to see the whole list of lectures and our door prizes that we'll be giving away all day, as well as some of our virtual services that you can still sign up for. You can call and get those registered. They have to be registered and prepaid ahead of time. Again, some of them are virtual, and if you are local and in the South Central Pennsylvania and you want to drop by today, please call us ahead of time. We do have a couple of services available and still ready for you to come by and check out. So today we have lectures throughout the day, and our first presenter is going to be Keene from Hempfield Botanicals. So we're going to talk about CBD for wellness. For those of you out there that maybe are curious about what CBD products are, what the difference between them and medical marijuana, because there's a lot of dispensaries out there now, and what is it, what you look for in a product. We're going to bring on Erica and ask her some questions after she shares a little bit with us. Hi, Erica.
Good morning. Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much for coming on. I know we probably have a lot of questions. So those of you who are out there, comment, ask questions. We can see if we can get to them at the end. But Erica, take it away and share with us a little bit about the company and about the product line.
Got it. So good morning, everybody. My name is Keene, and I do represent Hempfield Botanicals. We are based in Lancaster County, downtown Lancaster City, actually. And I'm super excited to share with everybody just different tips and tricks and just some guidance in general so that you're able to choose the best CBD products for your needs, okay? The first thing I would like to start out with is why Hempfield Botanicals? Why should I look at Hempfield Botanicals products? So just so you understand, we are based again in Lancaster City, and we are the manufacturers of the products. So we bring in all the raw materials and we manufacture everything in our CGMP facility. A CGMP facility is a certified good manufacturing practice. This means that we were audited by a third party to be in accordance with the FDA. So basically, when the FDA does get involved in all this, we are already ahead of that game because we're doing everything to FDA standards. So our small little business actually employs 21 local residents to Lancaster and the surrounding area. And we're super excited to announce that we've recently even been sourcing our raw materials, so our CBD isolate, our full spectrum products, from a farm in Lancaster County as well. So we just did that over the summer. We have a great relationship with a local grower. We have a beautiful YouTube channel. I encourage you to jump on at a later date, and you can see some of the videos. We're actually in the field, and we're just kind of explaining kind of what I'm here today explaining to you, but it's a really neat video and it's fun to watch. So just so you understand, it's super important for us to support local. We love working with local spas and therapy and wellness centers such as Firefly Wellness. And we source, again, 50% of our raw materials locally, including supplies, packaging, and different ingredients that we use within our business. So we are a B Corp. Doing business for good. So that is also super important to us and why we really try to support our local community. Another great thing about small businesses is that money stays in our community. So for every dollar you spend in a small business, 67 cents is going to go to the local community. And the majority of that, which is about 44, 45 cents, goes to the small business owner themselves to pay the wages of those employees locally and their benefits and so forth. So just wanted to kind of let everybody know that we're local. We're not having somebody else white label our products. We make everything ourselves, and we also package everything and seal everything in our facility. So moving on to the real good stuff about how does CBD work with our bodies. So as most of you know by now, I think if you're kind of just tuning into all this, we have an endocannabinoid system in our bodies. So CBD will naturally connect with our endocannabinoid system to help the arthritis that we're dealing with, the pain, the inflammation. So it's really amazing. It's a natural way to approach it instead of big pharma. It's amazing how long this has actually been kind of kept under the rug, so to speak, when the natural benefits are so much better than any of your pharmaceuticals that are out there. So 2 things I want to touch on really quick is the raw materials that we use. So first and foremost, we use a CBD isolate. So the plant is processed, and they literally isolate that CBD and they extract that. We do not use a chemical process for that. Everything is done naturally without alcohol added and everything else. So what that means is CBD isolate is 99.9% CBD. It comes in a white powder. It's always consistent, and it's very easy to work with. Just think like when you're cooking in your kitchen, you know, measuring flour, sugar, or measuring the CBD. The reason we use an isolate is for those parties and people that have to get drug screened at their employment. So you can pass a drug test if you're taking orals. That's not a problem when you're using a isolate as your base product for the CBDs. Products. So a lot of people get scared, even if there's THC in a topical. It's really important to understand that topicals do not break the blood barrier. So you could slather CBD all over yourself, even if there is THC in it and it's used a full spectrum as a raw material. You're not going to have that in your bloodstream. Only way it's going to get in your bloodstream is if it's actually a pharmaceutical patch, which now has put chemicals in there to force it down into your bloodstream, but ours do not do that. So again, if you have to take drug screenings, you really should look for a product that uses a CBD isolate to be safe, and or a broad spectrum, because there's no THC in that. And at any time a topical product is not a problem for you, if you take the oral oils, this is when it's extra important. Then on the other side, we do have our full spectrum product. So full spectrum is just that. It is the entire plant that's used. So we have CBD present, of course, CBN, CBG, all the other amazing cannabinoids, beautiful terpene profile, as well as the legal limit of THC. So again, a topical product, this is not going to make a difference, but if you are taking the oral oils, this would not be the product that you would want to take for someone that is taking any kind of drug test. So there's a million different ways to take CBD products. We prefer the sublingual approach. So it's under your tongue, or it's going to be in the back, kind of by your molars or your wisdom teeth. And you want to take the drops based on your dosing. We have a dosing chart. We help you out with all of that. And you just want to let that sit in your mouth for 30 seconds to a minute and just let it kind of come in. Don't swallow it right away. When you take a pill or maybe a gummy, for instance, and I understand that's preference of some people because of taste or other reasons. However, you have to have that digested down through your system and through your liver. So if you look at an example of 100 milligrams of CBD in a pill form, you're probably getting about 10 milligrams. So just something to think about. We don't make any kinds of pills or gummies at this stage for that reason. Sneak peek, we do have some new products coming out. We are making our own tea flavors. So the tea bag, you will get a container of those, 12 in a container, and they can be used to just make your tea like you normally would. 3 different flavors we're going to have. And then we will also be selling some CBD hemp-based flour. So if you prefer to smoke or vape the flour in a vape, you can try that as well. So those are coming really, really soon. So the other thing that I would love to speak to, and again, so I've told you Hempfield Botanicals is local. I've told you we manufacture everything. And I've also explained that we source our CBD from local farmers. However, the other really important part is what we like to focus on is transparency. The transparency that we show is that every container of the product that we have has the specific milligrams of CBD that is included. So if you have a package of a product that doesn't say specifically how many milligrams are in it, and you look in the ingredient deck and you see like hemp extract or CBD extract, it's really important that those milligrams are present, and that's kind of a way for you to vet a company. The second thing that we're really passionate about is that all of our products are third-party tested. So every time we make a new batch, it has a new lot number based on the date, the month, and the year, and then those samples are sent to a third-party lab. They test all of our products so that we are ensuring that if we say our CBD salve has 300 milligrams or our oral oil comfort has 1,200 milligrams of CBD, you can actually go to our website and see that. Some of our new packaging has a QR code that will actually take you right there if you're in a store and just have your smartphone. So really, really, really important. Your batch numbers should match your testing. The CBD milligrams on the container should be present, and everybody should have up-to-date testing information. I think another little tip that makes us really special is that the owners of the company actually come from the wellness industry. Nathan is a massage therapist and Heather is an esthetician and also an RN. In addition to that, we have 2 compounding pharmacists that come from the compounding cannabis industry. They actually own a dispensary in Lancaster City called Vital, and they have worked with us for our very specific oral oils that we offer. So that's our quick overview of really the best way to vet a company and what you should be looking for. Last but not least, a lot of people come in and they're like, how do I know what's the best product for me? So we want you to know that our staff offers training. So Firefly Wellness's entire staff has gone through training. They know about our products and about our specific oral oils, and they were basically given all the information they can to ensure that you, the end user, and the customer are making the best decision for your needs from the CBD selections. So one size does not fit all in CBD. There's another reason why we have a dosing chart for all of our oral oils. It's very important that you kind of go by the weight of your body because everybody's different and will absorb CBD differently. So our oral oils, for instance, people will come in and they're like, oh my gosh, I can't sleep. So they think they want to buy 40 winks because they want to sleep better. Well, it turns out that 40 winks, it turns out that the customer can't sleep because they have a backache. Well, I'm actually going to tell them that they need to take the salve because a topical product is going to be better for that issue. If you have Crohn's disease, if you have rheumatoid arthritis, those are systemic issues, and that's when you do want to try an oral oil to treat from the inside out. If you have rheumatoid arthritis and you're treating from the inside out with an oral oil, but you have pain because maybe you did something with your hands or you baked or something that day and now you have some breakout pain, that's when you could incorporate a topical to kind of help you through that little instance of that. So it's not a problem to combine products. If you have a muscle ache, if you have arthritis, if you have joint pain, tennis elbow, carpal tunnel, the salve or the muscle recovery are going to be your best bet. Muscle recovery is a lotion, and then our salve is a salve, and it's our strongest product for the most pain. So maybe we might have some questions. I know Carla wanted to go over a few things.
Thank you. We have it a lot actually where people do say, well, I need to sleep better, but it is really a back pain, or maybe they have anxiety, which is causing their issues with sleep. So like all the information was perfect. We do have some questions, and I think we might have touched base with the one question we had about arthritis. But I will actually, an oral versus topical, what the difference between those products are. I'll start with the first question here. What would be the best product for pain relief from arthritis? So Go ahead and answer that one. I think you did, but go ahead and answer that one so we're clear.
Our oral oils all have different names. Sorry, there's some puppies. So I would suggest Relief. Relief is our pain oral oil recipe. So what makes our oral oils unique is that, yes, they have CBD, but the compounding pharmacists have chosen specific terpenes that are incorporated in that formula to benefit the name that is on that package. So Relief, the terpenes that are included are going to help with more pain and inflammation. Lavender, for instance, essential oil helps you relax. That's a terpene. So specific terpenes are chosen, and we have all those listed on all of our boxes. So for arthritis, 100% I'm going to go with Relief. And then honestly, I would suggest getting a Salve just to keep handy for days that are extra bad. Rainy days, I know, affects people with arthritis. Maybe you had your grandkids over the weekend and now your knees are killing you, whatever that may be. The topical is really that quick. I just need to get past this pain in the certain areas.
All right, next question. Starting here at the top. Thank you guys so much for commenting. We love this interaction. How about CBD for tinnitus? This is a good question.
That's the ringing, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. I'm very sorry to say that I don't know that I would feel comfortable answering that. I am happy, however, Cara, to talk to Heather. I'll write that down, and I promise you I'll get you a response that you can get back to that customer on. I just wouldn't feel comfortable just with that specific, because that's not something that is discussed as much. I do apologize, but I'm just being honest. I don't want to guide you the wrong way.
That's a true professional, guys. If you ever meet a person who is representing a company and they say, I don't know, that's the integrity that we always look for when we work with any company or any of our practitioners at Firefly Hollow. So I love that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I hate to say I don't know, but at
no, you don't have to apologize. I think it's perfect.
I'd rather get you the right answer, but I will ask Heather, and I will get you that answer and definitely email that to you.
Okay. So Tracy has 2 kids with IBD, and I would love to know how to use CBD to help them.
And you said they have what again?
Tracy, it looks like IBD.
IBD, irritable bowel syndrome. So inflammation, right?
Specifically Crohn's.
Crohn's. Okay. So absolutely. Honestly, I probably would go with Relief again because they do want to treat from the inside out. So basically with Crohn's, a person is dealing with inflammation. Some people have it more so that it affects, obviously, when they use the restroom. Some people have Crohn's disease and they feel like they have arthritis on one side of their body. So if it's strictly intestinal issues, definitely go with an oral oil. If they have any kind of anxiety or stress from dealing with that at a young age, you could even use our Comfort because it's still going to help with the inflammation, but it's also maybe going to help them calm down a little bit, which with Crohn's, stress flares it all up. So I would honestly say either Relief or Comfort for those kiddos. And again, it's by weight, so we can help you figure that out. Firefly Wellness has a dosing chart. We usually just write it down for the customer so they have what they need. We also have a lot of people that use our Focus. Why can't I think of the name? We have a oral oil to help you focus, tunnel vision. So some kids that struggle with that in school, some of the parents are actually using that as well. So I hope that helps. If they are having any kind of pain from the Crohn's, again, in that breakout area where their ankle really hurts or their left arm really hurts or right arm, that's when a salve could be helpful to them because it's a little bit more immediate.
When it comes to the tunnel vision, that is an amazing product. It is so good. It is so good. And if you guys are ever interested in, if you want to taste them or sample them, if you want to know what the flavors like, we have samples at the center. You can absolutely stop by. Please call today before you stop by. We have limited space in the building, but absolutely. And if you're watching this and you want to purchase something, we are offering 10% off any of the Hempfield products today.
Awesome.
You can purchase them online as well. With that 10% off, you may have to go directly through us. So that's through fireflyhollowwellness.com. You can find the products online, or you can stop in and get stuff. The next question we have is, what product would you recommend for general anxiety?
Okay, just going to take one step back. Our oral oils, just so everybody understands, they are not tinctures. Tinctures are an alcohol based, and they're dropping the CBD into an alcohol. We do not use that process. Again, we're natural, vegan, and certified cruelty free. So our carrier oil is not an MCT oil. It is actually hemp seed oil. So you're really getting everything in that plant. Anxiety, I would 100% suggest comfort. Comfort, again, has very specific terpenes that are going to just kind of help even you out so you don't have those highs and lows. The added benefit that CBD is also great for anxiety. So inflammation and anxiety are actually one of the top 2 things that CBD can help with. So again, that special formula that we have with the specific terpenes to help you calm down is great. A lot of people just feel like they're a little less edgy. And they do feel like it balances them. And a lot of them say that they have a lot better sleep. We've even had people come off of blood pressure medication because they got their anxiety under control. And that is an amazing, right back to the pharma, kicking out a pharmaceutical and replacing it with a natural.
I love it.
Yes.
And when it comes to working with the surgeries, so if you had a shoulder surgery or pain for when you're healing from surgery, what product would you recommend? And Gina, I'm going to put you up here so you can say, Gina, there you are. There's her question.
I would 100% go with our salve. We do make an unscented salve that uses arnica and doesn't have any essential oils in it. So if you still have an incision, or if you're dealing with chemotherapy or radiation where your skin is really irritated, the unscented salve is going to be the better option for you. Our regular salve has a little bit of essential oil, grapefruit essential oil, but it does have a little bit of menthol. So again, if you have a little bit of an incision that's still healing, that could sting, and I don't want that to happen to you. So I personally suffer from eczema. I love the scented salve. So if I have a breakout, I can deal with that because it's just a surface scratch. But anyone coming right out of surgery, definitely. We have several orthopedic doctors that we work with, both in state and out of state. And that is their honest to goodness go-to product for people trying to put off the knee surgery and for people that have just had the knee or hip surgery.
Perfect. I want to just also comment, Sharon Elise said she appreciates your integrity and in tabling the response for getting back to us. So I wanted to
promise I will.
Yeah. And then and Tracy Smith, you already answered her other question about what base oil do you use for, so hemp oil is the base.
Hemp oil. Yep.
If I mess into your questions, guys, let me know. Scrolling back up through here. But when you're talking about eczema and using the salve, right? Mm-hmm. This is actually what we're giving away, guys, today for the door prize. So if you are here, if you have any other questions, let us know. But we're about to actually just do the door prize. And this is I'm sorry, my camera's not really clear. We got a Firefly Hollow keychain and a CBD salve from Hempfield Botanicals. So we're going to be giving that away. If you are here in the live stream and you are watching, if you comment and you want to be entered to win this, comment now, and I'm going to pull the door prize. Oh, pet friendly. Let's go, Sharon. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
So Michelle just said eczema relief. So you're using the CBD salve for that. And then Sharon Elise says, do you have pet friendly CBD products? This is great. You just launched a new one recently. We have a little bit left. I think we have 2 bottles left over at the office.
Yes, we do have 2 products. Honestly, my Boston Terrier decided to eat a peach pit this summer, the most expensive peach I've ever purchased. And so he had surgery and he was having some irritation around his incision, which is very common. So I actually put our unscented salve on his tummy. That helped a good bit for a couple days. And Sidekick is our pet oral oil. Again, dosing charts for that based on the cat or dog's weight. It's great for older dogs that are dealing with arthritis, sorry. And it's also great for your pups that have a lot of anxiousness, whether it's because you're leaving or they're just in general, they over lick, they over, bite at their fur. It's a great product for them, and we do have Sidekick.
Question from Gina. She was asking about the CBD salve price, and this little mini guy is about $19.95, and then the larger ones we have is $44.95. So you can look on our website, on our mobile app as well. I believe you should be able to go directly through our website there and look at our CBD products from Hempfield there, the oral oils as well as the topical, and the pet sidekick is oral oil is on there too.
For anybody using the salve, you do not need a lot, okay? When the salve is applied, it actually dissipates, almost melts from your body temperature. So I always tell people, like, if you get too much lotion, you can kind of put it back. That's not how it works with salve. So a little bit, honest to goodness, goes a long way. The small guys should last somebody, it's a spot treatment, maybe like 2 weeks, and the larger size should really get you about a month. And the more you use the salve and you get the inflammation under control, the less you're going to reach for it. That's another really important point.
Perfect. And I have a thank you from Tracy Smith here about you are the only CBD company that she has talked to that was able to recognize and acknowledge Crohn's disease and working with that. Yeah. So,
yeah. I mean,
absolutely.
A Crohn's disease person who is dealing with that inflammation, they would literally have to sit in a vat of salve to like remotely help them. So it's super important that, you know, that's what we're talking about with education. A systemic issue you have to treat from the inside out. So one of my best friends has Crohn's disease. It's a tough disease, and really, like, COVID set her right into having like an outbreak, and, you know, so I feel for you with that. It's a tough one.
Yeah. But thank you guys all for being here. If you want to be entered in the door prize, just say enter right now. Type in enter into the chat box, and then we will enter you, and I put the random number generator on here. And while I'm doing that, Erica, if you want to chat a little bit about the live Wednesday nights at 7. Mm-hmm. This is really fascinating. I just found out about this before we started here.
Yes. So again, Heather and we've worked with our 2 compounding pharmacists. So what we are doing is we have partnered with a local doctor. And if you are curious about medical marijuana, and if medical marijuana is an option for you, we are offering consults for that. So that's one way you can get started. We are also doing education every Wednesday evening, just like Kara's doing right now. We will have a Facebook Live, and my co-founder and boss, Heather, and Amanda, who is from Texas, who is also an esthetician, has a huge background in wellness. She will also be educating people on when to consider it, how you can, the different ways you can get the product, get the medical marijuana. And Heather, this weekend, I believe, is also going to be on our Facebook site. Don't leave this one for ours. Make sure you wait till tomorrow. But she's going to be doing some cooking classes too. So if you're a person that maybe wants to try an edible, you can actually purchase the raw materials and make some of your own caramels or cookies and so forth. So, yes. Did you get all that, Kara, or did I get cut off there?
And that again is a CBD salve from Hempfield Botanicals and a Firefly Hello keychain. So thank you so much, Erica, for joining us. And
you're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you guys, if you're looking to buy any CBD products for 10% off today from Hempfield Botanicals, and you can come in the center and stop by and check that out. So we'll see you later, Erica. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Have a great day, everybody.
You too. Bye. All right, everybody. Our next lecture. What do we have coming up here? Our next lecture is Acupuncturist Michael Stilp. He's going to be talking about the low back and neck connection. So without further ado, we're going to welcome Michael into the room. Hi, Michael.
Hi, Kara. Thank you.
How are you?
Good. And yourself today?
I'm wonderful. I'm wonderful.
Good.
So
Good.
we have about 20 minutes to chat here, and I'm
All
not
right.
sure if you want to open up for questions today or just chat. We can do that because we have a lot of people on watching.
Well, if I have time, sure.
All
Be happy
right.
to.
All right. Well, take it away and tell us about
Okay.
the low back and neck connection, and I will be.
Okay. Uh, if someone comes in with a neck pain, I'm going to treat that directly, but I'm also going to be looking for what else is out of whack with the spine, because sometimes if you have low back pain, or if there's trouble in the low back, there's also going to be trouble in another part of the spine, mid back or the neck. The spine is one whole structure, and it compensates. If there's problems in one part of it, it's going to compensate in another. So when, say, someone comes in, we'll start with neck pain. Say someone comes in with neck pain, I want to know exactly where it is, and I'm going to look at their neck. I'm going to check their range of motion side to side, see how they can turn their neck. I'm going to ask if there's any other problems, swelling or headaches, and see what else is going on with the neck. And sometimes the problem will start after a whiplash or after prolonged for years at a computer. And sometimes it doesn't manifest as pain, but it manifests as dysfunction. So if they're driving and to look in the back seat, or they have to turn their whole body, I know something is wrong. The neck is not as flexible as it should be. If they have difficulty swallowing, that's the problem. If they're have a dry cough, or if they're always trying to clear their throat, such as and no phlegm is coming up, then I know there's neck compression. If they have crepitus, where when they turn their neck, they hear the crunchies inside, then I know the muscles over those cervical vertebrae, those muscles are too tight and causing the vertebrae to grind on each other. So we don't want that. I want to know if they're with the neck pain, is there jaw problems? If the mandible is out of place in the temporal bone, and the temporal bones might not be in sync. So all those things come into play. I want to know if they have a dry mouth. What else? Let's see. I want to look at their complexion. I want to know if they have headaches up here, forehead, or if they have problems in the teeth. I want to know if there's any hearing difficulties, because sometimes if the neck muscles are tight, not enough chi, or the energy, and not enough blood circulation is getting up to the head. Now, acupuncture works on a energetic level of the body, and you'll hear the word chi. Chi is a Chinese word for your vital energy, and it flows in pathways called meridians, and they're all connected. Now, if there's a blockage to that, it can be slight or almost a total blockage. The Chinese have a saying with regard to pain and the flow of qi, and they'll say, free flow, no pain; no free flow, pain. So my job is to get the free flow of the qi going. The qi and the blood work together, and if I can get the qi flowing, the blood will flow better too. So with say someone comes in, they have a neck pain, I find out where it is. I want to know the exact location of the manifesting pain, because then I can see which meridian or which pathway it is by. And then I can use another meridian in a different part of the body to free it up. And there's about 5 or 6 relationships there. So with the acupuncture needles that are very thin, I should have brought one in, I don't have to put the needles up here in the neck. I might be putting them in the medial lower leg. And, so that's a good thing about that, because people are scared of needles. And when they do come in, I always ask them if they had acupuncture before. If they haven't had acupuncture, I stick myself in the arm and I show them the needle. I show them how thin it is. I stick myself, and then I usually say, "Can you handle that?" And they said, "Yeah." It takes the uncertainty out of the whole equation, and then I can treat. So what I'm doing is looking for, say with neck pain, I might be going down to the lateral or the medial lower leg on the contralateral side. Say if I have right neck pain, I'll be treating left lower leg on the inside. And I'll be looking, I'll go up the, say the meridian or the area, and I'm looking for tenderness. If I feel with finger pressure, if I feel a tenderness, boom, needle goes in there. And then I'll have the person will be seated, and I'll have the person turn their head. And, we'll see if the edge starts to come off the pain. And then I'll go put a subsequent needle in and have them, again, turn their head. And so bit by bit, we're getting more chi and blood up there, and the pain should go away, and the function should return too. Now, a lot of times, a lot of energy goes through the neck to the head. So if all these muscles are tight, they're going to have headaches. They're going to have trouble sleeping. Their eyes might not work as good as they can. Skin complexion color isn't what it should be. So if you get the neck working really free, it can help the problem. Now, if the neck pain is in the back and starts to go down between the shoulder blades, then what I can do is I can have the person lay face down on a comfortable massage table or acupuncture table, put a bolster underneath their ankles, and I can put 2 needles in the foot, 4 needles total, 2 in each foot. And the needles go in about 3.5 inches up from the bottom of the Achilles tendon, and then 5 inches up. And what that does on each leg, that sends chi right up the spine to those muscles between the shoulder blades and the back of the neck, and it frees all that up. We're not just working with muscles here in the body. We're also working with connective tissue. Connective tissue is throughout the body. It's one continuous organ. The purpose of connective tissue, one of the purpose is that it resists high velocity forces put on the body. So if you've got whiplash, your connective tissue is slowing down the energy of the whiplash, of the impact, and but it'll also store that energy. So when what the acupuncture will do is it'll change the electrical conductivity of the connective tissue. The connective tissue will also carry a charge. So if I can get more chi into the connective tissue, it should take up water molecules and become more pliable. So when I'm treating neck, I'm also treating headaches, okay, because it's pretty close to the neck. And so in that case, sometimes I'll see which meridians are up here are acting up, and I'll go all the way down to the other end of the meridian and put a needle on. For example, top of the head here is liver. So what I might do is put a needle on the foot between the big toe and the next toe, just between the 2 tarsal bones. I'll put a needle in there. That'll get the chi for that whole meridian working and take away the headache. Of course, there's other reasons for headaches, but if it's related to tight muscles in here and the neck and blocked meridians, that should help with the headache. Okay, so we want to get the. Now we want to look at back away and look at the whole body and the whole spine. We're going to look at the lower back. Okay, and if someone comes in, usually if someone has long-term trouble with one part of their spine, another part of the spine is going to compensate, and they're going to have trouble down the line. So if they come in for, I guess, the neck, I'm going to look at the lower back too. Or if they come in for lower back pain, I'm going to take note of the neck. All right, let me back up here. Another problem with the neck is the shoulders. There's a muscle on the shoulder. There's a lot of muscles that work off the shoulder blade, and one at the top of the shoulder blade is the levator scapula, and it comes up to 4 vertebrae on the neck. Your shoulder blade should move over your back a bit, but if they're like locked down, they can't move as much. All of the muscles attached to that shoulder blade are going to be tight, or they're going to try to compensate. So if the muscle from the top of the shoulder blade to the neck is tight, that's going to cause the neck pain too. So sometimes I have to also treat the shoulders to treat neck pain. I also want to know what the person does with any type of pain. I want to know what their occupation is or how the pain started. If they don't know how the pain started, it might have taken place over many years. And sometimes it goes back to their what occupation they're doing. If they're at a computer for 10, 20, 30 years, and they never got any massage or anything like that, they're going to have problems. The head is going to be forward, and front neck muscles are going to be tight. So all that has to be loosened up. Now, I'll use the acupuncture to get energy in there. I'll also use a thing called cranial sacral therapy, and I'll use some neuromuscular re-education to check the muscles here, or like a touch point therapy. And if I feel the muscles tight, I can just put pressure on different points and they will loosen up. And I want to see if the neck is, all the joints of the body coming up from the feet, the knees, the hips, if the joints are stacked one over the other. And if the head is too far forward, you're going to have problems with your neck. All right, so we're going to refocus here. We're going to come out and look at the whole body and look at the lower back, all right? And say somebody comes in with lower back pain, again, I want to know exactly where it's at. And I'll have them point to it with one finger. And I also will measure their leg length and their hip flexors, the 2 muscles that raise the leg on each side of the spine. If they're tight, they can pull the whole leg up into the spine. You might have a functional leg length difference. The actual bones are the same length, but on one side, if the psoas or the iliacus, the psoas comes from your lumbar spine, goes to the femur, and your iliacus comes from inside the iliac bone and blends with the psoas to lift the leg. If they're tight, they're also shortened, okay? And so if one side is more shortened than the other, you're going to have a leg length difference, and it's going to, the sacrum, how can I say, let me back up. Your lumbar spine sits on the sacrum. If one side is more tight than the other, it's going to be pulled to that side. So you're going to the lumbar spine, and a lot of times the vertebrae as a group going to one side. Now your body has reflexes that always keep us erect and so survival, so we can get out of danger. A group of vertebrae in the thoracic, lower thoracic, might be turned the other way. So you have this balance going up, but that doesn't make for really good posture, and scoliosis can set in if it's long term. So you want to make sure that see what the leg length difference is and go from there. And usually when somebody comes in for lower back pain, I want to get energy into all those tissues, so I'll do acupuncture. And again, you don't have to put the needles where the pain is at. So I'll have them sitting in a chair, and I'll put the needle for lower back pain on my arm, usually on the other side, on the contralateral side, right below the elbow, in here if you can see. So I'll have some needles there. And I'll put a needle in and I'll have the person get up and walk, okay? And see if there's any difference. I'll have them come back, or I'll see if there's any difference, or has the side of the pain moved, okay? And then I'll put in another needle and another and have them walk in between. And usually as the chi gets in there, not only does the pain go down, but the walking becomes smoother, the gait increases, so and their balance is better. So you just go step by step, trying to get the chi in there and get the muscles to release and elongate and rebalance out. And I always want to know why this pain came about. Was it an outright accident? Was it posture? Was it a sedentary lifestyle? Was it their job? Are they a salesman? They're in their car like 80,000 miles a year, or they're in a plane. I want to know what's going on with them. Do they play sports? Let me back up for, sometimes I can't, like for neck pain, a gentleman came in and he might have been mid-60s and I treated his neck, and everything I did, it wouldn't stay, couldn't get anywhere really. Well, I come to the conclusion that the discs between the vertebrae were worn out. And in that case, he has to go see orthopedic and have an operation or so they can make a space there so it's not impinging the nerve. So if I can't clear it up, I'll refer out. But okay, so let's go back down to the lower back. So what I want to do is first see where the pain is, see which meridian is involved, use another balancing meridian, say on the arm, or I could even the other leg, and start to free up the side of the pain. Okay. Then maybe next treatment, I'll have them come in and I'll physically check each muscle in the leg and all the muscles of the hip. Here's your hips. And they have to move in phase, okay? They can't be like this or just off. They have to be in phase and move in phase. Well, all the muscles of your legs are attached to the hips, your quads in front, your IT band on the side, your adductors on the medial, and your hamstrings. If any of those tissues are tight, it's going to restrict hip motion when you bend, and the vertebrae, your lumbar vertebrae, are going to take the strain. Also, if the muscles that lift the leg, your psoas in the front and iliacus, if they're tight, their pain referral pattern is lower back pain. Now, a hidden feature in a lot of lower back pain, and that gets by the therapist, is what they call the IT bands, or the iliotibial tract. I don't know if you can. If I got the books out, I could show you all this stuff. But there's a tract that goes down the side of the leg. Two muscles go into it. That when you stand, it will put tension on it, and it'll make sure your lower leg and your femur are in a groove, and you can stand up straight. Now, if your occupation is you're standing all the time on concrete floors, this and that can get too tight. And on your lateral leg, up on your upper leg, you can check if it's too tight by just pressing in. You're sitting there, and if you press in with your fingertip on your lateral leg, and if that's tender, that means it's too tight, okay? Well, that needs to be loosened up. The fastest way to loosen it up is with finger pressure. And if it's too tight there, it crosses the knee. So the knee and the femur and the tibia are going to be grinding a bit. And up here and the hip. So as it's attached to the upper, to your gluteus max and another muscle here in the front. But it puts tension on your sacrum and on your SI joint where the sacrum meets the iliacus. So a lot of times that sets up, the person will come in and they'll say, I have low back pain, but the real cause of it is tight bands on the side of their upper legs, okay? And that has to be loosened up. And, you know, a lot of times it's not, but that's what needs to be done. And how they do that is you put the person on their side, something for their head. They bend their hip, they bend their knee. You put a little bit of lotion on the lateral part of the upper leg, and you go up at like a 4-degree angle slowly, and bit by bit, all that connective tissue will release. And you do about 3 sets, and after each set, you work both legs because they're both usually tight, but one is tighter than the other. You have them get up and walk, and as that lengthens, it'll take pressure off the SI joint, and it'll take pressure off your lower back. So it's like magic, and your gait will improve, and your balance will improve. Now, sometimes I have to look at the gastrocs, your lower leg muscles, and if they're too tight, they attach on the femur, and if it's too tight, that puts pressure on the knee joint. And sometimes that has to be just released, and you can do that digital pressure. I can release that. So say I used acupuncture to knock out the pain in the lower back, then I'll go back maybe next treatment and check all the major muscles that are attached to the hip to see if there's any tight areas, and release them. And you just do that with digital pressure. Just pressure in the right place, the muscle will let go. And then they ought to be on their way to getting over the dysfunction. Now, okay, I do the acupuncture, I do the neuromuscular re-education, I do cranial sacral on the joints. Now, to have them to remedy the situation long term is they have to stretch. When you're fixing a muscle or the connective tissue, you want to take the hypercontractive area out of there and have it free up. When a muscle is torn or strained, the microfibers in the muscle there are broken. Intact fibers around that site will bunch up to protect the site, but that will interfere with blood flow, bringing oxygen and nutrients to the site, that part of the muscle, and taking waste products away. Also, that part of the muscle is tight, is shortened. If you have a lot of these areas in the muscle, the whole muscle is shortened and you've lost range of motion. So to rehabilitate all that, the first thing you do is with either acupuncture or massage or ice or whatever, you want to release that tight area. Now, the next phase in rehabilitation is you want to stretch that area. And so there's a thing called active isolated stretching that's very gentle. It's based on good physiological principles, and it works. And what it is you isolate a muscle, you take it through a range of motion. For example, my tricep. I'm going to stretch the tricep here. So what I do is I'll take it through a range of motion. When I hit the end point there, I'll take it 2 millimeters further for 2 seconds. That's it. So it's up, actively, passively, 2 seconds, 2 millimeters for 2 seconds, and down. The physiological laws there are, first, it's a reciprocal inhibition. Bicep is working, but the brain's telling the tricep to let go. Don't fight it. Okay, so because there's a sensor in there that if you try to stretch a muscle too far, it'll fire to stop the stretch to protect the muscle. But if I just go to my limit there and a little bit more, it doesn't fire, and I get an incremental stretch. Now your whole body has connective tissue in it, and it's around the muscles. It's one unit, and 90% of it is longitudinal, but there's cross striations. But that connective tissue will, if it's a high velocity force on it, it'll resist it. But if it's a low velocity force like this, it'll take up water molecules and become more pliable. So what I do is show the person how to stretch using active isolated stretching, and I show them which books to get or which DVDs. And that's something they could learn, and they could treat. They could, as a preventive thing, they could help themselves. So if they're at a computer a lot, every once in a while they can do stretches for their neck, okay, and free it up. Is it time already or what?
Yeah,
No?
well, I'm glad you just ended with talking about, sitting in front of the computer, because I'll be doing that all day.
Yeah.
And actually, Angie's going to talk about that later too. So our structural integration therapist is going to talk about that,
Yeah.
and what to do for that. And active isolated stretching is also something that she also does as well, I believe. So,
Good.
are you ready to give away your door prize?
Yeah. Door prize is free, 10% off of treatment, and if anybody wants to talk to me, free consultation. I'd be happy to talk to them and see what their problem is, and if I can, give them some help.
Yes. And the best thing about you, Michael, is you're very thorough and just well knowledgeable. And I really appreciate just your presence too. If you can't tell, he's a very calming presence just to be around.
Okay. Thanks.
You are. If you guys are in the chat right now, if you want to enter to be winning the door prize, it's 10% off a session with Michael, free consultation. And look, we added an eye pillow, Firefly Hollow eye pillow too. So if you want to do that, say you're here, enter, and type it into the box right now, and then I'm going to pull a winner. So thank you so much, Michael. I appreciate you coming on. We'll see you
help
later.
out. All righty.
Bye. All right, I'm going to give you guys a couple minutes to put yourself in the chat to enter for the door prize for Michael. Just reminders, we do have some services left today. Currently, we have ion cleanse sessions, so $22, detox crystal mat sessions, and Reiki treatments. That's in-house. And again, you have to call to schedule those. You're required to call to schedule those. You can show up, but you won't be able to be let in the door unless you call us. We have limited availability and limited spaces for our building, and make sure you wear a mask. And we also have some mini services as well. So Oracle consultations with our next speaker, Matt Suter, Tarot consultations with Pat, Batty Balance sessions with Angie, and my sessions are filled for the day. So sorry if you guys are looking forward to seeing me. We also have gift certificate sales today. So if you got $100 or more in purchase for gift certificates, it's 10% off. So that's that. And 15 minutes free consultations with Tanya and April. We're going to have them speak a little later. They are amazing health coaches, nutritional therapists, and functional nutritionists. We're going to talk about what those things are and the difference, so you guys can get consults with them. If you want to consult with Tanya, I think her consults are pretty much finished soon. She might have only one opening left. So you might want to call for her. April has some more available. So call 717-814 to get scheduled for those. And it looks like we got 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, guys. So to win the door prize, random number generator gives me the number 3. So who's the third on the list here? Tracy Rowan. Tracy, she's watching us on YouTube. So those of you in the Facebook chat don't see her, but she's there. So Tracy is the winner. Congratulations, Tracy. Again, you can come and pick up your door prize today. You can pick it up by the end of the month. If you need to, just give us a call. And we're very excited that you won. So thank you very much for joining us. Our next speaker is Matt Suter, Meditation and Presence for Personal Development. So that starts in just 1 minute. And we'll get him on here in a second. We'll give a little bit more time in case anybody is finishing up a service with someone else and they don't want to miss that lecture. All right, everyone. Our next speaker for the day is Matt Suter. This is going to be mindfulness and presence for personal development. And I have a fun video to share a little bit later today that Matt has recorded too between our last two speakers. So without further ado, we're going to invite Matt into the stream. Hi, Matt.
Hi there.
How are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Good, good. So you're going to chat about mindfulness and presence for personal development.
Yes, indeed.
All right, I will drop on about 2 minutes before you have to end, so you can have me as your timer, and I will see you in a little bit.
Very good,
and
thank
just
you.
For everyone who's in the stream right now, Matt's door prize, if you want to stick around, at the end of the lecture, we'll actually have give away his Power of Now. Yes, the Power of Now, copy of the Power of Now, a meditation class with Matt for one of the last Monday meditations, as well as this really beautiful lotus flower votive candle holder. So it's awesome. So if you guys are looking to win that, stick around till the end of the live stream. Take it away, Matt.
Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. So I'm going to talk about my usual topic, which is mindfulness and meditation. The reason I usually end up speaking on those things is because they really made a huge difference in my life. I'd say that they completely transformed the path that I was on and how I lived my life. When I was younger, I had a lot of issues with panic attacks. I had insomnia, all of those wonderful things. And the interesting thing was that a lot of that was going on in the background of my mind and my subconscious. So I was actually completely unaware of why any of this was happening. I was only experiencing the symptoms of it. So that can be really, really a challenging thing for anybody who has experienced that, and perhaps people who are experiencing it presently. And so the beautiful thing is that through mindfulness and meditation, which are actually two separate things, even though very often they're combined together, we can put ourselves in a central location, and that is this present moment. So that's what we're going to talk about a little bit today. So the first thing that I'd like to do is talk about mindfulness. Essentially, mindfulness is just bringing our focus to each and everything that we do. It's essentially walking up a staircase, and rather than putting our focus on the platform or the landing at the top of the staircase, we are present with every step that we take as we go up those stairs. That really becomes a valuable thing because what it does is it puts all of our resources, our attention, our time, our mental faculties, everything becomes centralized into one focal point. So in this instance, it would be walking up the stairs. But you can really do that with anything. And interestingly enough, when we do that, what happens is a lot of our past and our past comparisons where we take this moment and we say, all right, is it better or worse than the previous moment? As well as our expectations of the future, is this what I expected this moment to be? They sort of start to drift away. If you've ever walked along a balance beam, maybe it's been a few years since you've done that, but if you've ever walked along a balance beam, you'll realize that most of the time when you're walking across that balance beam, your mind is not going anywhere except for where you are. And reason being that you need to focus on what you're doing, otherwise you're going to lose your balance and fall off. It's very similar to juggling as well. When you have these 3 juggling balls and you're throwing them around, your focus is on the one that's up in the air, but you are also peripherally aware of the other things going on. So that's essentially the process of mindfulness, that we bring ourselves to a focal point, to a central focal point. And even if that is constantly changing in the instance of juggling, it's still where we're putting our focus for this moment. And that's the thing, that we get so caught up in the hustle and bustle of our daily lives, especially in our culture. It's all about go, 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 drink another cup of coffee, drink another energy drink, keep moving. And then at the end of the day, we crash and we wonder why we're so exhausted all the time, because we don't really get into that rhythm and we're always looking at what's next, what's next, what's next. And so juggling is really a good example of that, because it shows us that we can be peripherally, meaning not focally aware, but aware in the sort of our side view of what's going on without putting our focus, our complete focus there. So not only does that help to eliminate unnecessary suffering, we'll say, but it also helps us to be able to be more conscious of what we're doing, both in our words and our actions and our thoughts. So that's a really beautiful thing. Now, mindfulness gives way to meditation, believe it or not. Even though they are separate things, they are definitely connected. That's why they're very often brought up together. So meditation is simply observing something. So very often when people get started with meditation, they do a guided meditation. It's one of the easiest ways for people to meditate because it gives them something to focus on. So when I do my meditation classes here every month at the end of the last Monday of every month, we almost always do a guided meditation. It begins with breath work. We turn our focus to the rhythm of our breath. So that really is a valuable thing, because when we can get into a rhythm, especially one that we can consciously control, our breath is run by our autonomic nervous system. So it's always running on its own, but we can also consciously control it, sort of turn the autopilot off. And what we realize is that when we do that, it actually starts to synchronize our brain with our breath, with that rhythm. And so the value of those things really becomes apparent when we can see that there's actually an autopilot going on in our minds constantly. You know, when you're asleep, who keeps breathing for you? You know, that's the question. It's that autonomic nervous system. It's the thing that runs all of those processes, the same as our heart. That's another great meditation, is to put your hand over your heart and feel your heartbeat, because you can actually raise and lower that heartbeat after you sort of get in touch with your nervous system there. So when we do those sorts of meditations, you can also do what's called a walking meditation, which is essentially being mindful as you take those steps, but bringing your awareness and observation. In meditation, the most important thing for us to adopt is non-judgment, essentially to allow things to be what they are rather than expecting them to be something or trying to figure them out. We can simply be present with whatever's going on. So that's a really valuable thing to incorporate into our daily lives. Beyond that, meditation, one of the biggest challenges people encounter with meditation is the mind, or the monkey mind, as it's called in Buddhism. The idea that there's always this chattering going on. There's always something that's speaking to you. There's always something that's thinking, I wonder what we're going to do tomorrow, or I think I need to get some more milk when I go to the grocery store, or whatever those thoughts might be that end up running through your head. It's the misconception is that we're supposed to be completely clear. There's no thoughts going on and we're just sitting in silence. That's not the case at all. It's really about becoming aware of what is right in front of us. Again, that concept of mindfulness, being mindful of our thoughts. So very often I use the analogy of a conveyor belt, the idea that we watch the thought as it comes down the conveyor belt, we acknowledge it as it goes in front of us, and then we watch it leave. So it becomes this sort of passive process where we're just observing it rather than picking it up off the conveyor belt and saying, oh, what's this? And, oh man, I'm really worried about this. I hope I can fix this, or I hope this will go right, or this is probably going to go wrong, or whatever the thought might be. Rather than picking that up, we allow that to gently pass in front of us. So that's a really valuable system to get into when it comes to meditation. And very often when we do a guided meditation, we adopt that process because it helps our brain have something to chew on. It's a good bridge from everyday life to just stillness, essentially. And that can be a really challenging place to reach. But when we can utilize analogies, symbology, essentially the same stuff that our dreams are made of, we can talk to our conscious and subconscious mind through the valuable language of imagery. And so that's usually what our guided meditations are comprised of. So that being said, when we realize that our thoughts and actions and situations are constantly affecting us, whether we are consciously aware of that or not, we can often find that our subconscious mind is playing such a huge part in that. So just adopting a practice of 10 minutes a day of meditation can be really, really valuable. Another way that I like to get people introduced to meditation, especially if they feel that they can't do it, is to utilize some of the subconscious things that are part of our genetics almost. It's something that's been part of us as human beings, and that is fire. So if you take a candle and you light it, and you take a moment to stare at that flame, you'll find yourself becoming hypnotized almost. And the reason being is that fire has always equated safety in controlled fire, of course, but the fire always is equated to safety, because when we were nomadic people traveling across the earth, fire was a way for us to cook our food, to purify our water. It was something that kept us safe, kept us warm, kept animals at bay, all that sort of thing. So there's this natural fixation upon a flame. So we can utilize that natural thing that goes on in our minds to be able to find that center and be able to experience that stillness, perhaps for the first time, or for the first time on purpose. Very often we end up in this sort of mindlessness rather than mindfulness, this mindlessness, and that can be the same feeling almost as if say you're driving somewhere and then all of a sudden you end up at the place you were going to and think, I don't even remember, the past 20 minutes of driving or whatever the case might be. But when we get into that position of mindlessness, essentially what's happening is our mind checks out and we end up thinking about something else, right? So mindfulness is essentially the same process, except rather than thinking about something else, we're only thinking about what's happening. It brings us to this central moment. So one of the other things that I like to talk about, people say, well, if I'm only present, I'm only in the now, if I'm only here now, then I'm not going to, worry about saving any money in the bank. I'm not going to worry about something that I did to somebody yesterday. And it's not about that at all. The difference is understanding that time as a construct is completely fabricated, meaning time doesn't exist. Let's just sit with that one for a minute. Because if you are on, say, Mars or Venus, or well, Venus would be a tough one to be on, but if you were somewhere else out in the solar system, time would be completely different. You see, time is something that we utilize as a tool. It's a measurement device, essentially, to break up the day into little divisions. And so very often when we get wrapped up in that concept, we look at time as something that controls us, right? I'm this many years old, I've been around this long, or this is taking too much time, or I don't think I spent enough time on that, or all of these sorts of things. Time becomes this prison, essentially, rather than the tool that it's meant to be, because we don't let measuring tapes rule our lives by any means, right? So it's important to understand that time is the same thing as a measurement. It takes our day and splits it up. So when we can pick up that time as a tool and utilize it, and then realize, okay, I don't need this anymore, I'm going to sit it down. Sometimes I equate that to a hammer, right? You can pick up a hammer and you can walk around swinging that hammer, and you might hit a nail. You might drive a nail in and secure something to something else, but chances are pretty good if you're just haphazardly swinging that hammer around, you're going to end up breaking a lot of things, putting a hole in the wall and all that kind of thing. So when we can just bring ourselves to a central focus and say, I'm going to use this hammer to hit this nail in, the nail is in, and now I'm going to sit the hammer down. Time can be the same thing. And meditation, and especially mindfulness, begins to show us that. It lets us see that we exist outside of time. Now, another deeper layer of that is the concept of self. Who are you? Is one of the most difficult questions to ask, because very often when you do that, people will say, well, I'm a mother, I'm a father, I do this for work, I do this for fun, I'm this, I have this background and this or that. So all of these identifiers are components, but that's not the totality of who you are. Who you are is constantly changing. So when we have some projection of the future, right, it's something that we've created. We've written ourselves a fiction novel, essentially, in our minds, and we are waiting for that story to play itself out. When we do that, we have the expectation of being able to figure out who we are going to be in the future, when in reality, who we're going to be completely depends upon nothing else but now. So when we put all of that energy that we might spend writing these novels, maybe even a whole series of novels of what the future is going to hold, instead of doing that, we bring all of that energy and focus into this moment. We can truly write that story word by word in each moment. So when it comes to our motivators in life, very often, whether it is an internal process dealing with ourselves or an external process dealing with someone else, we end up with one of two options. We have love and fear. Everything boils down to those two feelings, those two emotions. They're the motivators of everything in the world. It's very interesting to think about it that simply, because we as human beings love to overcomplicate things. It's, in fact, if things are too simple, sometimes we think we're missing something, right? But if we can just be here now, forgetting about yesterday, forgetting about tomorrow, because again, they're only constructs of our mind. We can only exist now. Right? We can only be in the present, even if we're watching a movie, right? It's the idea that we continue to play this home video, so to speak, over and over and over again of the past, expecting it to be different. expecting to see something that we missed, all of those sorts of things, when in reality, no matter how observant we are of that home movie, we're never going to be able to change it. It's always going to end the same way, right? It's always going to end with the Grinch realizing that his heart was much too small at the time, and it grew much larger, and he realized the true meaning of Christmas, right? It's always going to end the same. It doesn't matter how many times you rewatch the film. It's always going to be the same. So what part of this moment can you work with? That's the idea, is that right now the movie is being filmed, so to speak, in that analogy. And so when we can be here, we can put our focus into making the performance, or the act, we'll say, in the film sense, of who we want to be in this moment. If we feel ourselves questioning who we are, what we're doing, then very often what we'll do is we'll slip into the past and we'll say, oh, this is just like last time, or I bet you this situation is going to be exactly the same as when I experienced it here or over there. It's always constantly changing. And if you need an example of that, think about your life. Most of the time, at least for a period of time, we wake up in the same building. You know, whether that's a bedroom, an apartment, a home, a condo, whatever. When we wake up, we're in the same space. But yet the same thing doesn't happen every day. And the reason being, there's always variables in our lives. There's things going on around us. So when we can understand that those things going on around us are the other 50% of our lives, we can decide, what do I want to do with my 50%? Love or fear? The beautiful thing is that if we are present, we will always act out of love. That anytime we feel any uncomfortability, whether that's sadness or anger or frustration or depression or any of those sorts of things, it's because we've stepped out of this moment. And therefore, we have crossed a boundary. The fun thing is that those boundaries do affect us, whether we're aware of where they are or not. So even if there's a lion running towards us, right, this terrifying event of this massive muscular predator with these giant teeth and this powerful jaw is running towards us, in that moment, you're perfectly fine. You're perfectly safe. There's nothing to be afraid of. The fear exists in the future when the lion gets to you, right? So when we can put all of our resources in the here and now, we can say, there's a lion running towards me. I need to get out of here, right? As opposed to being frozen in fear, anticipating the moment coming towards us. Because what happens is when we anticipate something, we create an inevitable future. So the other important thing too is that while that lion is running towards us, the lion could very well have a heart attack and drop down on the floor. So here we are anticipating this thing running towards us, and it's going to get us, and it could just drop. We don't even know. And that's the idea, is that if we utilize all of our resources here and now, we can make the most loving decisions, both for ourselves and for others. So when it comes to responsibility, that's something that we tend to look at in the past. However, you might take responsibility for something that happened, but that taking of the responsibility happens in the now, because you can't do anything in the past or the future. You can only do it in the now. So when it comes to all of these different concepts, these constructs of time, of this linear passage of time, that we're always moving towards that destination of the future, what happens is we get wrapped up in all of these processes. So when we can just be here now, that's when we can truly find the value of not only this moment of ourselves, but we can give ourselves and everyone around us the love that is contained in that presence. So another thing that's important to understand is that when we get wrapped up in these past and future events, what happens is we end up telling this story of me, right? I am this, I am that. When in reality, who you are is much bigger than that, much more complex. And as soon as you create that label, what happens is you become the star of your movie, and all the other people in your world become sort of background characters. Even if it's someone who is a crucial component of your story, they're still a background character. And so it's very easy for us to get wrapped up in the concept of, all right, this person's life is better than mine, or this person's worse than mine, or all of these judgmental things. When in reality, if we are interacting with that person, the greatest gift that we can give them is presence. Because what that does is removes that judgment, that expectation of, oh, I have to take care of you because your life is going poorly, or I'm really jealous of what's going on in your life because you're doing so well, or whatever the case might be, whatever that expectation or judgment of that person's highlight reel, essentially, because we're not part of their mind. And so there's always more to the story. We can bring our focus back to us. back to the only thing that we can truly control, because control ends right here at our fingertips. That is the reality of life. Beyond that is influence, and we can certainly influence our world. But say I ask you to pass me the salt, right? Say we're sitting down and eating, pass me the salt. You have to make the decision to pick that up and hand it to me. I have influenced you through my words to do that, but I can't control you. If I was controlling you, I would be, mentally sitting there and making you move your hand and all that. And that's not a reality of life. So when we can put our focus here in the now, that's being mindful of who and what we are. That's being mindful of where we are. And that's when we can most effectively utilize those things. So when it comes to anxiety, as I talked about earlier, anxiety is the result of us trying to anticipate the future and being afraid or having fear of the past, becoming the future or the present, more accurately. When in reality, what happens is a self-fulfilling prophecy where, because we're so focused on something, our mind thinks that we want it, and so it recreates that situation. It happens a lot in the cycle of abuse. The idea of whether that's abuse in the whatever sense of the word, whether it's a substance or a physical abuse or whatever, very often you'll see this cycle where the person who is the victim eventually becomes the abuser, and it takes this cycle that goes around and around and around. The reason why that happens is because your mind is trying to process the past. It's trying to process that, and the only way you can do something about it is to make it the present. So when we can bring our conscious awareness to this moment, we can say, now I'm feeling stressed about something, right? In the next moment that comes along, one of two things is going to happen. That stress is either going to increase or it's going to decrease. And when we can be non-judgmental of it, we can simply be with that uncomfortability. One of the greatest examples for me was I have a tattoo on my leg. I only have one, but it takes up basically my entire calf. And when I got that, it was such an incredible experience in presence because, one, I was voluntarily exposing myself to this pain. And as I went through that, these waves of uncomfortability came, right? And so any of you who have ever gotten a tattoo knows about this feeling and that you get the sort of ebbs and flows of that sensation. So when you can be present with the sensation as it happens, you can either feel, oh man, this really hurts, or oh, it's getting better now. And all of that stuff is comparison. It's this moment to the previous usually. And so when we can just be here now, what we can do is experience life. That's when we can be still. Something that we don't do very often in our culture, where we can just be here now and experience what's going on. When we go out into nature, for instance, a tree doesn't worry about the sun. A tree doesn't worry about the rain. It simply exists. It's there. It reaches towards the sun, and the roots reach out towards the water in the ground from the rain. We are always seeking these nutrients. So when we allow our conscious mind to step into the driver's seat and go onto autopilot, all we'll do is worry about the sun and the rain. But when we can be still, when we can be here now, that's when we can really find the value of this moment. That's when we can realize that everything we need is here right now. Nothing beyond that is necessary, because if it was, you'd have it. That's the idea. It's the difference between needs and wants. And so when we can bring our mindfulness into our daily life, when we can try to be mindful whenever possible, that we can be present with this person who's talking to us. We can be present as we walk from one room to the next. We can be present as we sit in a chair. How often do we find ourselves sitting, especially in our modern world, where we pick up our phone and we start scrolling through Instagram or reading the news or saying, oh man, do you believe what's going on right now in the world? Instead, what if we use that moment to be still? And by being still, we're sending that love of that stillness rippling out into the world. That when we can be still, we can look around us and see if someone is nearby, maybe we'll give them a smile. Someone we don't know, someone we've never met before, maybe we'll never meet again. But that gift of love in that moment can ripple out and change the world. It's the reality of the situation, because in this moment, I can choose. Do I want to pass my fear of that person looks a little scary, or that person looks like they might be dangerous, right? By smiling, by saying hello, or how you doing? Or, whatever the case might be, sharing that love in whatever way we can. Not only does it feel good for us to know that we have contributed something beautiful to the world, but it also helps to perpetuate, to pay it forward, to help to continue that process in the world around us. And love is what life is all about. So when it comes to these things in life, it's easy for us to talk about them, but doing it, being still, can be an incredibly challenging thing. Once again, because we love to overcomplicate our lives. Mindfulness and meditation fit together hand in hand because that meditation allows us to consciously both be still and observe in totality the whole of what's happening in our lives. And so when we can be present, whether through meditation or mindfulness in our daily practice, just for 10 minutes a day, it starts to inject consciousness into our waking life. And that's really the first step to spreading love in the world around us. So thank you very much for coming and listening to my talk. Hopefully it's something, giving you a little something to think about, to chew on in the moment, of course. And hopefully we'll see you at some point in the future. So thank you very much. Kara, back to you.
Thank you so much, Matt. And just some comments. Lydia Jane. Hi, Lydia. She said she loves this explanation of being still and present. So I just wanted to share that feedback. And Gina says, I couldn't agree with you more. So for those of you that are interested in the door prize for this lecture, it is, again, a Lotus Votive candle holder. I passed to Matt's last Monday meditation class and a copy of The Power of Now. So enter now and comment. Comment the word enter into the chat box, and I will pull a random winner. All right, winner is Tracy Smith. So Tracy Smith, you're the winner. Congratulations, Tracy. And you can come and pick up your door prize at Firefly Hollow by the end of the month, or you can come in today if you'd like. So thank you guys for watching that. We love Matt very much. Stay tuned. Later in the day, we'll actually be sharing one of Matt's videos here, Finding Peace in Polarity. This is really, really, really important during this time. So I'll be sharing that between our last two speakers today. Up next we actually have Taylor Shenberger. And for those of you who are not aware, we're actually going to take a quick break, and we'll be back at 12, probably a little bit after 12:30 for Taylor Shenberger's talk. And I'm going to actually take a quick respite and share a fun, actually, I guess you call it sort of a commercial. We are hiring at Firefly Hollow. So I want to just share something with you guys to share around with your friends. If you have anybody that is a wellness practitioner, again, this is how we met Taylor, because we just joined Taylor. Taylor just joined the team, and we're excited to present her and introduce her to you guys. But yeah, so we will share. Well, I'm not sure why we couldn't get the sound to hear. I hope you guys could hear that at the end. That's really sad. Because we have a really great video at the end to share with you guys on finding peace and polarity. And I don't know why if I don't do a screen share, it shouldn't play the music. We'll try to figure that out and do some technological solving in the meantime. So, hi, Julie. Anyway, our next speaker is Taylor Shenberger. And before I bring her on, just real quick, just so you guys know, we only have a few slots left for virtual services. That means you don't have to leave your home. Virtual Zoom readings with Pat or with Matt today. There's a couple left. Oracle readings or tarot readings with Pat or Matt. And we have, I think, 1 or 2 sessions left if you want an ion cleanse session or a Reiki treatment or a crystal detox session today with Connie. So there's only a few left. So give us a call right now if you want to snag those up, because there's only a few left for the rest of the day. So without further ado, we're going to invite in Taylor.
Hi
there, Taylor. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me okay?
Well, let me mute this up here. I turned my volume up really high so we could hear that last video. I don't know if it did that later. Now, can you hear me? Is it echoing at all?
I don't think there's an echo. It sounds better.
All right.
Good.
Perfect. And I'm actually going to mute myself because if I have questions to ask, I'll put my earbuds in just so it doesn't echo for everybody out there watching. But everyone, this is Taylor, and we're going to talk about grounding here, feeling safe in our bodies. So take it away, Taylor, and we can have some questions at the end if we have time.
Okay, fantastic. So my name is Taylor Shenberger, and I am an alignment specialist. There, now you can't see my keyboard. And I consider alignment both inner and outer. So some of my services include posture therapy. Posture therapy is looking at the alignment of our structural body and using gentle exercises and postures to reposition your joints and your skeleton for less pain, for more fluid movement, to feel stronger. And functional movement is something I integrate into that so that you can feel good going throughout the day. So you learn how to move throughout the day and everyday tasks. For inner alignment, I do something I call emotional integration. And that is taking emotions that have become lodged in the body, or you're having trouble moving them in some way, perhaps stuck somewhere. And we're taking them and moving them to the conscious awareness so that you can move through it and therefore release it. It then gets integrated into your mind, integrated into your conscious awareness. So again, emotional integration is what I call that. Emotional release is the other word I was trying to think of that you may have heard of before. And there's a few other things I sprinkle in there for a more holistic experience, but those are the 2 main services. Again, I call myself an alignment specialist for that reason. So the topic of today is feeling grounded. And I wanted to start off, if it's okay with you, Kara, start off by just defining how I'm talking about grounded. Because when I first started hearing this term, I really had very little idea what it actually meant. And so I would go see my own mentors, my own practitioners, and they would say, "Are you grounding?" And I'd be like, "Maybe. I don't know what that really means." So I define it as being in your body and feeling like, okay, I am here in my body. I can feel my own sensations. Maybe I can feel if my heart's beating, I can feel right now my legs touching the ground, and I can hear what's going on around me. I can perhaps take a second to smell what's going on around me. And so it goes back to what Matt was talking about and being present and aware. And then there's the additional element of I added for today's topic of feeling safe in our bodies so that you don't feel disassociated from your experience. So feeling safe is I'm okay in this moment just sitting here. I can feel my body even if I'm experiencing pain, even if I'm experiencing itchiness somewhere or agitation. I can feel safe in my body, even if there's stuff going on around me. So other people impact our energy and our experiences, but can I be in myself? Can I stay centered in myself and differentiate between me and them? So I think we're going to do it Q&A style from here on out. So if we're ready for the first question, that's great. Apologize if, yeah, there you are. Okay. I'm having trouble hearing you, Kara.
Oh, I muted myself so you didn't hear me moving around back here because I was getting together, just so you guys here on the stream, I'm getting together the door prize to show you guys what we're giving away for Taylor, which is these awesome Burt's Bees Bath and Body set and a foam roller. So at the end, we'll pull for that. But what I was saying was, I'm going to put my earbuds in because it's going to be screaming at us. If I can find them. Oh. I was saying was a lot of people don't know what grounding is, and I think it is one of those terms that when you're in a holistic setting, practitioners expect you to know a lot of the lingo. And honestly, guys, if you're out there and you're trying to get people to, you have to do holistic things, join the holistic community, or do something natural for your body, do this or do that, or I'm an empath or whatever. We have so many terms that can alienate people, and I really think that there are many things you can basically use to describe the same exact thing in words that everyone will understand. So I'm really glad that you clarified that. So tell me just a little bit about your journey, since I don't have any questions right now, in what was going on with you and why you needed to get grounded. I'm sorry, I want to make sure that this isn't echoing still, because I think it still is.
It sounds okay to me.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any issues with it? Please let us know in the chat.
Sure. So I was in my early 20s working an office job, and I was teaching financial education, or abundance, as I like to call it now. I was working an office job, and I did that at least 8 hours a day. And then I would often go home and I would watch TV or do more stuff on the computer. And I just slowly became less and less and less active. And so I started to experience a lot of pain in my body. And I was very head-based, as I call it. And now I have this awareness that I was so head-based. I was always thinking about things, not necessarily feeling them, or having feelings and not being aware of them. And then they would get lodged in my body. And so I had a lot of neck tension, shoulder tension. Like my eyes would get really tired, and I just got more and more weak. And so what happened actually is I was in a car accident, and it completely threw my alignment off because my muscles had deteriorated to the point where I just wasn't strong enough to get myself back in alignment. And so that led me on my healing journey further than I had already been at that point. I gotten into diet and maybe a little bit of meditation by that point, but it was like nowhere near where I am today. I didn't feel strong, and I certainly was not grounded. And so about a year after my car accident, a posture therapist started seeing me, and I was referred to her by a chiropractor. So that's something actually what I do goes very well with both massage therapy and chiropractic, and really any body work, acupuncture, you name it. It really is complementary. I started posture therapy, and I would do these postures and exercises and be like, whoa, I haven't felt that muscle in forever. And then a lot of it requires you to stay still for a long period of time on the ground. And so I'd be on the ground trying to be still, focusing on my breath for the first time in a long time. And I'd be like, oh my gosh, like I'm sad right now. Or holy smokes, like I have way more anxiety than I thought I did. Just taking that time to slow down and be in my body and move it differently and have intention in moving it I started to uncover a lot of things, and I started to feel more and more empowered, which is why I love posture therapy, because it put the power back in my hands. You know, even if I was sitting at a desk all day for 8 hours, I could take breaks all throughout that day to check in with myself, close the door, say, hold on, guys, like I have something to do. This is really important. And I have my posture therapist holding me accountable. So if I didn't do it, you know, she could call me out and say, you have to take this time for yourself. And so I slowly but surely started getting my alignment back from the car accident. And then I was in another car accident and was introduced to a chiropractor who did this emotional work that I now do. And that was transformative to me. This emotional work is, it sounds crazy for anybody who hears the process, which I'm going to explain, and thinks that sounds crazy. It's exactly what I thought. He had to sort of convince me for a few months before I even tried it. I didn't know what he was talking about. But the process is using the body's muscles, whether they go weak or strong, as information to what emotions you have in your body. And I do use the meridians of the body as well. That can help us uncover which emotion it is. So is it shame, fear, anger, resentment, wounded pride? Is any of those things? And calling out and naming it allows you to then start to move through it. So if you work with me, that's what it would look like. I'd name it using your muscles, because your muscles will tell me. And then you explain how you might be feeling that way. And then we continue to move through with a series of questions until it finally gets unstuck. And what I find transformative about it is there's immediate results. You know, you might come in with tension in this spot right here. And if we release anything that you're holding there, you can actually feel it completely let go if it's emotionally based. So that's sort of very short version of how I got into what I got into. It was a couple of car accidents, which I find the universe loves to throw my way. I've been in 4, and they've all changed my life and redirected me.
Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, there's always hope, and that was sort of my crisis moment. You don't have to go to crisis to get help, you know, like you come now.
Well, what does being grounded like feel like? Because I think that I found that when I explored this path myself, there are a lot of people out there that are walking around the world that don't even realize that they're not in their bodies.
Mm-hmm.
So what does it feel like, and why should we try to be grounded here in our bodies? What's the purpose of that?
Yeah, the purpose really is to be present in your experience here on Earth, your experience here in this particular body. And for me, it's listening to that body, because your body is an instrument, it is a tool. It is constantly communicating with you. So if your shoulders start to get tense, if you're grounded, you'll feel that happen a lot faster, or you'll be more aware of it. You'll notice how you're moving, how you're walking. So if you're slouching or not, if you're feeling, you know, strong, you'll notice that, and that's how you interface with the world. I'll go the opposite end and say, if I'm not grounded, I feel spacey, and I feel a bit out of control. So I might get lost in thoughts, and that's how I get ungrounded. Or daydreaming is fine. I don't want to daydreaming is awesome, but if you do it all the time, then again, you start to disassociate, not feel what's going on in your body, and you start to lose needs, like whether or not you're thirsty, if your body needs water, if your body needs food, if you need a hug. All of these things are so important. We're humans, right? We're flesh. We can't forget that. And, you know, it's our tool. Again, it's how we interface with the world. So it's so important to listen to it.
Do you feel that there's some sort of daily routine or something that we can do to start listening to our bodies and start to feel safe in our bodies? Any routine or things that you do that maybe isn't just one-on-one when you do your posture sessions with people?
Mm-hmm. There's so much you can do, and it's really all about finding what does work for you the best. For me, it has to be fun, it has to be playful, or else I'm not going to do it. So know yourself first. So maybe some of the things that work for me will work for you. I like to always walk barefoot, to feel that connection with the earth. And hopefully you can't hear my baby. That was her if you did. But feel the earth and how the terrain is different and how your foot flexes with it. That's a really grounding experience. I take Epsom salt baths every evening. That's not only grounding, but it's also cleansing. So if you feel like you've trapped a lot of yucky energy throughout the day, an Epsom salts bath can cleanse it. But again, it's also grounding for me. And I like to integrate practices like tapping. Tapping is also called emotional freedom technique. And if you want some videos to get you started on that, those people would put videos out. Everybody has sort of a different tapping style. There's myself, Nick Ortner, Kim Delamo. And this is tapping along meridian points on your body. So getting that physical connection while you talk through some emotional feelings maybe, or you can talk through some physical pains in your body as you go about tapping these different points, and it moves the energy. And by moving the energy, you feel naturally more grounded and here present in this moment. There's even a tapping routine for how to feel safe in your body too, which is really cool. So those are the 3 major ones I do every single day. And I could probably go on and on because I feel anything that is connected to the human experience could be grounding, like certain foods. If you're like mindfully eating, that's grounding. Dancing can be grounding because you're feeling your body. But just try to have fun with it and think like, okay, how can I engage my body in some way that feels good?
Thank you for that question, Gina. And that's perfect. I kind of have one more question for you. If I was going to come to see you for a session, for an alignment session, tell me like what that looks like and why would I come to see you? Like there's so many reasons I feel like, but what are the general reasons why people do come to see you and what happens in those sessions? I mean, right now I feel like you're kind of like, well, Kara, you're sitting like this, and I probably shouldn't be sitting like this, but it's because the screen is split, but I realize my shoulder's already like not happy. So
Yeah.
I feel like there's so many reasons why people would definitely need to see you for being at a desk or just whatever they do. So tell us about that.
Absolutely. Yeah, so if you have any pain at all in your body, there is probably something I can do for you. And that's not an exaggeration. There's so much we could do with, and even the smallest bit of pain that you have. And you don't have to live that way. So my session would be a blend of everything I do. So the posture therapy, again, are gentle exercises. The very first one I normally start you with is a static pose where you're lying on the ground and with your feet in some type of position. And then we just learn how to breathe. And the breath is so important in that. You may experience posture therapy as something similar to yoga. If you're familiar with yoga, we draw a lot from yoga poses, but the difference is you have me there to adjust your alignment. So a lot of people have told me they leave yoga classes feeling worse than when they entered. They feel more pain afterwards. And that is typically because your body has learned, your nervous system has learned, okay, this is normal. And I think to me, my shoulders are straight. This is normal to me. But that's because my nervous system has rewired itself to this new normal. And this is causing pain in my body. And so with a therapist there, I can say, okay, we need to drop that shoulder down. Or in an exercise, you need to activate that left butt cheek more, or that activate your abs more, whatever it is for you, or move your foot slightly inward. And I do get a little bit picky. So in this session, it's a lot of micro changes, but they're huge. They're huge for your nervous system. And that is the perk of actually working with therapists directly. As we're going throughout, the body stuff and experiencing things physically, things will come up or start to come up emotionally. And so we can tap into that. or if you have pain that isn't subsiding with movement, we can check into that with the emotional stuff. I integrate some light energy work while you're working with me. I do color therapy. I layer that on top. So if there's some colors that could support you, we throw that in there. I've eventually will probably add essential oils in. I just don't have a big enough collection yet, but you can bring yours and we'll see if that works for you. There's so much you can do holistically to leave feeling less pain. I never want somebody to leave in more pain, and I certainly want you to feel less pain than when you walked in the door. And I think I answered it. I get so jazzed up. I could talk forever about this stuff, so try to like reel myself in. But I've helped people from all walks of life, all ages, from teenagers up into the older years. It can be used. It can be great for anybody, really. Athletes, you name it. It can be help you in your performance at work, in whatever your job is.
So it sounds like it could be pain relieving as well as preventative.
Mm-hmm.
So that you're teaching someone how to be in their body using adjustments of stretches and exercises and ways that they can move that are easier for their body to move in alignment with how it should naturally move.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm all about what our bodies were designed to do, and I think our bodies are perfect by design. We just need to learn how to move again. We knew it when we were babies, and somewhere along the way, you may have lost it because of modern life. So our job is to get you back into that. And actually, one of the exercises is crawling. If your body's asking for you to crawl, then we'll assign you crawling. So there's a lot of fun stuff with it.
I love that you're really holistic in the nature of what you're doing, because a lot of people will come and get acupuncture. They'll go to a chiropractor, get adjusted, a few times, or maybe they'll get one, maybe massage, and maybe the type of massage they get is like a Swedish relaxation massage. And they're like, yeah, it didn't help with my pain. And one of the things that's the number one mistake people make when they're trying holistic or natural options for their pain relief is they may not be addressing what else is going on. How are you holding your body? How can you retrain your body so that you can stay out of pain between sessions with chiropractic or massage? Like you said, that you work really well with helping for both of those. And then, of course, going into it further if you need to, if there's emotional component there. So what Taylor's offering here, I think, is really, truly holistic in nature. And so I always want to remind people of that, because we don't always think that way. We don't think in that how all these pieces fit together until we go see a holistic practitioner, and they go, oh, it's not just your diet. It's not just how you're sleeping. It's not just your neck is out of alignment or your shoulder's higher than the other, so it's causing stress on it. So thank you for clarifying all of that for us.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm still open to questions. If anybody has them afterwards, you can contact me.
Perfect. And I'm going to turn this up a little bit, and I'm going to mute yours so that we don't echo here, so I can take these earbuds out. And the door prize again for Taylor, everybody, so I can hear myself. The door prize is, if you're going to enter the door prize, so just say enter on the chat box now. We have Burt's Bees. This is mango moon breeze. It smells really good. There's a puff too. There's lotion, shampoo, conditioner, and we're also giving away a foam roller, and I'm going to pull that out here too. So this is something you probably could use in a session with Taylor, or she might say, yes, at the end of my sessions, I'm going to refer you to use a foam roller. So yeah. All right, guys, I'm going to put the next speaker. Thank you so much, Taylor. We'll see you later. Thank you so much for coming. I'm going to put the speaker list up for you guys while I use the random number generator to enter you guys and see who's the winner. Sharon, Elise, you're the winner. Look at that. This is your lucky day. So we come on by. I don't know if you actually are in the center yet, but come on by and pick up this door prize as well. So thank you guys so much for participating. Next up, we have Smart and Healthy Holiday Feasts with Tanya, Jarrett. And just so you guys are aware, Tanya is giving away a vitamin D test today for her door prize. And I'll actually ask her to validate. I think that's a $75 value. Shake your head, Tanya. I think it's about $75 for that test. So this is a great deal, great door prize. And also for Tanya, we have more Burt's Bees shampoo, conditioner, and spotty wash. So this is actually Red Ruby Groovy. So it's thyme and grapefruits, and it smells amazing. So we'll do that door prize at the end of her lecture. So we're gonna add Tanya in, see if we can hear her, see her. You're gonna make food? Are you making food?
Sarah, I have a surprise for everyone.
Oh my gosh. Awesome.
So I just need to preface with like, there is like life going on around me. Like my daughter's running in and out, riding her bike. So for the viewers, just if she pops in or yells, Mom, it is what it is.
We can all wave.
Yep, we'll just wave. I mean, the kids are loud outside. So I was like, you know what? It is what it is.
This is how it should be.
Yep, that's how it should be.
So I will be here in the background if you need me. So you get the whole screen so you can show everything, and I'll give you like a minute warning when I'll jump back on when it's time to finish up.
Perfect. Thanks, Kara. All right. Hi, everybody. So I have something really exciting, and I feel like I should have turned my phone this way, but Kara, can you just let me know if it's okay to have it vertical? Okay, maybe she doesn't hear me, but that's okay because it looks fine on my screen. So if you were here in my kitchen right now, you would probably be laughing because I have an incredible setup with like extension cords running. It's like a true test kitchen in here. So what I wanted to do is instead of just sit and talk about, smart meals, I'm going to prepare 3 super easy meals that you can add to Thanksgiving, you can add to Christmas, and because a lot of the gatherings are going to be smaller this year, just keep in mind that if you want to half the recipes, you absolutely can, or if some of them you can actually freeze. So that is what I'm going to be doing with this first recipe is I'm going to freeze it, and I'm going to do half for Thanksgiving and half for Christmas. So this first recipe is a stuffing. And now stuffing is super traditional during Thanksgiving and Christmas holiday time. Very, very traditional. And there's certain ways that you can beef up your stuffing. Okay, so it just doesn't have to be bread and celery and onion. You can really beef it up to get more fiber and also to have a little bit of a flair to it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to lean my camera down, and I have actually already prepared most of these items. So as you can see, so in our stuffing today, we are going to have chorizo. And if you're not familiar with chorizo, it is a little bit spicy, made from pork. This is Mexican chorizo. And if you are plant-based or vegan, you can sub this chorizo with brown lentils. It works fantastic also. And then here, I already sauteed my nice mixture up. So it's apples and onion and lots of fresh garlic and celery. And this is really great because not only is this a ton of fiber, but it's also loaded with prebiotics. And prebiotics are really important because it feeds your gut bacteria. So we want to have lots of prebiotics. Okay. Sweet potatoes. Who puts sweet potatoes in stuffing? Not many people. And the great part about this is this recipe does. So I already browned these up. You could do olive oil to brown them up. I actually used the fat from the chorizo after I was done browning the meat. So I have these sweet potatoes here, and they are super rich in beta carotene, okay? And They are really fantastic in raising your blood levels of vitamin A. So this is one of the reasons I love sweet potatoes so much. And sweet potatoes are traditional holiday food. Alrighty. Walnuts. Okay, you can opt out with the walnuts, but I'm going to put walnuts in the stuffing because they are really rich in omegas. And let's see what else. Okay. So the best part about stuffing, of course, I have my egg over here, but is the bread. Now, a lot of people will just go and buy bread, and that is fine, but I want you to be really mindful, okay? So what's easier is that if you just buy a high quality bread, I actually bought this one from Whole Foods, and it's an organic sourdough. And the reason I like this is it's unbleached flour. Okay, so you really want to look for unbleached flour or organic wheat flour or sprouted grains, because when a flour is bleached, that means that it's treated with chemicals. Okay, so you want to buy a good quality bread. You can also do gluten-free bread, or you can even leave the bread out. But I love bread in my stuffing. So what I did is I cut up the bread, let it sit overnight, and then this morning it wasn't as crispy as I wanted it, so I just popped it in the oven for like 5 minutes, and it's perfect. So if you have a pen and pencil, I am going to be sharing these recipes also, but if you have a pen and pencil and you want to write this down as I'm doing it, due to time, I will be moving swiftly, but the fact that you're going to have the recipes is even better. So I have this huge pot right here, and this is what I use to mix my stuffing. So, oh, I didn't even talk about the herbs. Let me talk about the herbs. Look at all these beautiful fresh herbs. Can you see these? Okay, this is the perfect mix of parsley, rosemary, sage, and fresh thyme. Okay, very high in antioxidants and anti-inflammatory. They're very anti-inflammatory. And also fresh herbs and spices really, even dried ones, they really boost the immune system. And this is perfect timing for that. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to throw everything in here. That's how you make stuffing. You throw it all in. And I'm going to have quite the mess to clean up after. So everything is going into this large bowl. Okay. And then what we're going to do is I'm going to take 2 eggs. So I'm going to move this. I'm going to take 2 eggs and I'm going to whisk it together with a little bit of stock. So I like to use bone broth when making my stuffing because it's great for gut health. But you can alternatively keep this plant-based, vegan, and you can use vegetable broth. So we're just going to whisk it together. And then I'm going to take, this is the bone broth I'm actually using, but I'm going to tell you what, Aldi has awesome organic bone broth and chicken stock and vegetable broth. So I do suggest going there. So I'm going to go ahead and whisk this together pretty good. Okay, and the next part's pretty fun. So I'm going to slip on some food safe gloves just so I don't have to wash my hands because I'm trying to show you 3 recipes within 30 minutes. This is the true test, guys. The true test. Can I do it? Can I do it? All right. So if you wrote things down, we have garlic, onion, celery, apples. You can use any apple you want. Just really, you could just really dice it up. And then I have walnuts and sweet potatoes and chorizo. You can even substitute that chorizo, like I said, for lentils, or you can also substitute it with the Beyond the Meat crumbles if you like that meaty texture. I'm just breaking up this chorizo a little bit. Some of it's stuck. Okay, and then I'm going to take my bread and I'm going to try not to make a mess over here. And I'm going to go ahead and add the breadcrumbs. I have this vision that this might work. Oh, there we go. Cool. So you're going to take that bread, okay, and you want to make sure that your bread is definitely crispy because it will end up not being that soggy. And then I'm going to take all of these beautiful fresh herbs Okay, so if you see what I'm doing, I'm sprinkled all the fresh herbs. And now what I'm going to do, here, let me make this up a little more. There we go. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this mixture and I'm going to pour it over. And I'm probably going to need more broth. So there is a measurement with this. Okay, but look at all of the goodness that is in this stuffing. I mean, it is absolutely beautiful. Okay. And you will be baking this for about 40 minutes. Oh, look how great this looks. Oh, I can't even tell you guys how beautiful my house smells right now. I mean, I think if somebody walked in, they'd think it was Thanksgiving Day. Okay. So really get down to the bottom and mix it. And I do recommend mixing it with your hands. So if you have some food safe gloves or you want to buy some when you're at the store, that is the way to do it. Really, really get those flavors mixed together. Oh, that chorizo is just beautiful. So I bought the chorizo at Whole Foods in Lancaster. And what I did is I bought them already in the casing. They were fresh from the meat counter. They have very humanely raised pork. I do recommend buying high quality meat. So what I did is I bought that and then I took it out of the casing to brown it. Okay, there we go. That's what that looks like. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove one glove here and I'm going to grab my pan. And like I said, this is going to be baked covered. You're going to bake it covered for about 40 minutes. And then I'm going to let it cool. And once it's cool, I'm going to be putting it into Ziploc bags. I'm going to have it. And I'm going to do half for, I probably could put this in two different baking containers, which I might do. I'm going to half it, and then I'm going to freeze it in Ziploc baggies, half for Thanksgiving and half for Christmas. How incredibly beautiful does that look? Okay. There is so much variation that you could do with this stuffing. And I'm telling you, it is going to just knock the socks off of your family or whoever's coming over for the holidays. All right. One down. Okay, next, I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely love cranberry sauce. Okay. And I grew up, like many of you, on the like Ocean Spray, or I'm pretty sure it was Ocean Spray, canned jellied cranberry. Okay. And that actually has 24 grams of sugar in it, and it still contains high fructose corn syrup. So my suggestion would be get some beautiful fresh cranberries. This recipe is like 5 ingredients, and it is amazing. So these are fresh cranberries. You could buy them. I do recommend that you buy, I think this is like a pound. And then what we're going to do, let me organize the space a little bit. Like I said, I have quite the setup over here. I'm gonna bring my portable stovetop over here and plug her in. Okay. And we're gonna make this cranberry sauce. And this recipe is going to be one of your, staples moving forward. So 5 ingredients. That's what we want. So you're going to take these cranberries and then you're going to take about a half a cup of water and you're just going to get this going. You're going to get this going. So I'm going to really turn the heat up. You want to bring it to a boil and then just cover it and let the cranberries pop. Now this does, where's my lid? I'm looking for a lid. Here it is. This does only take like 10 minutes for the cranberries to pop. But let's talk a little bit about cranberries. There are a lot of people who don't like them because they're a little bitter and sour. But if you spice it up quite nicely, this is kind of smoking. I think it's okay. I can always move it behind me on my stovetop. But they're bitter, they're sour, but they're high in vitamin C, high in vitamin A and K. And, they also really help improve your gut bacteria. So they help you have more of that good bacteria and less of that bad bacteria. So what we can do with this recipe is we are going to be adding a sweetener to it. And you have some wonderful choices. For me, I'm using some raw honey. This is Argentinian raw honey. You can get local honey. You can also use maple syrup. You can use, let me show you. This is so great. You guys are in my kitchen. You can also use coconut sugar. This is an organic coconut sugar. You may feel free to use that also. So whatever works. Okay, so I'm going to let this kind of boil up a little bit and let those pop. Really might switch it back here if you don't mind. I have a gas stove back here, and I just want to be mindful of time. So I might do that back there. But really, and don't mind the mess, really just, letting this come to a boil and letting those cranberries pop. And then what we're going to do is we're going to add the sweetener to it. So I'll probably do that right now. So I do suggest sweetening it. I would start with a 1/4 cup, okay, to 1 bag of cranberries, 1 bag of fresh cranberries to a 1/4 cup of sweetener, and then taste it. Because everybody's sweetness acuity is a little bit different. So if you like things on the less sweet side, you're definitely going to want to use less. Okay. So the cranberries are starting to pop. You can hear it. I'm trying to get this honey out. Sometimes honey crystallizes and you just have to run it under some warm water, which I can always do that later. So the cranberries are starting to pop. So I'm going to cover that so it doesn't start making a mess. But after they pop, we're going to be also sweetening a little bit with orange juice, okay? And then we're going to be using zest too. So this is going to be done towards the end of the recipe because we really want to ensure that zest is fresh and you really get that fresh orange flavor. One of the options is also to use ginger. Okay, so I do like a little bit of fresh grated ginger in my cranberry sauce. This is optional. You do not have to do this, but I will go ahead and put ginger in. Little tip with ginger. Keep this in the freezer so that when you do micro
I'm getting really hungry. You guys, I hope you're enjoying this. I'm surprised that she made stuffing already, has been prepared, and cranberry sauce seems like it's almost already done, and this has only been like 17 minutes. Some of you out there have actually asked if we're going to be putting up these recipes on the website. Absolutely. I absolutely want to do that, and hopefully that if we get her back for video, we can finish this and we can actually put this video up on the website too. So if you just want to have her walk through again and share a lot of the information she was sharing about the vitamin C content of the cranberries and how that helps your gut bacteria, all these amazing educational tidbits that Tanya's throwing in there. So yeah, hopefully we can get her back here. I want to refresh the screen and see if that. There she is. She's back.
Hi guys, I don't know what happened. Kara, I don't know what happened.
I think you took a break to go eat because you're making us all hungry. It's so delicious. Yeah. It looks so good.
I literally got a phone call and I am using my phone, so I tried to click it off and then it froze. So I apologize.
No, take it from here. I'm just it's so awesome that you've already got it's been 17 minutes and you have stuffing and cranberry sauce almost pretty much prepared. That's amazing.
Yep, you know it. The cranberry sauce is the easiest part. So this ginger, I'm going to encourage you to freeze it. So then when you zest it, it zests absolutely beautifully. Okay, so you can add this to curries and soups and stews. Ginger is fantastic. Going along with those herbs and spices, loaded with anti-inflammatory properties, boosts immune health, really calms the tummy. You can even warm up some water and do a little grated ginger in it, and it's great for your tummy. Okay, so let me do a little, ooh, yeah, they're getting good, guys. Okay, this is super exciting. So I want to show you what's happening over here. Okay, so let me pull this over. So what's happening, let me pull my camera down. Look at what's happening. That was a half a cup of water and fresh cranberries. Look how it's kind of like mulled together, okay? No cornstarch is in here. You don't even need to thicken it with cornstarch. So I'm gonna bring it back here and see if I can take it from here. So what we're gonna do is, I really hope that you guys can see this. So what I'm gonna do is, this orange already has been washed. So I am going to zest first. You always zest first. Okay. So zest, zest. I like a lot of zest, guys. You got to go with what you like. Like I said, everybody's taste buds are a little bit different. Okay, I do. I love it. I love that zesty flavor. Oh. And it brings sweetness to the cranberry too without adding a ton of sugar. Okay, here we go. Ginger, ginger, ginger. Now, I'm not going to put too much ginger in because there are going to be kids eating this. And I know that some of the kiddos do not like a lot of ginger because it can be a little bit spicy. So you go ahead and just mix that in. And then what I'm going to do, I don't have my cutting board here. It is. I'm going to go ahead and I am going, oh, that's probably not going to work. It's a little too small, but you can take it. You can take just a fork and slab it in there and just kind of twist your orange. I'm going to do only a half of an orange. You can do a whole if you would like. I'm just going to do a half. There we go. I'm going to turn this off. Okay, now I do encourage you to thicken this a little bit without cornstarch, okay? If once this steam kind of goes away, you can see already how thick this sauce is, okay? So, you know, you can let it reduce a little bit more on the stovetop, and you can go ahead and check, is this as thick as I'm gonna like it? And then go ahead and taste, is there enough ginger? Is there enough orange? Is there enough sweetness? That is it. That is it. Beautiful. Okay, and last but not least, how many of you guys love macaroni and cheese? I'm sure you're like, yes, I do. Who doesn't love macaroni and cheese? Everybody loves macaroni and cheese. So we are going to make a butternut squash mac and cheese, and it has minimal ingredients, and it is 100% plant-based. So what I'm going to do, I have some things set up. Let me switch over my appliances so that I can utilize my blender here. This mac and cheese is not only fantastic for the holidays to add a little, you know, flair into your traditional meals, but it's great for any time. So if you have kids, this is a perfect way to get those vegetables into their meals. And when it comes to the pasta, you can use, I'm using quinoa pasta, but you can use chickpea pasta, red lentil pasta. You don't even have to use pasta. You can do quinoa. You can put this cheese sauce over top of vegetables, and there's already vegetables hidden. Perfect. So what I'm gonna do, I already steamed some butternut squash. Okay, I did a fresh butternut squash and cut it up and steamed it. At Aldi and any grocery store, in the frozen section, they have butternut squash. You may absolutely use that. Make your life easy, okay? Don't feel like you always have to cut up a squash, all right? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw this in the blender, okay? And so this is about 2 cups of butternut squash. Alternatively, you may use pumpkin puree, 2 cups. Okay, so 2 cups, either pumpkin or butternut. All right. I'm going to take, this is plant-based milk. So I use flax milk. So I'm going to pour a little bit and then I'm going to blend. So this is going to get loud, but oops. Here we go. I'm going to add a little bit more milk. I have about a cup of milk here. I probably will use it all. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I'm going to add all that. And then here's the secret. Okay, so you have 2 cups of squash to 1 cup of plant-based milk. I have a mixture here. This is 3/4 of a cup of nutritional yeast, a 1/2 teaspoon of onion powder, and a 1/2 teaspoon of garlic powder. So if you are not, let me get my, there was a card over here. So let me get my little card here. So this is what nutritional yeast looks like. And it's very affordable. It's a great alternative to that cheesy flavor if you are vegan or plant-based or cannot handle dairy. Great alternative. So they used to use this to prevent deficiencies, okay, especially because it's fortified with B12, but it's also high in magnesium and manganese. Very good. And your kids are never going to know the difference, okay? So I mix that together, about 3/4 of a cup, okay? And I'm just going to pour this baby in. If you have some veggie broth, this is chicken, I know, but I'm using what I have right here. If you have some veggie broth, you can always just throw that in to kind of thin it out. Okay, back on and let me blend. Oh, there we go. That is pretty blended. Next, what you're going to do is you're going to take a pot, all right? So you're going to go ahead. I mean, I want you to see right here, if you can see. Look how beautiful that looks. It's good. Okay. So let me grab a spatula here. And you're going to just go ahead and pour that into, okay. And then what you want to do next is you want to give it some heat, okay. So give it some heat, and then you can add some dairy-free butter. So I use Earth's Balance, but you can also use grass-fed butter because grass-fed butter is very fantastic. So if you're not too worried about making it plant-based or vegan, you can go ahead and use the grass-fed butter. Otherwise, I do recommend this Earth's Balance, and it is the soy-free. All right. So we are almost at 2 minutes. I can't even believe it. We did 3 meals, 2 tablespoons of this butter. All right. And then heat it. And go ahead and take a whisk and just whisk it all in, okay? So you're gonna whisk it, it's gonna melt, and your cheese sauce looks like this. How fantastic. So what you're gonna need to do is you're gonna need to taste it, okay? Butternut squash does naturally have a sweet, a nice sweet flavor to it. So I want you to be mindful that it's not gonna taste exactly like, you know, mac and cheese from a box, but add a little bit more nutritional yeast if you need it, and you might. You can also add a little bit of Dijon, okay? And if there's not enough garlic flavor for you, go ahead and do some fresh garlic. I just use garlic powder for ease, but you can absolutely, you know, crush some garlic in there. So, and then what I would do I have my noodles here. I would just toss it, and then you can even bake it for a little bit. So that is a wonderful alternative to traditional mac and cheese and, you know, hiding your veggies. I hope this was incredibly helpful for everybody. I will absolutely provide these recipes. They're easy to make, and like I said, you can make them ahead of time, and you don't even have to worry about the stress on the day of, which is so great. Oh, I can't hear you, Kara.
It's because I was muted. I just thought it was really amazing that you did that in 30 minutes. It was so great. So thank you guys so much for watching. And now we're going to give away a vitamin D test. Now, Tanya, just so everyone, if they don't know who you are, can you please just briefly tell everybody who you are and what you do at Firefly so that they can kind of go, oh, yeah.
Yeah. So I am the nutritional therapist at Firefly, and I run the Metabolic Balance program. And that is the program that is based off of your personal blood work and your biochemistry. So, I really, there's a lot of things that I do. That is my main program, but, really digging into blood work is a special area of expertise for me. So that's why I'm giving away a vitamin D test, because immune health is uber important right now. And especially with the global pandemic, there's really good links to and lots of research showing that when your vitamin D levels are optimal, you can fight off flus and COVID better than those who have suboptimal levels.
That's really important information. And I just got my vitamin D tested, so I'm waiting to see what the results are for me. So yeah, absolutely. So we're going to give away this vitamin D test, guys. There's a $75 value, and we have some Burt's Bees Bath and Body stuff. So we're going to pull the winner here. Anybody who's in the comments or live right now, please comment enter to be entered into win that vitamin D test and the Burt's Bees Bath and Body set. The winner is Gina Mecki. I hope I said your last name right, Gina. Congratulations. Contact us at Firefly or drop by if you're going to today to pick up your physical door prize. And thank you so much, Tanya, for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Have a great day. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, Tanya. Bye. Yay. All right, everyone. Our next speaker today. Who do we have? April Johnson. What is functional medicine? So I'm going to bring April on, and we have a fun Q&A. So if you guys have any questions, this is a time for you to ask questions throughout this interview, and let us know if we have anything that we can answer for you after the live stream. We want to make sure that April can answer those with a free consultation with her today. And April, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Good.
Thank you so much for coming on. So everybody, this is April Johnson. She is our functional nutritionist. And I want April to just kind of tell us about how you got into the wellness gig. What brought you into this journey? Because there's so many stories everyone's brought into it from a different waypoint.
Yes. My own personal journey. And I'm sure a lot of women can identify with what I'm about to share. Growing up as a child, I lived off of the standard American diet, but, I was able to eat anything and not, gain any weight until I got to an age where I had my first child. I gained a lot of weight with my first child. I actually gained 60 pounds with her. And I was a little naive at the time, thinking that I was just going to lose that weight after I had my child, and it didn't happen. And what started was a very unhealthy relationship with food. I became a yo-yo dieter. probably for 8 or 9 years, honestly. I would lose the weight, gain the weight, lose the weight, gain the weight. I know there's a lot of women who identify with this. Very frustrating for me. And like I said, it was very unhealthy. And then, one day out of the blue, I don't even remember what started it, but me and my husband, I guess, got a little curious about our food industry. And we watched Food Inc. I don't know if you've seen that one, Kara. I know a lot of people have. Yes. It's actually the one that I recommend to anybody who wants to start their journey when it comes to the food industry. But after learning about the way animals were raised and the way our crops are, GMO and sprayed and all of the processed food, like I realized like a light bulb went off, like, oh my gosh, I was like, not taking care of myself. I wasn't eating right. And, at the time, even like I was having symptoms, like I didn't realize it then, but I was having leaky gut, inflammation, thyroid issues, hormonal issues. I just didn't know it at the time. I just thought it was all kind of normal things. And when we learned about the food and we started making those changes in our kitchen, when we realized we did a pantry cleanse and 90% of our food was not edible, that's like, holy crap, you know what I mean? And I had to learn how to make food. I mean, I had to learn how to make meals. Like I was not a cook. You had to come from a box for me. That's how it was. But like after learning that, we just started making changes. We started shopping locally and we started a garden and we started canning and preserving. And as we were making all of these changes to the food and I was eating healthy, nutritious food in my body, I lost weight. My health issues improved, like all of them. And I was like, you know what, there is something really, I'm onto something here with this. And the more that I dived into health and wellness, the more I realized that there are a lot of people who were just like me, who just didn't know what I know now, that are struggling with their health and they really, really, really need help. And yeah, and so that my journey from the health and wellness from that, it was about, 6 or 7 years. And then I stumbled into health coaching and that was like, that is what I want to do. And I made that decision and now I am a health coach because of that.
I sighed like really big when you were like, if you only knew what I knew now. I feel like that all the time as a holistic practitioner, we feel like that. And it's like one of those things like, yeah, everything, if you're eating everything that's not real food and you don't know how to do anything different, it becomes normal. It's almost like normal to be in pain. It's normal to be overweight. It's normal to have energy issues, to have sleep issues. It becomes normal. And that's just the way life is. It doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be. And yeah, exactly. I thought that was just normal stuff.
Or it's in my genes, or I got it because my mom or my dad.
Yes.
That's such a lie. Like
It is a lie.
Genetic, but not most of it can be altered.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes.
Yeah.
Agree.
I love to watch a health coach or any health practitioner that has really walked the talk, because that's why you feel even more passionate about it, because it has worked for you. Mm-hmm. And it's not just some product that you jumped on board on something like, oh yeah, this fixed me. Like it's not like that, especially with what you're going to talk about, which is my next question. All these pieces of the puzzle, because not one size fits all, one food or one exercise routine or whatever. So tell us about what exactly is functional medicine.
I'd love to talk about this. And I do get asked this question a lot because a lot of people don't know what it is. So I like to explain it like this. Our conventional healthcare versus functional medicine, and just put them kind of side by side. For example, a woman who is dealing with thyroid issues, she'll go to her conventional doctor and she'll get lab work done. And they're like, oh, you have, looks like you have what could be hypothyroidism. So they give her a diagnosis for her symptoms, and then they refer her to a specialist like an endocrinologist. And most likely what that endocrinologist is going to do is going to, give them some medication and maybe tweak some other things. When it comes to functional medicine, when someone would come to me, say they have a thyroid issue, it's going to be so much more than just doing that medication. Of course, the medication is important for someone who is dealing with severe hypothyroidism, give them instant, relief from their symptoms. But it's really about diving into the root cause of why the thyroid is not working properly. That's the piece that's missing. It's the why. And a lot of what it could be gut related, food related, inflammation, stress, nutrient deficiencies. Does this woman have joy in her life? You know, these are all the things that functional medicine looks at. So instead of breaking a person up into pieces and then treating that symptom, we're looking at the whole body because everything is interconnected. And so that is the difference between our conventional medicine versus functional medicine. So like I said, it's really identifying a root cause for that person, and it's never going to be the same for everybody. Healthcare is not a one-size-fits-all approach. It shouldn't be looked at like that either. It's very individualized. And that's another thing about functional medicine that I absolutely love is that, you know, it's not the same. How you work with people is not the same. You know, what works for this person may not work for this person here. So yes, it's very individualized. Can't hear you.
Thank you. Another thing that you have to do then as a practitioner is if you're looking up all those pieces and seeing how they fit together is you really have to show up for your clients, for your patients.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things that I think is so amazing about what you do is that you are fully present. You are really, you can't, when I'm a client sitting with you, I can't deny, like, this person cares about me. I'm not just a number, like, to get through and get done or just give the blood work and go away. Like, you're actually going to help me solve the problem. And I think for me, that's such a healing journey because for many years of my life, I went through trying to figure out what the answers were. And I felt like I had to figure it out myself because a lot of times I just got brushed aside or treated like a number. And so that part of feeling heard and having a practitioner really spend time with you when I first met my health coach was a game changer for me. So I just want to thank you for that's what part of what you do, and just let everyone else that recognize if you've experienced that, if you haven't got answers, this healing thing can happen when you finally sit down with a functional coach like you. So awesome.
Thank you.
Yeah. I want to ask the difference between health coaching and functional medicine. So what is the difference between the two?
Well, it's not necessarily a difference. It's health coaching, but using functional medicine into it. So just health coaching would be for someone who maybe just wants to make some very small food changes, like go gluten-free and they need a little support, meal planning. Maybe they want to do some type of exercise. But they need like education, support, and accountability. But with the functional medicine aspect that I bring to the table, it's really helping someone get to that root cause. It's going to go much deeper into their health. So someone is coming to me with some major GI issues. We're going to figure out what's going on there. Like, is it food related? Do you have leaky gut? So we're going to make some changes at that functional level versus just the health coaching. But it's still incorporating health coaching. You're still working with me one-on-one. We have that, nice 90-minute deep dive with me, and then, sessions as needed to keep working at, addressing those root causes so that you start to love life again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's a lot of people that have gone to school online or they've gotten a health coach certification, or you hear it every time. And some people associate health coaching with someone who works at the gym that helps you with exercise.
Yeah.
So I wanted to differentiate because there's a lot of that title out there, and there are health coaches that start you at the beginning, like you said, like, I just need to have accountability for changing things, and where do I start? Versus I have a specific issue, and you go into both. So you do both, but the functional medicine is really getting in there and doing a deeper dive instead of just starting at the beginning. Correct.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. So, I mean, tell me about the training that's involved in that, because I know Institute for Integrative Nutrition is part of your training, and a lot of people start there with health coaching, but then they go further. So tell me about what your training looked like.
I did start at IIN, and I'm pretty sure, I know with my school alone, but I'm pretty sure with most of the other ones, they probably do want you to have at least health coaching experience or knowledge or some type of medical knowledge, practitioner or something like that before you can further into functional medicine. But the school that I went to, I've been in it for 2 years, and it's a very in detail, it's very in-depth education. It's going to go through everything about the interconnectedness of the body and connecting those pieces together and finding root causes. So we're going to talk a lot about diseases. We're going to talk a lot about nutrition. We're going to talk about supplements if needed, because supplements sometimes are needed. Lab work and puzzle piecing. So I actually have cases that I do my own puzzle piecing on. And then the teacher will go over it when everyone is done, just to kind of, help guide you through it to see how, you looked at that case and like how you put those pieces together. But it also includes lots of open coaching calls. The coaching calls are really, really great because that's a live case. Like you're actually doing a case on your own and live in front of you. So it's really great. But yeah, so it's a very thorough, very detailed, teaches you everything, like I said, you need to know about the body and the interconnectedness. And it does touch over like your thyroid and your hormones and your GI issues. I mean, it covers everything. It's a really great, rich program. Absolutely love it.
And you're working with doctors too. So you don't diagnose, you don't treat, but you're working hand in hand with doctors who can work with you. They can order blood work, or Tanya, our nutritional therapist, can order blood work, and you work with that. And like you help people because the doctor only has 15 minutes to spend with people usually.
Exactly.
So you kind of go in deeper with everybody with your training.
Yes,
correct?
Exactly. Correct.
So tell me about what type of conditions can be helped and what things that you normally see that you're working with clients.
So the most common, honestly, is thyroid and gut. I work with ladies who have those two biggest chief complaints, along with, low energy, which is associated with the thyroid and of course some other things. But as far as a functional medicine health coach, I can pretty much, work with any person. But I will say that, the gut is pretty much like the big piece. I mean, it really, everything does start here. It is in the center of our body. Most of our immune system is here. Thyroid function happens here. Hormones are there, so a lot of times when people come to me, they're dealing with some GI issues that need to be addressed. And so, those are some of the situations that I deal with.
When I was on my health journey, I always felt that some of my GI issues were just so common. They had been there for such a long time. I didn't actually recognize that they were a problem. Yeah. And so I'm wondering if people are having like symptoms like issues with energy or issues with hormones or, heavy menstrual cycles or pain or fatigue. All those things kind of can point to, hormone imbalances or thyroid or all these things you would put together. Headaches. I feel like there's so many symptoms that people go, well, this is louder than the GI. I didn't really have issues with GI. So I'm curious if there's any other symptoms that maybe come up that are related to gut that might be a red flag for people to go, maybe I do have gut issues. Maybe I do need to see April and see that this could be related to that. So headaches, pain.
Yeah, headaches. I mean, there's so many to cover. I mean, honestly, this is something that because I experienced this when it came to the GI. And a lot of people, including myself, thought that it was normal to have bowel movements like maybe once or twice a week. And I do really want to point that out, that it is not, because I thought that was normal. And because I have clients that come to me and tell me, and then they look at me like, are you for real? Like, so they never thought they had GI issues. But they do, because normally you go at least once a day, at least once to 3 times a day. And so that's a really important piece for people to understand, that you may not have like, all these gut issues that you think are normal. But if that is something that you are having on a recurring basis, then yes, you are having some GI issues.
Yeah. Or if you're going too often.
Yeah. And that's another one too. Exactly.
So I want to tell you something real quick. I went to my primary care physician years ago and asked that question. And as I've kind of was in this realm, I was like, but you should be going every day. And I knew that. And I thought, I wonder what he's going to say. And he told me, well, some people, their normal is once every day. Sometimes it's once every 3 days. Sometimes it's once every other week.
What?
And I thought, what? That cannot be healthy. And I said, well, where did you get those numbers? He's like, well, it's based on the total American, group. We basically, the whole population, we take on how often they go. And I'm going, but the general population of Americans, we're not healthy in our guts. So
No.
they're taking this. I thought it was really, really interesting, but that was normal according to my primary care physician. Amazing doctor all around. He's taught me a lot, but I was like, wow.
Wow.
So that's like that to me points out a big difference in illness, disease care versus this preventative functional medicine. Like it was a different train of thought there.
Yes.
I thought I just wanted to share that.
No, that's great to share that, because I mean,
Yeah.
I've heard the same thing too from my clients who, like, I would bring that up and they would be like, I don't have GI issues. What are you talking about? I'm like, well, so yeah, I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah. So what exactly happens when you're in a private session with you for a functional nutrition session? I know you do free consultations on the phone
Yes.
to make sure that you're a good fit. Tell me what that might look like and what kind of questions I could ask. And then if we move into a session with you, what would we do?
So the 15 minutes is really, I want to hear from you. I want to hear what is going on in your life and with your health. Like, what are your concerns? What maybe possibly you have tried that hasn't worked? And then from there, I can tell you if, I'll probably be able to tell for a good fit. But then I can definitely tell you more about how I can help you, where I would probably most likely start. And so if you'd be interested in that, I do actual health history consultation, which is a 90-minute deep dive with me. So there's a very extensive intake form. It's literally covering everything, not just what we eat, but also, the other aspects of health, because it's more than just what we eat, our mind, our body, and our spirit, all of it's all covered. So like I said, there's a very extensive intake form, symptom questionnaire as well, lab work if you can provide it as well. And you send that to me. And what I'll do is I'll take it and I'll start putting pieces together and start connecting them. And, when you sit down with me for that 90-minute, we're going to go through everything you sent me. And of course, I'm going to most likely put more things on that. I call it a map, on my map, to connect the pieces together. And, identifying the most possible root causes. Now, they're not going to be, the root causes, because when you work with me one-on-one, other things are going to show up. If you make changes to something else may show up, and we'll have to address that issue. So we do that 90-minute and we start identifying those root causes, and then we just put a plan together. It's always at the client's pace too. It's not my pace. So What is the client comfortable doing first? Is it going gluten-free? Great, let's start there. If that's all that person can handle at that time, then that's fine. If they're more gung-ho and they want to, do a lot more than that, then that's fine. But I want to really stress out that I don't set the pace. It's always the client. I'm here as your guide. I'm here to educate, to support you, hold you accountable. Mostly I want you to be inspired as you make those changes and you start to feel better. That really just brings you, empowered. So that's how it is working with me.
It's really, really nice when you've actually walked this path, you've lost weight, or you've gained energy from doing this. Because I think some of the fears when I was joining in with working with a health coach or connecting was, I don't want them to judge me for the way I'm eating. Because I was a sugarholic, and I'm like, yeah, I ate 2 boxes of fruit roll-ups like in one sitting. Like there's like a lot of shame related to food and weight, or whether you're too thin or too heavy, or you have an issue with food or eating, or you just even this ignorance, like I don't know what to do, maybe I should know. And I love that what you do is so non-judgmental, and meeting someone where they're at, they don't need to change anything that they don't want to. It's just educating them and trying to help them figure out what they're ready for. And exactly. I think that's the most healing type of connection, because I think when we go to a mainstream doctor, we're going for them to tell us what to do. And we're so used to that dynamic. But when we're going to a health coach or a functional medicine nutritionist, they're going to really help you with what you're ready to be helped. It's more of a collaboration. It's more of a partnership in your health, instead of you need to do these things because this is what you need to do. And the doctor's like, told me I got to do this. I got to, work on my cholesterol. It's like it's a totally different paradigm.
Totally different. And, I think when people make the decision to make even whatever small change that they can do, whatever, it doesn't matter, but they start to notice how better they're feeling, I mean, that's the best part. I mean, I remember on my own journey, I was like, wow. So just changing, you know, my food from here to here, I was able to lose weight and I felt so much better that I never went back to that way of eating ever again. And I could never imagine doing it. I mean, I felt very empowered that, you know, I made those choices. I stuck to that. And, you know, I felt 100 times better. So I just wanted to throw that in there.
I love you so much, April. I'm so glad you're with us.
I'm so happy I'm here too.
Yeah. So if anyone wants us to meet with her today, call Emily at the office at 814-9136. She can do free consult with you today. And I have a question. Now mycotoxicity, so if you have issues with mold or anything in your house or your home, now when you're working with that, I just have a side question for you, April. Now, Tanya would do blood tests for that, and then you would work privately with the client to figure out what those tests are and do some lifestyle changes in food and supplementation to work with that.
I have actually not worked with somebody with that.
Okay.
Yeah, but what you did share does sound like pretty much what I would probably do. But I have never actually worked with somebody that had those specific conditions or issues.
Cool. And if we would find someone else we could refer out. And again, and that's one of the things about the best thing with a free consult is if you feel like you can chat a little bit and get to know that person, if it's going to work, and if not, we can refer you out to someone else. And again, you guys, that is the best thing about all the practitioners that I personally choose to hire here at Firefly is really integrity and professionalism and ethical professionalism in general is like really top on our when we're looking for a practitioner, because if you go to someone and they pretend that they know and they don't really know, and there's a lot of stuff that comes up with anyone in a healthcare setting where you feel that you've failed somebody, and if you don't know the answers, and I promise you, our practitioners, if they do not know, they will refer out to someone else. It's really important that if that happens to you anywhere else and you kind of get the sense that your practitioner isn't being honest with you, just seek counsel with that. The prices, Gina, of a session, please contact Emily again directly and see if you want to set up a consultation with her. She actually absolutely has openings today. So yes. And I'm going to pull your door prize now.
Oh, okay.
And for everybody, the door prize that we have for April is a eucalyptus roll-on essential oil with aromatherapy jewelry.
Nice.
Yeah. This aromatherapy jewelry is actually adorable. It's these little, I don't know if my camera will show it up close, if it will be. Look at this. I don't know if you can see it. They're these little dove earrings. So these little balls they're lava stones. So you can put any essential oil you'd like on it. And then you can, have the benefits of aromatherapy throughout your day. So there's earrings there. And there's also a necklace too. And then we have a roll-on eucalyptus.
I love eucalyptus.
So if you want to enter to win that, comment in the chat box now, say enter. And I'm going to do a random number generator here. And I'll give you guys a couple minutes to type. And then we'll pull the winner. And the winner is Becky Hunter. Thank you so
And
much for joining us,
congratulations.
Becky. If you want to get your door prize, just give us a call and set up a time to come pick it up either today or sometime by the end of November. And thank you so much for joining us today, April.
It was so good to be here. I had so much fun
Yes.
talking with you.
Yes, and guys, remember, there's only a couple more sessions left. Tanya is completely booked today for the free consults for nutritional wellness coaching, but April has some openings, so give us a call today. Right now, Emily's at the phone. If you get the voicemail, please leave a message so that in case she's on the other line, and then she can get you hooked up. Bye, April.
Bye.
Who's next? So we're going to talk about chakras, everybody, with Connie here in a little bit. I'm going to attempt to do our screen share one more time with our video. We didn't have any sound before, so we're going to try it and see if it will work. I'll share a little bit about a program that actually is April's going through and all of our practitioners currently for launching in the new year. And I'm going to share that if my screen will let me share today. I'm hoping it will. This is where I need your help, everybody. Because StreamYard has given me some directions on how to help that you can, when I do screen share and share a video, the last time I did it, it didn't have any sound. So I followed their steps online to see if this will work. If it does, I would love to have you just comment right away. If you cannot hear anything and it's not working, please let me know. If you can, please let me know, and then we'll say, yay, it's working this time. So here we go. We're going to share our screen. We'll see what happens. Let me know if you can hear the sound. They told me that I would have to, I'll wait for the comments. Can you hear the sound for this, guys? Yes! Fantastic! Hi, I am Kara, and I'm the creator of the Mind Body Detox program. My hopes are this program comes into your life at exactly the same time that it came into mine, when I was really ready for change and eager to initiate lasting transformation in my life. This program was not created overnight. Its principles are thousands of years old and integrate the wisdom of healing traditions across the world with modern tools for health and healing. And adding these tools into your life, no matter where you are at on your journey, is our mission. You may be called to this program out of curiosity, intuition, logical reasoning for the need to change, or out of a deep emotional discontentment with your world and the world around you. You may already know symptoms that you are experiencing that you would like to eliminate from your life, but you may not know how or where to start. You may have already completed numerous tests, treatments, doctor's visits, still with little results or answers. Or you may just feel really connected to your healing journey and are seeking a community in which to connect with for validation, accountability, support, and camaraderie. No matter where you are on this journey, we start with selecting just one thing that we would like to weed out from our lives. It could be anything from physical symptoms like weight or low energy levels, pain, sleep issues, skin ailments, or digestive complaints, just to name a few. And you could also be dealing with mental toxins such as negativity, procrastination, low self-esteem or self-sabotage, or the inability to speak up or say no, or dealing with your personal fears as your mental blocks. And your toxin could also be spiritual, such as lack of purpose, or feeling lost or disconnected spiritually, discontent, or even just lack of trust or faith. You could also be a highly sensitive person and have sensory overload, but don't where you are at, and to guide you in the direction of integration. Integration with yourself, your body, your spirit, and connecting with tools that you can use for the rest of your lifetime. Tools that deepen with their use, and tools that can direct you to reach the causes for long-term ailments, whether physically, emotionally, or spiritually. During this interview, we will examine your toxin, how it may intertwine with your physical, emotional, and spiritual patterns, and provide tools to excavate and reprogram the foundation on which that pattern was built. The tools in the full Mind Body Detox program are customizable, and you may add tools that feel comfortable with where you're at. And keep in mind, this program will give you a taste of some of the tools that are included in the full Mind Body Detox program. So for the intro, we will include affirmations, journal prompts, or other mindset retraining techniques. And for the full program, we incorporate physical exercises, self-massage techniques, and stretching. We incorporate food and recipes. And if you're working with one of our Mind Body Detox coaches, we have herbs or essential oils, supplements, physical therapy, or body work customized to your needs. And for the spirit and emotional tools, we use color and sound therapy, as well as music, aromatherapy, dream journaling, meditation or prayer, or any other spiritual exercise that works with you depending on your personal religion or spirituality. Entering this program with an open heart and a curious mind is the best way to start, as we explore concepts of healing traditions, both old and new, with the intention of empowering you to find how deeply you are interconnected via your mind, body, and spirit. And you know yourself and your body better than anyone else. If during any point of this program you find a tool or technique that does not fit with your path, experiment with a new one. And if you're feeling stuck, reach out for help. And lastly, thank you for embarking on this journey. And keep in mind that your choice in doing so can have an amazing ripple effect. As you truly begin to change your patterns, you begin to change yourself. And as you change yourself, your life will begin to transform. And as your life transforms, you can begin to more impactfully change and improve the world around you. And again, when many of us do this together, we can truly impact and change the world. So let's get started. All right, guys. So that's what we've been brewing up here at Firefly Hollow. We've had that program since 2014, Mind Body Detox in person. If you guys are in the chat, I know some of you have been through the program. Please comment and share your experiences. But I wanted to share that because that's what we've been working with during the COVID shutdown. We've been working on getting that program online. So the video you just watched is just an intro video for those who are joining the program, and it's that first day of the first week that program runs. So we're actually taking testers. Right now, we're using all of our practitioners to go through the online program and the protocols to test it for any bugs. And then we're going to launch it in 2021 to the public. If you would like to be a Mind Body Detox beta tester for the clients, you guys, please call us. I want to set up a consultation with you to see what your call is towards that program. And you're thinking about all the lectures we've had so far. With Taylor, she works with all that holistic model of thinking where we're talking about color, we're talking about emotions, we're talking about the physical body structure with the method she works with, Peter Egoscue's method of healing. And then we're looking with journal exercises and looking at chakras, which we're going to talk about next here with Connie Proctor. We're looking at food. So all the things that we do here at Firefly combined together into one program to really root out the things in your life that are holding you back. And they could be emotional things, they could be physical things, but it's really getting to the root of the cause of what's going on. So if you're interested in that program and you want to test it, please give us a call, and Emily will put you on my list, and I will reach out to you directly. And if you have any questions as well, I'd be happy to answer them. But I wanted to put that before what we're going to talk about next with our newest integrative energy healer practitioner, Connie. And she's been busy all day doing services over there, so she's taking a break to come join us. And we're going to be talking about chakras.
Hi, Kara. How are you?
I'm doing good. Do you have earbuds in?
I don't.
Okay. I'm going to see if Emily can run over here real quick and get some earbuds, because it's going to echo the whole time. And I apologize. I just want to make sure everyone can hear clearly. But in the meantime, I'm going to have you get up and go tell her. I'm going to mute the mic, and then I'm going to talk about something until you get it squared away. I just want to make sure you guys can hear it, because we're going to be talking back and forth. And we're going to be sharing about our experiences with this term. You might have heard this in a yoga class if you've heard the word chakra. And even if you thought this is a little weird, that's talking about my chakras being open or closed. Any questions you have regarding chakras, please put them in the chat box. I think that if you are a holistic practitioner who is, for myself, I'm talking about myself here, I am one to not take offense to any weird questions. I think it's absolutely, I'm going to take you out here, Emily. It's absolutely a matter of being able to take a joke, because honestly, there is a lot of things out there that I see a lot of memes and really funny videos and songs about chakras. If you guys ever listened to the ultra spiritual JP Spears on YouTube, if you cannot take a joke when it comes to talking about energy medicine or the topic that I'm going to talk about next, which is mediumship, you're taking your life too seriously. Yes, what we do here at Firefly when we're working with energy medicine, we're working with afterlife communication, we take very seriously, and we hold great reverence around your service. But at the same time, some of the things we do, we're quite aware are a little bit out there for certain people. So that's why we want to open up conversations. We want to ground these topics and really relay them to you in a way that you can understand, because there is a language, there is a lingo. If you get involved in some of these spiritual circles, there are some words they use that might seem a little strange, like a little cultish, to be honest, and I'm being quite frank about that. So I'd love to share my experience with chakras and that whole energy system, and we're going to also hear from Connie. And I know Connie has been trained in Reiki. She has been doing shamanic energy healing training. She can talk a little bit more about that. She is a health coach. So she does health coaching intakes for our clients at Firefly. This is when you're new to your health journey and you don't know where to start. And she's also offering Reiki and then our detox services of the ion cleanse, as well as the crystal detox. So those are the services she's currently offering right now at Firefly. So questions, let me know. Oh, April was on the chat. April's loving the Mind Body Detox program, by the way. So thank you so much for commenting about that, April. We're really glad you're in it right now. Let's see if you got the earbuds set up and if you're working, if it's working. Yes, no? Connie, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Do you have earbuds in?
I do.
All right. I don't think there's any echoing. So anybody in the chat, if you hear echoing, let us know so we can make sure we fix that, because we want to make sure you can hear, because we're going to be talking back and forth about chakras, or our title is Chakra Musings. So Connie, I introduced you, but I'd love to hear from your own words so you can share with everyone what you do in case I missed something.
Sure. So I do chakra balancing. I do chakra measuring with the use of pendulum. And what else? Reiki. The shamanic journey class. I've already gone through certain classes for that. It's still it's a very long process for shamanic healing. There's a lot of different levels that you have to go through. So I'm still basically a neophyte with that kind of thing. So I'm still a novice, still going through, but at least I can recognize what's going on in the person. I can feel all the different energy vortexes, basically, and I can see if there's hot, cold spots, something feels kind of out of whack, if the energy is maybe flowing a different way where it shouldn't be. If there's any kind of blockages, it'll just be pretty stale, just flat. And And yeah, usually I can tell with just a few minutes of just talking with the person which ones are actually blocked or they're having issues with.
So let's back up and ask. Let's back up and first tell everybody, because I want to act like everyone has no idea what chakras are. They have no
Okay.
experience. You're like, what is this? What are these loony girls talking about? So, what would you describe to someone what a chakra is?
So chakra is a point in the body, the meridians, in Oriental medicine, where the energy. Oh, I think I just lost my earbud. Where the energy is. It lines up with the same points with acupressure and acupuncture. But basically, it's ley lines in the body. It's lines in the body where energy is flowing and released, kind of like blood. You have veins. It's pretty much the same thing. But it's going to be in the energy body. It's going to be in the bioelectric field. And what happens is if you go through a lot of, it's actually linked to emotional problems, and also eventually those emotional type things, mental things as well, can actually start manifesting through to physical parts of the body that correspond with those different chakra areas, the different energy centers. And so what happens is once you end up getting a blockage, or you go through a traumatic state, or you go through a really tough time mentally or anything like that, if you don't get it resolved, and if you don't try to heal yourself through therapy or some other kind of means, then it'll actually start as disease. It'll start going into your body and just kind of oozes down through into the physical. And then that's when we usually start seeing everybody with different ailments, whether it's stiffness or joint problems, lung issues, gallbladder, like April was talking about, the functional medicine, a lot of GI. Your GI health is related to your brain. I'm losing earbuds everywhere. If you end up having a really strong emotional reaction, or if you don't know how to release emotion, it will actually get stuck in your gut. And then you'll start having gut related issues. So taking care of our emotional and mental state is very important, because eventually it will start leading down to more physical type of disease.
So how can somebody, and we asked two questions so you can kind of lead one into the other. How does someone determine in their own self that they have symptoms today, that they may have an imbalance in one of their energy centers or one of their chakras? And how do you as a practitioner determine that? What's the symptoms that I can know as a client, and then you as a practitioner, when they come in, how do you tell?
Okay. So usually, so like I said, every single one is related to an issue of a body system. So when you have somebody who has either emotional silencing, where they can't speak, they feel very quiet, they feel very introverted, they don't know how to express themselves, that will be one surefire way that you know that has to do something with throat. They could be able to recognize that they start learning each of the different, where each one is located on the body, and see exactly maybe where ailments are taking place. So if somebody is having a lot of problems, either in the reproductive areas or in the belly area, then that would be your sacral chakra. So that would be something that your creativity is being inhibited, and also maybe some trauma has happened, and then eventually that will start going into your physical body. So mainly it's really just learning what each one is for. So your root, which will be at the very bottom, so that would be with your stability, and that would be any kind of finances, and it really has to do with more your physical state of being here in the world. So everything about career and school, even anything like that, and just having stability and strong roots. So think like our bodies, we're very linked to, everything is very interconnected. So think of your body as like a tree, and so everything from the root, it's going to flow on down like roots of a tree. So if you're root is not stable, if your roots are not stable at all, and you have any kind of, especially like this year has been really crazy. So for everybody, our root chakra probably is very imbalanced or blocked.
Yeah,
So,
we don't feel safe in the physical world. We don't
Right.
feel connected to our tribe, to our people. That's so root centered, and we fear for our own survival. Those are all
Right.
imbalances in that space, for sure.
Right,
So if
exactly.
you guys can relate to that, which I think all of you can. So go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So just knowing a little bit of background, and it's also where coaching comes into play as well. I know how to listen. So just by sitting there and just being a listener, pretty much I can tell what's going on with the physical body, with the chakras, because of what's going on with the physical body, and then the emotional body, and how their walk basically is either stunted, or they're not able to have good flow communicating, or have any kind of insight. Usually if they're too grounded into the physical and they have no kind of spiritual or connectedness, even if they feel disconnected from people, disconnected from animals, from nature, any of that kind of thing, those will all be related to the upper chakras too. So again, it really just comes into just knowing which one is associated with which body system, and then by knowing which what the problem is, each individual issue that they're having specifically. So really it's just about talking and just listening.
You guys can learn all that stuff by looking up things online, but just so you know, there's a lot of information out there. There are some books that I highly recommend that anybody and everybody can write a book on chakras, and there's so much information. There's stuff on Pinterest. So all of it's very general, but if you want to dive really deep, you want to go Eastern Body, Western Mind. That's a really, really, really in-depth book that I really highly recommend to everyone. And if you want something simple, Wheels of Life is a very, very good book as well. If you want to have someone tell you instead of reading a book, because a lot of us are like, I don't have time for that. Can you just tell me? Come and get a session with Connie. What she'll do is she will measure those points with a pendulum so that you can as objectively as possible see how big in diameter your energy centers are spinning, where they might be spinning clockwise or counterclockwise, in oblong or different directions. That can absolutely signify an imbalance. And then she can tell by the way you move, the way you talk, your physical, as she said, physical symptoms that are going on in the body. You're clairsentient, meaning you feel emotions in people, so you can feel that in your own body. That's how you pick up information. Correct, Connie?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's basically if you want someone to kind of give you the cliff notes. A chakra balancing session is really good for that, because the paper we actually give you on the back has some basic information on chakras, the physical nerve bundle, so the physical anatomy that it actually associates with. And there's a lot of studies that the more nerve bundles we have along the spinal column, that's where these chakras are located at, and that's where we feel them. So if you've ever had a gut feeling, something doesn't feel right, please know that the solar plexus area of your stomach has the most nerve endings in the body. So of course, when it's overactive or it's activated, you're going to feel something going on there electrically. Those are symptoms that pump someone. You all have felt a chakra. You've felt it. You've experienced this. So that's a really good thing I suggest. If you don't want to take the time to learn about it, or if you're learning about it, you feel like you're a novice, I need to know a little bit more, getting a session with one of us or Connie is really, really helpful for that. And the Mind Body Detox program, we go through in-depth 8 weeks of looking at your energy bodies, how it relates to your physical, emotional body, and all that stuff. And Jenny here on the chat says she had seen you last week. She said she is someone she connected with, not knowing her, and she would highly recommend you. So Connie's
Thank you so much, Jenny.
like super nurturing. So I highly recommend seeing Connie.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask if you guys have any questions about anything we said here. We probably have a couple more minutes to take a few questions about the energy centers in general. But anyway, Connie, tell me about I'll do a little raw question here. One of the chakras that you feel the most called to working with right now.
Me.
And what it represents. And what symptoms someone might have if they have something going on with it. We already said the root, though.
The root, right. I would say probably the sacral.
So that's
The
located
sacral chakra is right above the root. So it's going to be right at your belly button. That one has to do with your creative fire. It has to do with being able to feel good in your skin, being able to feel your feminine energy. If you're masculine, it'll be your masculine energy. It also has to do on a physical front. If you have any kind of feminine issues, if you have any kind of GI issues as well. And it's usually linked to kidneys and gallbladder and things like that as well. So any kind of trauma too, so any kind of sexual trauma, any kind of reproductive problems, all that trauma just kind of stays in that one area. And you'll actually start coming down with lower back issues and liver problems, things like that. So I've seen a lot of people lately, a lot of women lately, that they're really having problems and struggling with that area. I think some of it has to do, it could be their personal lives as well, just their personal experiences, but I think a lot of it also has to do with the repressed feminine nature that we don't even realize that's really kind of happened, that people don't really talk. They're starting to talk about it now, but it's still kind of taboo, I think, in mainstream. But I think a lot of it has to do with that, is not being able to fully express themselves as a female and to be able to stand tall in their power and everything that they do, everything they love, everything they know, and be able to and just stand and be able to get rid and release a lot of negative things. Nobody really knows how to. Everybody knows they're kind of messed up, but they don't really, with all the trauma, and they know to go to therapy. Mainstream, that's pretty much all there is. If you feel out of whack, then you go to the doctor or you go to see a therapist. That's it. But there's other things to do besides just those things, and that doesn't work for everybody. So I would say that was probably the biggest one that's really kind of stood out to me lately. Just not just for seeing clients, but also just from the collective, being able to see that's something that's definitely starting to be worked on as a collective. So it's very encouraging.
And I'm just going to reword what you said here for anyone who's like, what is she talking about? What does she mean, the collective? So of course, we as people, we as a global culture, we all go through things together. And of course, we're going through this COVID thing together. And those things represent deep psychological archetypes that we are connected to. And of course, if you want to get really nerdy in the psychology, look up, study Carl Jung, get into this stuff. There's so much information out there. But when we're working with, we see it as a theme in our culture, things coming up about sexual trauma, sex trafficking, women, the Me Too movement, when it comes to codependent relationships, being in toxic codependent relationships where you don't have good boundaries, not just intimately, but even just in friendships. That's a part of this expression. Having issues with fertility. We're having a lot of people having fertility issues, having imbalances in your hips, physical, the hip bones or your low back, your sacrum, having that, your bladder, those physical organs, small intestine being affected. But the collective consciousness, as Connie's saying, is we're kind of all going through these. They're being brought up at this time. They're on the news. They're being talked about. Sexuality and its expression. Like how many years ago was 50 Shades of Grey now the big thing? It's a different form or expression of our sexuality as a culture and as women that's being shown. It's being revealed. And so this represents a part of the body and a part of the psychology and the psyche of ourselves unconsciously as people. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic. I love it. I could talk to you for hours about it. It's fun.
Yeah, definitely.
So anyway, if you guys want to have a session with Connie or even a free consultation, she does 15-minute free consults because she is a health coach with us as well, to see if working with her would be beneficial, not even just with food, but with the energy medicine aspect of things. And of course, she also does our ion cleanse and our crystal mat sessions. So thank you guys.
Great.
And thank you, Connie. So do you know what we're giving away for you?
Yes. So we have a chakra balancing roll-on. And I think there was something else.
Yes.
Oh, the consultation and chakra balancing with me.
Yes. So a chakra balancing session with Connie is what we're giving away, as well as one of the Firefly Hollow signature roll-on blends, or a spray if you'd prefer the spray. So I already see people are popping in, and you guys know the drill now. So if you want to enter in to win the door prize, type in enter into the chat box right now, and I will put I'll give you guys a couple minutes here to get everyone in, and then I'll put however many have entered into the random number generator here over my phone, and then I'll tell you who won. So stick around. I'm gonna wait just a couple minutes and we will pick the winner. The winner is Heather Shepard. Congratulations, Heather. Thank you so much for joining us. And how to claim your door prize, give us a call and get yourself time to come pick it up, or you can pick it up today because we will be here today until 5 o'clock. Everybody, I'm going to take a 2-second break here just so I can get some water. And I'm going to be talking next about mediumship. So if you guys are here to watch that, I'm so excited to share with you some really awesome feedback and my experiences with that work. So I'll be right back. I'm going to get some water, and I'll see you in a jiffy. Hey, everybody. I'm really excited to share this topic. This is the time of year, actually, for a lot of people out there who are looking to connect with loved ones who have crossed over to have their own experiences. So we can talk a little bit about that here at the end. Please know that I am open for questions here. I am going to share a little bit about my story and about how I work and some myths, some common myths that we see when it comes to people on the outside looking in at people who do this professional work and what they think it really is. So first of all, we're going to have to define mediumship. Mediumship is someone who connects directly with souls or spirits who have crossed over the other side. It doesn't necessarily have to be just through people who've crossed over. Some mediums connect to what they call spirit guides. And I think when it comes to talking about the spirit world, we're really talking about concepts that are very nebulous. Because when a medium connects, depending on who they are and their personality and their training, they all may connect very differently. There are what we call physical mediumship, and then there's mental mediumship. And I practice primarily mental mediumship. And what that means is I use my senses to connect with the people who have crossed over. I'll kind of share a little bit about my story about how this happened, because I think it's really important to know, we'll go over when I talk about these myths, that it's not something that's that unique, that many people have this sensitivity, and that many people can also practice connecting with people who have crossed over. So for myself, growing up, I was always very sensitive to spirit, and I didn't know what that really was, other than when I was in my old house that I've lived in for 4 generations of my family. There was always a sense of people watching me when I was in a room by myself, always a sense or a presence of someone there nurturing, or it could be a matter of hearing a voice and then looking and there's no one there, seeing something out of the corner of my eye, looking, nothing was there. But me connecting with these things growing up. Some say playing with them. When I was in preschool, I actually had my preschool teacher had to connect with my mother, I think about a week after preschool, because I would play by myself. And I was playing with my friends. And again, these are friends that maybe didn't have physical form, because I didn't actually connect with the other students at that time. I was very much to myself, but I didn't feel lonely. So these are common stories that a lot of mediums have when they were growing up, that they've had connection with people who are not in the physical body, in the physical form. And I had all those markers growing up, but I didn't actually have any definition or word for what I did. And I didn't see it as something that was out of the ordinary. And it wasn't until I was a teenager that I got put on medication to kind of calm this down. I won't go into that long story about that, but when I was medicated for anxiety, depression, actually dampened my senses. I was unable to really connect at that time. When I turned 21, that's when, of course, you move out of the house, and my insurance ran out. I wasn't on my parents' insurance anymore, so I was no longer on my medication, and I started to sense and see spirit again. Little by little, I started to remember all of these experiences I had as a child, and one day it kind of came flooding in faster than I was really willing to have it happen. I was at a local restaurant with 2 of my friends, and luckily these 2 friends were very open-minded to this realm of the paranormal and some of the odd experiences that I was having. And we were actually at a restaurant, and the one friend said, "This is the day my mother died. This is the anniversary of the day she died." And right there before me, I saw in front of me a physical form of a woman that she looked like a stereotypical witch, really long, dark black hair, gothic looking, and I was really confused. And I said, "This is weird, but did your mom have black hair?" And so she said, "Yes." And then immediately it's almost like the floodgates opened, and I experienced an overwhelm of sensory information in my physical body. So feeling heaviness in my chest, feeling like I couldn't breathe, feeling like my heart was racing. I got mental images in my mind as well as external in front of me, visual cues that did not make any sense to me. And what I learned very quickly by explaining to my friends, thank goodness they were open to what was happening to me, was I'm seeing a picture of a rose and it's a tattoo. I don't know what this means. And then, of course, why would I see this out of nowhere? We weren't talking about tattoos. And she said, my mother's name was Rose and I have a tattoo of her on, my leg. So it was almost like I couldn't stop the communication. It's almost like you have 7 different people or phone lines yelling at you at once, from the sensory stimulus input of feeling in my body, sight, visual stimulation, auditory, hearing things. I was hearing Mariah Carey music, and then it turns out we were jumping to her sister who had also passed. So what I want people to understand is how this process actually works. And if anyone actually came to my class I had last fall, we went through a mediumship circle where we shared the process of what this looks like for me. And the best part about that class, if you were in it, I loved it so much. We actually did a reading for each of the people in the room. And I had everybody in the room use the similar techniques that I was using, that we taught them very briefly. And we all got information from every one of them, that proving my point that there's nothing special about being able to connect the other side. Everybody's more sensitive in a specific area. If you're very visual of a person, meaning you can walk into a room and you can see something's out of place, or colors or lights, or you're very sensitive in your eyes to them, you may be someone that would be more considered clairvoyant, meaning if you have vivid dreams or a vivid imagination visually. If I say picture a purple elephant and you picture it in your mind right there, that is your brain using the sense of sight internally to be able to give you cues on information. And that's just one of the ways that spirit, or the world of the non-physical, communicates, using symbols, using language such as hearing. You can hear direct people say their name, or you can hear a song, but sometimes it's not as clear as that. Some people who have crossed over maybe weren't the best communicators when they were in the physical form. Maybe they were shy, but they were the type of people that when they were upset, they were passive aggressive, and you can feel their emotions in the room. And that's the type of information that you might get from that person. So the different senses that I utilize, again, are visual, seeing people physically in front of me and in my mind's eye; emotional, so clairsentient, meaning feeling in my own body sensations and emotions, even physical pain at the time of death; as well as hearing, which would be clairaudience, so hearing things. I also smell, so if someone was a smoker, or if they had someone had really strong perfume, I'll be able to smell that. As well as the sense that's called claircognizance. This is one that's the hardest to really hone in as an intuitive, but it's just knowing. You don't have affirmation through your physical senses of what you've gotten as far as informationally, but you just know. And over time, for me, working with this, one day my psychic volume knob got turned up, and I'm with friends at a local restaurant, and I'm getting all of this information flooding in, and I had no idea what to do. Well, luckily at that time, if anyone has worked with my wonderful partner, Matt Suter, he himself also is a medium. And we both had met, and I knew that he was going to be at my house after this dinner date we were doing at this restaurant. So of course I rushed back to the house with my friends in tow, and we still had messages just coming in, and I didn't know how to stop them. And luckily he was here to help me. And I've worked with many mediums, professionals, mentors along the way to help hone this. And I've learned a lot of things. I've learned a lot of things about misunderstandings about this work, especially when we're seeing a lot of mediums on television. You have to remember, it's Hollywood. It's over dramatized. There are amazing things that happen that are real. And then there are amazing things that happen that maybe aren't so glorious. They're not as extreme of messages, and maybe they cut those scenes out. So the first myth I want to talk about really relates to the Hollywood psychics. There are, unfortunately, amazing and intuitive mediums that have had shows, and they've had to keep their ratings up, and they've had people that are involved with them do some things that aren't so professional or ethical in my book, and have maybe pulled information to really grandize their process. And then they've, of course, were called frauds. Now, don't get me wrong, there are absolutely people out there that are cold reading. So they get information, they ask leading questions. And if you've ever been to an intuitive that asks a lot of questions, that process can really, if you're skeptical like myself, can really bring up a lot of eyebrows and raise your eyebrows going, wait a minute, they're asking questions here. How are they getting that information instead of just inferring or reading your body language? So the type of mediumship that I practice because of that, because my most important thing that I want to do is give people proof for their own healing. Not anyone who's crossed over. Most everybody who's crossed over is fine. They're not having any pain. It's everyone in the physical that still needs some frame of reference for what to do now and some closure. So I like to identify the person. I don't like to ask names. And I like to, how my process is, we sit down and I will give a image of what I'm getting to be connecting with that person who's crossed over. What they look like. Are they male or female? How did they pass? Are there any hobbies that they liked? Any music that they like to share? Any phrases that they usually said to the child? If anybody out there who's watching currently and has had a session with me, intuitive or afterlife, I'd love to hear your feedback about this and share, because some of the things are very specific. And one of the things you can do if you believe the myth that all mediums are fakes, really good to be skeptical and curious when you're going to see a holistic, intuitive professional. Very important, because some of the best mediums I've ever met are very skeptical. And I am one of them. I'm very, very skeptical. And I think it's really important to have that discernment. Now, the difference between skepticism and coming into a session where you have a firm subconscious, if you're not aware of it consciously, belief that what someone does is baloney. That's different than skepticism. So if you come in, you have a firm belief this is not real, I don't believe it, you're going to more likely than not have not a good experience. Or even if information comes through that is very clear, it may not phase you at all. I had a recent paranormal investigation I did with a friend. We went to Booby's Brewery with one of the local paranormal investigation teams was there. And there was this wonderful guy that was really having a great time, but at the end he was really upset because he didn't have an experience. He was not what he calls skeptical. He said that he was skeptical, but the whole time I was looking at him, I'm thinking he's not skeptical. He is a firm believer that this is not real. And if you have that, your unconscious or your conscious mind is not going to allow any information for you to believe that it's true. You're going to write it off as something, oh, it could have been a coincidence, this, that. So there's a difference. So to clarify the myth that all mediums are fakes, that's absolutely not true. And I think that that's something that it's really, really hard because a medium's job is not to convince you that they're real. They're just supposed to be the messenger. And sometimes people will come to me and they have not gone through certain stages of grief. I say that there are 5 things that block a mediumship or an intuitive session, mostly for afterlife communication. Number 1 is the timing. If you've ever been scheduled with me and something happens where you have to reschedule, or there's no openings for 3 months, it's usually supposed to be that way. Sometimes I'll get someone on my schedule, I'll look at their name, and I just have a feeling I'm not supposed to see them right now. And something will happen that we'll have to reschedule, or something weird will happen with my family, or I get sick and we have to reschedule. So that has happened. And sometimes that is the number 1 thing. It's just not the right time for you to connect with the other side, even if you eagerly want to, because it just happened. And that's the hard part, of course, because we as humans go through these emotions that we want to solve and resolve quickly. And sometimes we seek out a medium to do that. I really require at least 1 month that person has passed before I will allow someone to schedule with me. Unfortunately, we had someone call about a couple years ago, and they were desperate. They wanted to speak to someone now. They had a boyfriend that had passed away 2 days prior. It is not right. It is not ethical or professional for any intuitive medium to connect when you've had that little time to process. So they hung up the phone. They said, well, I'm going to call someone else. And they said they found someone else up the street, and I hope the best for them, but it is not right from not just a psychological perspective, but from a healing process perspective to allow that type of thing to happen that short of notice. Another thing that can block mediumship is the practitioner. So you may have a practitioner that you don't necessarily connect with. You don't just get a good vibe with them. I mean, if you meet someone that's a stranger, maybe a neighbor or someone that you meet anywhere that you're like, I connect with them. I could talk to them. I felt a vibe with them. That's going to open up and create a clear channel for communication, more so than someone that you don't really care for, that something about them irks you. And it may not be that they're a bad person. It may just be that you just don't jive with who they are. The way they communicate doesn't really connect with your style of communication. So it's really important that you connect with that practitioner. Another thing that can block the mediumship process is the grieving process. It's really important to go through that process. There are different stages of grieving, and they don't all happen in the same timing and the same order as you may realize. And so working with a counselor, a grief counselor, is highly recommended. If you are out there and you are a psychotherapist and you specifically work with grieving clients, please give me a call. I always am looking for more people to refer out to. Most of the time when someone calls, if I get a sense that they're not ready to get a reading yet, I usually will refer them to someone locally. And I'm so grateful for those out there. There are so many amazing articles, more studies from psychologists and people in the mental health realm looking at the process of mediumship and the extraordinary experience people have and how that helps with the healing process and sometimes gets people over this maybe being stuck in a certain phase of grief. So if you are a professional, please reach out to me. I would love to get your business card and connect so I can have someone else I can send clients to. And I base my clients' personalities on a personality of a practitioner that I'm looking for. I kind of try to link them up with what might have good chemistry. So by getting to know you a little bit, that helps me. So if you have not gone through that grieving process completely, that's okay. But if you're stuck and you're really, really anxious, you say, I have to meet with my loved one, my grandfather, my mother who's crossed over. I just can't get over that. Sometimes that grief can hold up as being called what I call the veil of grief, where I will get very clear information from that loved one, but it's not what you want to hear. Sometimes what you want to hear is that I wanted them to say they're sorry because they were an alcoholic or this or that. Sometimes you're processing not only your trauma, but maybe regrets or things that you feel guilty about, any unfinished business that you need to process through. And sometimes people are open to hearing that and it creates great healing and relief. But sometimes people are so tunnel visioned, this is what I want to hear when I'm going to see my practitioner or my coach, or sorry, my afterlife communication practitioner. Expectations is really, that leads into expectations. So really good example. So you ever see those shows where you have the medium that's like, and they wanted you to know that they know that you're going to be here because you had the heirloom necklace or the antique ring of your grandmother's that you brought with you and it's in your back pocket. Like, those are the things that are amazing when those happen. I love when those things happen in my sessions because I never know what to expect. And the information that comes through, again, is visual. I'm getting a visual of what the person looks like. I'm getting an energy signature of what they feel like. And energy signature basically means they feel like a quiet person. They feel like a loud person. They were more patient. I get a signature of what that feels like as a personality. And then I may get words. And again, if they're not a good communicator, when they were in the flesh, they may not use words to communicate. They may just show me images of them standing in the corner and their body language, what they look like, and show me images of what hobbies they were interested in. But if you're expecting that they're the person that you're going to talk to, and they're going to tell you that their favorite show was Howdy Doody, and that you have a pair of their socks. This is a really true story, actually. I had a client that brought a pair of socks from their loved one in their purse. And we got all these great connecting points that were very healing for the person. It was exactly what they needed to hear. And they were satisfied after their session. But then they said to me, you said everything I wanted to see. It was exactly who it was. You could have known these things. And these are people that did not give me their real name when they scheduled. And if you're skeptical, do that. When you're looking for a medium, don't give them your real name so they can't look you up. That way you can have more of an extraordinary experience, which will help you through your grieving process. But they were like, you did everything. It was so great. But you didn't tell me about the socks that I brought of theirs that's in my purse. So I want to ask you a question. If you don't have a physical body and you've crossed over and you're trying to connect with somebody that only gets bits and pieces of what you're saying through maybe a phrase, an image that you're sending, through telepathy. And you're kind of playing this game of spirit charades with this person and taking a lot of energy to do so. From the medium taking a lot of energy to connect, and the spirit taking a lot of energy to connect back. And you get everything that really is important to you to say through. But that person, the socks that are in the socks that are in the purse, if they aren't as important to that person's healing, are you going to waste your energy talking about the socks? No. So in some cases, absolutely, we've had amazing experiences with just random things, random jewelry, sneakers, this weird pewter heart-shaped box that has a blue detailed stuff that I'm like, oh, I don't know. And some of these things the clients didn't know either, which was really cool. But it's most important that you can't have expectations. It's going in watching a movie. So timing is really important when you go to see an afterlife communication practitioner or a medium. Choosing the practitioner you have a good chemistry with, making sure you've gone through that grieving process and reached out to someone professionally if you have not, and keeping your skepticism in check. Skepticism is very healthy, but being a non-believer is you're not going to have anything. You're going to go through that expectations of what the block is, that expecting something to be or to not to be. And that really messes up the process. I have another myth as well, that people think that mediums have a gift from God that they're born with. And I'm telling you that this is not the case. I frown upon people saying that there's something special about them because they're a medium and they've been born with this, and I am so special. I've had people call me, unfortunately, and just to schedule a massage and say, well, I'm a psychic medium and I'm just calling. So just so you know, we all have levels of our personal adult development that we have to go through, but we don't have to base ourselves and our identity off of being a medium or being intuitive. All of us are intuitive. We each have it to a certain degree. And it's really, you can absolutely train to become more proficient in it. But if you are meant to be a great pianist, you will be. If you're meant to just learn how to play Mary Had a Little Lamb, great. But we can all learn to play Mary Had a Little Lamb. We can all learn to connect with our loved ones in little, gentle, subtle ways. But we're not all gifted by God that we're born with this. It's not some special gift. We all have this connection. So I want to really make that clear, because I think a lot of what I call spiritual egotism gets involved in this. And sometimes it makes this whole profession look bad. And then you have people that are overcompensating and maybe pulling information. And then we have these myths of mediums being fake and not maybe practicing professionally or ethically. And then the last one I want to say, a myth, is mediums can prove there's an afterlife. This is going to get you thinking. So whenever I've talked to people who have crossed over, all of them describe what the afterlife looks like differently depending on their religious beliefs when they were here alive. And some people have not shared it at all, even if I ask. So proof that life lives on after we pass, yes. But can a medium prove that there is a heaven? I don't know. And I would say the answer is no at this current time, because I don't know any medium out there. I've read so many books, connected with a lot of different mentors and colleagues, that it seems to be dependent on the subjective experience of that spirit they're talking to, what they see or what they're experiencing on the other side. And maybe that's what it's meant to be. Maybe the afterlife or heaven is supposed to be what we want it to be. And maybe it doesn't look like pearly gates and clouds. So that's something that people say that they can prove, mediums can prove there's an afterlife. I don't think so. We can prove that energy lives on, because energy is neither created nor destroyed. It is a scientific law, fifth law of thermodynamics. Check me on that one, science nerds. But that's really important to remember. And I will share some more articles too, if you want to look into the awesome studies they're doing about extraordinary experiences in psychotherapy and how mediumship is helping get through the grieving process. It's really important. You're going to see more of this becoming mainstream as we have more psychotherapists and people validating this work, and you have more people practicing professionally and keeping some of the riffraff out of this professional line of work. How to choose a medium. I'm going to finalize my talk with this. Important thing to do is to ask for reviews from others. Ask for the reviews, ask for their feedback to know if that person is legit. Ask for their pricing. Every medium is different. Some people don't charge because they don't do it professionally, and that doesn't mean they're not good. It just means that they do other things with their mainstream career. And some mediums are really busy and they have very few openings, so they may charge more. So the pricing doesn't always matter about the quality of the work. That's why you ask for the reviews. But ask for the pricing, especially if you have a budget. Feel a connection with that person. If you're talking to them on the phone to see if it's a right fit to schedule with them, or if you see a video of them or look at their picture on their website, make sure there's a connection there. You don't need to tell them your name. You can give them a fake name if you need to. If you feel worried about that, make sure you can do that when you choose a medium. And if they say, no, you need to give me your first and last name, I'd be very skeptical. And when they do your reading, ask if they ask questions, like leading questions, or if they do more what's called evidential mediumship, where they don't necessarily ask leading questions like, is it your grandfather who has passed away? So what I do more so, and that's nothing wrong with that type of mediumship if they do ask questions, but if you're skeptical and you need a more extraordinary experience, work with more of an evidential medium. And so what I will do is I will close my eyes and I'll say, all I need you to do is say yes or no to make sure I'm on the right psychic radio station, so to speak. And then once you say yes, I know I got the person, this is what they look like, I'm getting a male, this age, this is how they died, and then we just go from there. And I don't look at you to get your body language. I don't want to see you because I don't want to get your visual cues to make me feel like, okay, I'm on the right track, that type of thing. And disclaimer, a medium is not a healthcare professional. They should never diagnose you. Even if they say they're a medical intuitive, they should never diagnose you. They should just give you information for educational purposes only. And that's it. So my door prize, guys, thank you guys for listening. I don't think I have time for questions, but thank you so much, Jenny, for sharing about your experience. I loved reading for you, and I know your friend who had passed. That was wonderful. Issues with energy blocks. So I'm going to ask this one. I'm going to answer this question for Agent Fox Scully. Nice name. I'm going to answer this because some people who do mediumship, they're strictly mediums. They work with people who have crossed over. I call myself an integrative intuitive because I am a massage therapist and energy worker. So I work with the physical body. I don't ever call myself a medical intuitive because that term gets people asking you questions like, do I have cancer? And no, you can't even ask that to a medical intuitive. And if anyone says that they have an answer for you, run for the hills because you can't diagnose. But what I do is I read energy. Energy is energy is energy. So energy blocks, someone who's crossed over, that has a signature, a pet who has crossed over. I don't call myself an animal communicator, so I don't primarily just work with pets, but I focus more on helping people get over what's blocking them in their lives. And sometimes that relates to someone who's crossed over and helping healing that connection. So when someone comes to see me for an afterlife session, if they don't need that for their healing, and we might get a little bit about grandma and grandpa, but most of it's about that person's physical health, their health with their family, their husband. What can you do to work with that? How can you go see a counselor? Or maybe you need body work. We work with that. And that's really the answer to your question is, do I help people overcome energetic blocks? Yes. I work primarily with people who are intuitive as well. A lot of people come to me who are highly sensitive. They don't know how to handle their sensitivity and they want to learn how to tone it down a little bit so they don't feel overwhelmed energetically. They don't feel drained. And people who label themselves empaths or highly sensitive people, I work with a lot of them and other intuitive professionals to help them hone in their gift. So answer that question. I hope that answered it for you. My next, I'm going to say one more thing. If you have any questions about anything else, please email us or call us because I'd love to answer more questions. I feel like there's more on this topic. But thank you guys for coming. I'm very excited to introduce our next speaker, but I'm going to first I'll draw the door prize winner. So if you want to be entered, got Gina already, say enter in the chat box, and we're giving away an intuitive consultation with me. So that's an hour consultation. And one of these crystal resin bowls, they're lotus flowers. So you can either choose the amethyst one or this is labradorite. And these are made by our office manager, Emily. She has an amazing business called Pepper's Creations. She makes custom resin pieces, coasters. These are jewelry trays. I use them for my vitamins in the morning. I stick them in here and they're just beautiful. And she makes keychains and all that stuff. So you get to pick one of these and an intuitive consultation with me. So hit enter, guys. I'm going to pull up my random number generator, and I'm going to choose the winner. Elena Koyman. Hey, girl, you're a winner. All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for staying on. And we're going to introduce our next speaker here, but I'm Elena Koyman. You're the winner. So to get your door prize, just give us a call, and we can set up that session with you, and you can come by and pick up your Lotus Bowl when you're ready for it. So thank you, guys. Our next speaker is our Continuing Education Director, Angie Wrightstone, and she is going to talk about the self-care for the digital age. And I feel like I need whatever wisdom she's going to share today, because I've been sitting in front of this computer all day hunched over. So I'm really excited to hear what she has to say. And then for Angie's door prize today, just so you guys are going to stick around, she's giving away a signature Firefly Hollow hot pack, a body balance session, and I'm hoping Angie will share with us a little bit about what that is, and a CBD muscle recovery lotion from Hempfield Botanicals. So that's what we're going to give away at the end of her talk here. Hello there, Angie.
Hi.
Thank you so much for being here.
Of course. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm glad to see you, and I'm glad you look like you're doing good. And I will just hop on about a minute before your time is done, just so you know that that's my cue.
Okay.
And take it away. I'm excited to hear about self-care for the digital age, because I think we all need it right now.
For sure. For sure. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, everybody. So my name is Angie, and I am going to share with you some really cool tips on how to into your everyday life, even if you're not stuck at a desk or a computer all day. However, I think since this pandemic has hit, a lot more people are working from home, and a lot more people are working longer hours from home because you don't have a commute anymore and you're kind of stuck. We get stuck at our desks and we forget that maybe 4 or 5 hours have gone by and we haven't gotten up to move. And then when we try to get up and move, we're in a lot of pain. So I'm here to kind of help you hopefully combat some of that and give you just a couple of little things that you can do. You certainly don't have to do all of the things that I'm going to show and demonstrate for you today, but maybe pick a couple of them that feel like they would be fun and you could incorporate them easily. So the biggest thing I want to talk about first is the fact that when you do sit at a desk and you are stuck there all day, it actually takes your body and puts it in a place for more injury. And the reason being is because we get stuck in certain positions. Think about your arms when you're typing. Your shoulders start to round forward. And so it's actually pulling your shoulder blades on the back of your body, kind of pulling them forward on the body, where we want them to be on the back of the body, which helps our posture. It helps us fight the negative effects of gravity and, just keeps us upright. So as we get older, we're not shrinking. So being in these stuck positions can cause us to be more prone to getting injuries as we get older. So this is why these little tips are so important. The research says that for every 30 minutes that you are sitting, you should get up and move for 5 minutes. So think about that. Write that down. For every 30 minutes that you are stuck in a seated position at your desk or at your computer, you need 5 minutes of some sort of mobility, motion, walking. It could be very simple. So some people set an alarm on their phone. If you have a watch, an Apple Watch or a Fitbit, you can set little alarms and reminders to tell you, like, it's time to get up, it's time to move. They'll vibrate very quietly, not disturb anybody around you. But it is important that you start to create some really good habits within your day. And it's not easy, because you do get stuck in projects or you get stuck on the phone. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what you can do in those cases too. So first of all, the biggest thing that I want to impress on you is your breathing. And if you're not finding yourself stopping and taking some deep breaths during the day, then we got to start there. So deep diaphragmatic breathing, which means belly breathing. We typically breathe in our culture very much in our chest. Whereas we breathe, we see our chest rise and fall. We're only using a very small portion of our lungs when we breathe that way. We're missing all the rest of our lungs in our body. So breathing from your belly, and when you inhale, you want the belly to actually grow. We don't want to suck it in. We want to push it out, right? Nobody can see you. You're at a desk, so it doesn't matter. So you want to inhale and expand. Feel your rib cage expand. I like to feel all 4 directions of my rib cage. So expansion in the front, expansion in the back, and on both sides of my rib cage. I want to feel everything expand and then relax and contract. If you can do that and feel that expansion, that belly button pushes away, then you know you're getting a deep diaphragmatic breath. So just for a moment, take a minute, inhale, exhale. When you exhale, that's when the belly relaxes. That's when the lungs, kind of come back into the body and recoil. We don't want that pulling in during the inhale. We want to inhale and expand and exhale and contract. So taking a few moments to take some nice, deep cleansing breaths. Even breathing in towards your low back and into the hips. If you put your mind to where the breath is, then you'll feel the breath in those areas. I know it might sound crazy, but you kind of want to be in your body in those places and feel that expansion. That will allow more oxygen to flow through the body, increasing your circulation. And we've heard today that circulation is really important to your muscles and to muscle tension. It helps to relieve it. So we want oxygen as much as possible. So deep breathing in. When you do this, I want you to sit on the edge of your chair. So I'm going to move back and I'm going to adjust my camera so you can see me. So I want you to be out on the edge of your chair. And as you're breathing, you're expanding the belly and relaxing. And then there's a second part to this. You can very easily from your chair in your office or where you're sitting now at your computer, back away so you have some space and just hang all the way down. Just hang down. I'm going to come back up so you can see me, but I want you to just hang forward for a moment and just let all your muscles relax. Let your arms relax, let your head, your neck, your chest, your shoulders, let everything hang. And breathe. Now practice that same diaphragmatic breathing. I know it might sound hard because you feel like you're in a collapsed position. So really work on the sides of the ribs and the back of the rib cage, inhaling and exhaling. And if you can stay there between 30 seconds, 45 seconds, 30 to 45 seconds, that's a good amount of time just to let that relax. If you want to stay for a whole minute and you got the time to do that, for sure, go for it, but at least 30 seconds. So that's the breathing aspect. The second thing that I want to talk about is sitting again on the edge of the chair and doing a nice chair stretch. So what you're going to do is take one leg, you're going to cross it up over the opposite knee. So now I'm kind of sitting in almost like a figure 4 position. And from here, I want you to keep your chest up and then just lean forward slightly. You may not have to even go that far. This is a deep hip stretch. If you deal with low back pain, anything that deals with sciatic, if you've been diagnosed with sciatica, piriformis syndrome, you've been told that you have really tight hips, this is the perfect stretch that you want to do. And you don't need any equipment. Just cross your ankle to your opposite knee and lean forward. Now, some of you might be able to go really far forward, and that's perfect. Some people might feel it with just the knee crossing. Perfect. Wherever you are is where you're at, right? That's our mindfulness. So be in this position, focus on your breathing because stretching only works when you breathe, and then just relax. So take a couple deep breaths, feel that hip, and you may find that you can move forward just maybe an inch, maybe a half inch. Let your body relax into it. And then, of course, you're going to want to switch to the other side and stretch forward. If you are someone who crosses your legs a lot, this is a really important stretch. Most likely, you probably cross the same leg every time you cross your legs. And what can happen over time is your hips end up becoming a little bit out of balance. So you get a little elevation. And when you're sitting, then you might even feel that one butt cheek is touching the chair more than the other. So I always check for some evenness there because we want to get that pelvis in a good position because that'll alleviate back pain. Cool. The next one is a chair squat. So in addition to you working out some of these muscles, breathing, stretching, relaxing, it's good to strengthen. So now we're going to get a little exercisey, right? So you want to know where your chair is. So you're at your desk and you're standing up. You're going to put your arms out and you're going to squat down till your butt touches the chair. You're not going to sit on it. You're going to squat down and tap the chair with your glutes and stand back up. So squat down, stand back up. I hope you're doing this with me at home because I feel stupid if I'm the only one doing it. So squat down and back up. So chair squats. I would do between 10 and 20 reps of this, maybe once every 2 hours. If you could do it once an hour, great. Stand up, you do 10 squats. Each hour of your day, you work 8 hours. That's 80 squats. So that's a good thing. So your legs and your low back will thank you for that strengthening. All right. The next one is we can't forget about our hands and our wrists because we're sitting here doing this all day. Now I don't have a desk in front of me to show you, so I'm going to move over here to where the wall is. So if this was the ledge of a desk, something that's really helpful to do is to turn your hands, palms upside down, and lean into your desk. And I don't want you to hold it. I want you to press the palms down and release. And I want to do this 20 times. Press and release. Press into the edge of your desk or into the wall and release. And so what this does is it takes these muscles on the opposite side that are being shortened, right? Because we're being this way when we type, and it's lengthening them. So it's bringing back some balance into your forearms, bringing back some mobility into your wrists and your hands. And then after you've done that 20 times, you can come in and nice and easy, stretch the other angle. So now my hands are down and I'm just pressing those into my wall, into the desk. And I would do that 10 to 20 times each side so that you are bringing, like I said, bringing that balance back in to the wrists and hands, opening up the mobility, wrist circles, opening and closing the hands, stretching the fingers back, opening up through the palms. All of those, all the bones are cracking. All of these things are so important if you are sitting and typing for so long. The next one is called the double chin. And I'm so sorry, but it's not very sexy sounding, but it is definitely necessary for our necks. So think about the position of your head, maybe even right now as you're sitting and watching. We start to get involved in what we're doing in front of us and we become this way. So the head comes forward, we get a good hunch in the back and the shoulders rotate forward. We need to start to learn how to have better posture when we're sitting there, or at least have the awareness of where our body is in space over time when we're stuck at our desk, right? So I want you just to take your head and your chin, and I want you to pull back and kind of make that double chin. It's not attractive, I know, but it's necessary because we're out here all the time. So I want you to pull your head back, tuck the chin in, and hold it maybe 3 to 5 seconds and release. Press and hold it. While you're doing this, it's important to think about the muscles in the back of your neck lengthening. Imagine them lengthening as your chin is pressing back. What I don't want you to do is lift your head way up or way down. Just straight back. Do that a couple times, hold for a few seconds, and release. And that's just going to bring awareness to those muscles in the back of your neck so that you're not this way or this way for too long. All right. The trap stretch. The traps are these big muscles up here on top of our shoulders that get super tight. We tend to wear our shoulders as our earrings, and then we come in to get a massage and we don't have a neck anymore. So we want to open all this up. Greatest way to do it, sit on your hand. Good posture. You're seated on your hand, and then you're going to take your head to the opposite side. So the first thing I want you to do is just to take your ear to the opposite shoulder. So I'm sitting on my right hand and I am taking my left ear to the shoulder, and I'm going to hold this maybe 5 or 10 breaths. Maybe you start with 5. Now hold that. Then you're actually going to take your chin and turn it, bring it down towards your armpit. So I'm only angling it towards my armpit. I'm not actually trying to get it there. So hand underneath the hip, chin comes down, and now we're hitting a little bit more in the front of the neck. So hold that stretch, 5 to 10 breaths, ear to shoulder, 5 to 10 breaths, chin to armpit. And I would do that on both sides. And then finally, the doorway stretch. I don't have a good doorway right here to show you, but I do have a ledge. So I'm going to come into this ledge with my arm, and I'm going to lean in and open up through my pecs. The pecs get very, very tight. And unfortunately, we have a lot of nerves that run from our cervical spine, right, from our neck, through these pecs and then down through the arm, which can actually mimic feelings of carpal tunnel. Typically, it's not carpal tunnel. Typically, it's because there's some kind of entrapment going on up here in the chest. So hold this, lean in to this stretch. You'll feel that opening. And then I would turn around and I would do the other side. Start at 90 degrees, bring your arms up a little bit, maybe like 135 degree angle, and then bring them down and shorten up that angle. And then kind of play with that. Where do you feel it the most in those muscles? I also want to mention a folded or a rolled up towel. This is just a blanket. Sometimes people put these on their chairs, but they actually put them in the wrong spot. A lot of times we put them back here for our lumbar spine. I actually want you to think about putting it down where the seat meets the back of the chair. So when you sit down, you feel like you have a little bit more stability right at the base of your spine, more than creating more of a curve in your low back. So many times you end up with putting that rolled up towel or putting that support in the wrong place, and we're accentuating that lumbar curve where we don't want to do that. So think about moving that pillow or that towel. You might even have a support that fits on your chair. There's all kinds of things like that. So just think about moving it. The other thing, tools. This is a simple lacrosse ball. You may have a tennis ball. You might have a golf ball. Whatever you have laying around. I always keep one of these under my desk. And when I am stuck in a meeting or I am stuck on a very long Zoom call, I kick off my shoes. I put this down on the floor, and then I use my foot and I roll my foot around through the heel, through the arch. Sometimes I just plant my heel right on it and just hold it. And that long sustained compression releases a lot of tissue on the bottom of the foot that can get really, really tight, especially if you're wearing shoes that aren't the best for your posture. High heels, very narrow toes. We want to support our foot's health. And so rolling this foot around on this ball during that long meeting, you will feel the effects. You will stand up and your body sometimes will get some kind of spontaneous adjustments. You might feel a little crack. You might feel a little pop here or there. Those are free. Those are exciting to have. But you'll feel the difference in your posture and in your back if you take the time and really roll each foot, maybe 5 minutes a piece, 10 minutes a piece. Like if you're stuck on that long call, it doesn't really matter. You just throw that under your desk and go for it. We talked about foam rolling. These are great to have. If you are interested in knowing how to foam roll more, please reach out to me. I am happy to work with you on that. I do use these a lot with my clients that I see for massage, and I am happy to share the knowledge. So those are just some great suggestions. I think the biggest thing, if you go back to the beginning, is to remember to keep breathing. Set an alarm if you have to. Remember, every 30 minutes, your body needs 5 full minutes of movement, even if it's just a short little walk. So take time and park farther away from your building, go outside and walk around your block, whatever you have to do to keep that mobility. That's the most important part. So hopefully I've answered some questions. Maybe there's some questions that have come up. But we'll see if Kara is hanging out with us. There she is. Did you do the exercises? Oh, I can't hear you.
Yes.
Awesome.
I really like to put your hand under your hip. That
Right?
is amazing. And of course, I'm thinking, yeah, I need to get up and walk around today, but I didn't get a chance to. So I love what you said about the rolled up blanket.
Yes.
Because that's something I think is amazing. I have this back hugger, and I have always had it too high. So I
Yep.
moved it down, and it feels so much better.
Yay.
That was a really good technique. So I want to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Tell me what a body balance session would look like, because I know you offer massage, and if anyone's ever gotten worked on by Angie, sing her praises in the comments because she's amazing. But I mean, it's one of those things where we had either people could not see us or they don't feel safe coming out right now, and they want to still benefit, get out of pain. You can do body balance sessions remotely, and I want you to explain what that is and what that looks like.
Yeah, absolutely. So because of the times being so uncertain, it is hard. It's hard to get sessions right now. I know we're all kind of taking all the precautions we can to be safe and keep our clients safe. But with body balancing, it's a one-on-one session where I will meet with you over a Zoom platform. We will discuss kind of where your aches and pains are, maybe your past injuries, past surgeries, even things down to when you were a kid. It's hard to believe that, falling off your bike as a child, breaking your arm as a child. I've heard people say, oh, when I was 4, I fell off a horse. In my teens, I had this car accident, and, now I'm 50. That couldn't have anything to do with my pain, right? Well, it does. Even those things as a child, that your body will form to the way it is going to function based on any compensations that had to have been made when you had that injury. So you might not realize it, but it does. Our body is really layered. And for each year of our life and each maybe traumatic incident that we've been through, even if it's emotional, physical, it layers itself onto our body. And as we get older and older, we end up with kind of this history of trauma that has happened to us. And then that shows up as pain, and it shows up as discomfort. And when I talk with clients and when I have a session over Zoom for body balancing, we talk about all of that and what maybe you can do now, little simple things. Sometimes it's just awareness, like I said, of where your head is. And maybe it's just kind of pulling that chin back, lengthening the back of the neck, and just knowing that each hour you might have to check in. Where is my head? A great assessment is checking your rear view mirror. When you get in your car, are you constantly adjusting it? If you are, then that's telling you something about where your posture is throughout the day. Usually in the morning, we're good, we got energy. And by the afternoon, we get in the car and we're, readjusting it down here because we're slouching. So we talk about those things in a session. I give you some ideas and some movement or some exercise that can help alleviate some of those issues. Also, I look at your posture, and maybe that's just you standing there and you're fully clothed, and I can see where there might be an elevation in a shoulder or a hip. And a lot of that goes back to then connecting the dots with what happened to you when you were younger. You fell off, you broke your arm, and now you hold this shoulder in, and now it's lower than the other one. You know, you never know. You never know how the body, like I said, compensates for trauma as you age. And so we go through that, and we can have obviously more than one meeting. I can work with you. We can do the exercises together over Zoom. I can give you more ideas on how to utilize self-care tools, balls and rollers, even yoga blocks, towels, straps. Typically, they're not even things you have to go out and buy. You're probably going to have some sort of prop in your house that we can utilize. I'm really flexible and pretty creative like that. So it can be great stuff. So it's kind of the thing you want to do in between massage. It's sort of the way to make the massage therapy effects last longer. And you'll probably find that you don't need massage as often because you're finding ways on your own to check in on your own body awareness and your own body posture. So it's really empowering and it's educational. That's what I think is great about it, is that I don't have secrets that I'm holding from clients. I want to share everything I have with you so that you feel empowered at home, that you feel that little twinge in your neck and you're like, oh, I remember what Angie said. I'm going to go do that, mobility exercise. And oh, look, it's gone. Like, I feel great. So yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's really important to feel empowered as a client if you're trying to get out of pain. And we have so many tools to do that here at Firefly, because we don't want to stay shackled to your therapist or your chiropractor to always get you out of pain. I mean, sometimes if you have chronic issues, you were in a car accident, you may need to always have some maintenance ongoing. But in general, the goal is to use all the tools we have so that you don't have to keep going. And that saves you money, that saves your health in the long run. So, yeah.
Absolutely. It might sound counterproductive to our business to say that we don't want to see you every week. But I really don't want to see my clients every week. I want them to be educated to know their own body. I don't think enough of us realize about our own bodies and what can make them feel better and what can make them feel worse. And that, I think, is huge. Just helping people realize what's going on with themselves. So that's really what these sessions are about, is that education piece. We work through it together.
And I think this last year has been an amazing journey. If you're looking at the silver lining, to helping us to be in our bodies and notice our bodies. What type of rhythm do we want to have now that we had this forced slowdown? What is our bodies telling us that maybe we weren't listening to it with taking care of it? Eating, the way we were sitting at a desk, especially when we had to work from home. So I feel like this is an entire year of refocusing on us, self-care, and how can we take care of ourselves. So we're gonna pull for your door prize. I'm gonna remind everyone what that is, and then I'm gonna share a couple things. We have Pat coming on at 4:00, so I have some cool stuff to share with you guys in the meantime. But we got a signature hot pack. This is big enough to it's folded in half, so it's big enough to go for your neck or your low back. It can be popped into the microwave, or it can be put in the freezer, so cold or hot. A body balance session with Angie.
Yay.
And a muscle recovery lotion from Hempfield Botanicals.
Awesome.
So look, everyone knows the drill. If you just joined and you don't know the drill, type in enter into we have 3 Stacy's on right now.
What?
2 Stacy's. Okay, I was thinking that's a lot of Stacy's, but just type in enter on the chat box there, and I will pull the winner here. Let's put up our winner is, drum roll, please. Let me get our random number generator out. We'll give you guys 30 seconds to hit enter in. Number 8 is Becca Stamball.
Ooh, congratulations.
Yeah, Becca Stamball's, for those of you who are on Facebook commenting, I don't see anybody named Becca Stamball in the comment feed. We are streaming on YouTube as well. So she's watching us on YouTube right now. So congratulations, Becca Stamball. You
Yay.
can call us at Firefly Hollow Wellness to set up a time to pick that up and to schedule your body balance session. And anything else as far as getting connected with you, Angie, sessions with you. I know you're booked out for a while, so I feel like if people want to see you, they need to start getting booked now for into December, maybe later. You might not even have openings till next year, like myself. So again, that's part of the reason why we want you to move on, right? We want to help other people, get you at a place where you're in maintenance, and then we can open up our schedule to help others. So could you briefly just share, if people want to work with you, what do you do and what the best way is to get a hold of you to do that?
Sure. I would say the best thing to do would be to call in Firefly or download our free app. You can see my schedule there and you can book yourself in. I am booking out quite a bit. I know I even have clients booking into February. I did just open up a day next week, though. I think it's Wednesday the 18th is open, so I have some spots available there. Typically what I do is with a structural integrative session, I do some viewing. Again, we talk about your health history, where your aches and pains are, and then I kind of play like a sleuth, you know, like I come in like a detective and I try to connect the dots between what you're telling me and what I'm seeing. Because I want to figure out not just why you have maybe pain in your shoulder. I want to figure out where is it coming from. Typically our pain is our symptom and it's not the root. So I don't treat symptoms. I try to get to the root of the situation and help you there. So a session obviously it's body work. It is myofascial release. It is pretty slow. And what I'm doing is really feeling the tissue and looking for areas where your tissue gets stuck, because our tissue can get very sticky and it will literally stick itself to itself in places where there has been trauma. And like I said, it's not just physical trauma. It can be emotional trauma that you've been through, and maybe that's put your shoulders in a different position, or your head or your neck. So I go in and look for those areas, and we try to kind of coax that tissue to let go and release. And that frees the tissue up and it gives it space so that your joints have more mobility. You have better range of motion, and typically it takes that pain away. So it might be something that's maybe all in your feet or your legs. And by working on that, it releases everything up in the hips and the low back pain goes away. That's a really common one that I see a lot. Stuff in the shoulders and neck sometimes can get stuck down in your arms and your hands. And with that, we release some of the tissue there, and all of a sudden the shoulder has space to drop and let go and be in the place where it wants to be. And the muscles can relax, and it takes that pain away that you might be feeling in your neck or up in your head. So it's really fascinating how connected the body is. And I'm amazed by it every time I work with a client of how one area affects the other. So call us, download the app, and book a session. And I would love to work with you.
Yeah, and I think that Wednesday will fill up. One of the reasons why we fill up so quickly here at Firefly is because all of our therapists are really anatomy based. So that's like if you've had a massage therapist that's like digging forever into your traps or somewhere that hurts, it doesn't ever go away, but it feels good temporarily. That therapist just hasn't done the training yet. Sometimes we don't learn that in our continuing education until like 6 years in our practice, and we go, wait a minute, there's a whole nother technique. Instead of going at where they feel the pain, to actually look around it and then address that, then it goes away back there. I didn't do any work there. So that's what Angie has worked with as far as our massage director. She manages our therapists, and our continuing education director. She really helps to get us trained to really understand that. And so if you want sessions with her, please get them quickly. They will book out. And if you're trying to book online and you're like, I don't see any openings, please know that our app will not let you book if it's less than 4 days ahead. So we have plenty of time to screen you for COVID. So if you're trying to get in tomorrow and like, I don't see any openings with any therapists, give us a call. So
Definitely.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Angie.
Thank you.
Yes, enjoy the rest of your weekend. We'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right. So speaking of scheduling, I want to share something really important with you guys. So a lot of people find us for the first time through Groupon. They're like, oh my gosh, there's a great deal for Groupon and a massage. I want you to know that there's the best kept secret, that it's not really a secret, but we found out that a lot of people still don't know it, even though we shout it through the rooftops. One of the secrets that we have is that we offer Groupon pricing for massages on a regular basis. So if you download our free mobile app and allow it to give you notifications anytime we have a cancellation, we send out a special that is the same for the Groupon pricing. So you can get like a $50 massage. And this is when we have cancellations so that our therapists still are helping people, especially last minute. So this is an amazing way to get really good discounts on all of our types of sessions whenever we have openings. So I want to make sure you guys are fully aware of that. Very important. Free mobile app, make sure you check it out. The other thing is we have perks, and this is what we call our Karma Club. We are so grateful for the community out there, you guys watching, whether you just joined us today, you're now a part of our family, welcome, or if you've been with us since the beginning. It is because of you that we are here, and we continue to be here even through COVID. So we offer something to give back to you every single month. We have a different prize that we give away. Yes, free things. Sometimes they're sessions, sometimes they're products, and it's just our way to thank you for sharing our information, for giving us reviews, for being a top fan on Facebook. And this is what we call our Karma Club. So this month for November, our Karma Club prize is an integrative coaching or energy healing session with Connie. We'll give away some custom Firefly Hollow recipes and a Firefly Hollow t-shirt. So how you enter to win this is really important. If you have never given us a review and you love us and you really want to, go ahead and go do so on Facebook and or Google, and you will get entered to win and become our top fan on Facebook. Now, I can't say this enough. A lot of people go, oh my gosh, they find out about it and then they're like, well, that's really cool. How do I get to be a winner on the Karma Club? And everyone will start to comment and like our stuff on Facebook. But on Facebook, if you don't follow our posts, that means you might see our posts for a day or two or for a week. But because we are a business on Facebook, Facebook algorithms actually block businesses, and we are a small local business. So if you choose to follow us on Facebook, that means seeing all of our posts, then you will see all of the things that come up. We probably put up something once a day. And if you like it, comment and react to it, you will be able to become what Facebook calls a top fan. And our top fan list has gotten really big and then gotten really small because people don't interact afterwards. And then they actually drop out from being entered to win in our Karma Club prizes. So if you want to be on that list every single month to win, make sure you become a top fan. And if you guys are in the chat box and you have become a top fan or you have won one of our Karma Club prizes, shout out and praise us, because I want everyone to know that these prizes are for real. We do give them away. Some people are skeptical and go, do they really give away prizes? Yes, we do. So again, this month for November, we will draw the winner in December, become a top fan, and give us a review. You'll only be able to give us a review 1 month. And after that, to continue to be on the list for being a potential winner for the Karma Club, you'll have to make sure you're a top fan of us on Facebook. And again, you're going to win potentially an integrative coaching or energy session, some Firefly recipes, and a Firefly Hollow t-shirt. So if you have any questions about that, let me know. And Emily's going to be with us at the office until 5 o'clock today. So we have about an hour left to give her a call, and you can get 10% off any gift certificate sales for $100 or more. You can also do this online. So if you're like, I want to get a gift certificate for my mom or my dad or my sister or my brother, whoever, go online to our website. You can purchase gift certificates there. And if it's $100 or more, put in the promo code, all capital letters, fall 2020. And that's how you'll get 10% off your sale at checkout. You can get a emailed gift certificate that will be emailed directly, so you don't have to come into the office. But if you would like a paper gift certificate to give as a physical gift, you can drop by the office after you purchased and we can get it to you, or we can mail them out to you. Just make sure that you contact us and let us know, and we will mail those gift certificates out to you. Next thing I want to do is I want to share with you guys our wellness parties. So not everybody is able to do a lot of things with friends right now because of COVID. We have to stay distant from people, and we're really lacking our social component in our lives, a lot of us. So what I have up here is, we're going to do a full screen. Our wellness parties are an amazing way to connect with friends over the internet via Zoom right now due to COVID. And I'm going to share a little bit about these. The best part about these wellness parties is that we can customize what type of services you would like to get. Some of them can be done online, and some of them can be done in the office setting. Wellness parties, normally we would do them in the home, but due to COVID, we are staying and strictly keeping it to the clinic. So we can fit a maximum of 6 people in our big yoga space with social distancing and pampering them. We can have them in individual rooms and, of course, following safety protocols. We've done very well with having that limited number of people with social distancing for our continuing education classes for massage therapy and some of our other courses. So if it's something you're interested in doing, whether in person at the clinic or online, this is a really great way to pamper yourself. And if you're the one who is the host or the hostess, meaning you get together with our office manager, Emily, and you plan this party, you get your services absolutely free. And everyone's like, what? What do you mean? We want to give you, especially if you're a caretaker, a lot of times you're like, oh my gosh, I'm always the one that's planning the meals, planning the lunches, planning the parties, planning the Thanksgiving. Well, why don't you get rewarded for planning things for once, right? So if you plan stuff and get together and organize a date and time to do something, you'll get your free service just for hosting a party. And we can do different services. Our wellness massage parties are an option still. We would do them in separate rooms. And here are some prices. So it's really nice if you're going to be breaking these up with different people. It's very affordable. So $36 a guest for chair massage. This is a table massage with aromatherapy and our infrared mat. $66 a piece. And again, you don't pay for anything, your guests do, because you're the organizing factor. Our spa parties are fun too. Reflexology party, scalp and sinus treatment. We got pampering packages. And then we have our green body party package, which is really nice. You get a health education part of your package, and reflexology, essential oils, and our infrared mat. The intuitive parties are the easiest right now to do online because we can do them via Zoom. Just like if you've had a reading today with Pat or Matt, you've seen how easy it is that you can get a session, and we can do this in a group format. So astrology parties are really fabulous. This is so fun to get your astrology chart read with you and 5 other friends. So as long as you have 5 guests, your reading is completely free, and it's about $45 a piece. So it's a really fun way. And even if you're thinking about a fun family gift or a gift for your girlfriends to do for Christmas, a wellness party is a really fun thing to do. So we have our intuition packages, aura readings, and afterlife communication. So if those of you who are like, I want to get in with Kara, just so you know, I'm booked out for the rest of the year, but the wellness parties are a nice way to also schedule for 2021 if you want to come and see me for a group reading. We also have make and take as well. So if you want to do a painting party, a henna party, when you're going to get henna tattoos, or any natural product make and take. This can be just as simple as if you want to learn how to make elderberry syrup with our intuitive herbalist, Allison Hunley, and you want to have that as a private group with your family only. How do you make elderberry syrup? Make some, take it home, and have the recipe and the instructions for how to do it forever after that. That's a really great $185 for 6 guests for that make and take. Depending on the price of elderberry, I don't know if it has gone up at all. And then we also have yoga parties. So if you're really kind of insecure about coming to yoga, online is also an option. If you want to do an online yoga party, whether it's just a one-time or a 4, 6, or 8 week series, this is a great way to basically get your friends together and say, look, you're going to do yoga from your house. We'll all join together via Zoom with our instructor, and we'll get 4, 8, 6, or 8 yoga classes, or just do one. And this is just a really fun way to treat yourself. And we've had our wellness parties for a while, but we wanted to just let everyone know that we still are offering them, and we're accommodating accordingly to make sure that we're following proper safety protocols and making sure everybody's safe, our practitioners and you, and also being able to give you these wellness services that you might like. So if you're interested in all, you can go to our website. It's under services, under wellness parties, and you can see all the information there. Yay! So the next thing I want to share is Pat's going to be here at 4 o'clock. And we have a wonderful video that was recorded from Matt's last Monday meditation. So if you're here for the earlier lecture that Matt did on mindfulness and meditation and presence for personal development, Matt does a last Monday meditation online currently, every last Monday at 6:30 p.m. It's only $10. And before and after the meditation, it's a guided meditation, he always has these pearls of wisdom and information that he just shares that just come out of him, and they're always very uplifting and helpful. And since we have some time before Pat is going to be starting here at 4 o'clock, and she's going to be talking about boosting your creativity with the tarot, I want to share, before she starts, this amazing video that Matt has recorded that I took from his meditation class, and just took this little piece because it's really, really, really helpful. And then after that, we'll listen to Pat. So this is on finding peace in polarity. So very important, guys. I think a lot of people out there feeling a lot of pressure and a lot of stress. So how do we find peace during times of stress in our culture, and also with the holidays coming up too?
When we are focused on polarity, when we're focused on this side versus that side, the people who are right and the people who are wrong, and of course we always find ourselves on the right side, it's important to remember that that division is done out of the place of fear. Okay, so it's either a fear of, I'm not sure if I'm right or not, so I'm going to become very evangelical about my belief, as a way to sort of be louder than the other guy, proverbially, that could, potentially poke holes in my argument. If I intimidate them, then they can't stand up to this particular ideology, or they're going to be too intimidated to try to engage. So it's important to remember that we always have the opportunity to choose between love and fear. And all of our possibilities boil down to one of those two motivators. So if we end up in a place where we are dealing with someone who is, let's say, difficult, complicated, whatever kind adjectives we'd like to apply to that person, or perhaps some unkind adjectives, it's important to remember that nonetheless, every person that we meet holds a little bit of God, of the divine, of that unifying essence, however we choose to label it. It's the reason why the word namaste is the divine within me acknowledges the divine within you. And that is one of the most powerful recognitions that we can make, both for ourselves and for that other person. We can look into them past their fear, past their complications, past their self-imposed responsibilities that force them into a box that they have chosen themselves, whether they realize it or not. We can see past all of that stuff and see the divine within them. Ultimately, what that requires of us is letting go of our own fear. We have to step back from that fear that I'm going to be taken advantage of, that I am going to be put into a bad place, that someone's going to try and take my things, or they're going to try and control me, tell me what I can or cannot do. All of those fears involve holding on to something. And when we do that, we are not holding on with a matter of presence. We're holding on for some projection of the future, some fear of what may be, or we may be doing so out of a pattern from the past. We might be perpetuating these things in our lives. We as human beings love what is familiar to us, even if it is uncomfortable, because at the very least, that uncomfortable situation is at least something you know what to expect. It's the reason why we put up with things that we know are bad for us in our lives, because it's familiar. So when we find ourselves in an instance with that difficult person or people, understand that there is always a point of commonality. That is where we put our focus. That is where love goes. Love says, what do we have in common? Where can we find a point of agreement or a point of conversation? Because very often, once we step back from that emotional defense of a particular ideology, whether it's our lifestyle, whether it is our religious or political beliefs, whatever that may be, when we can step away from the fear of that, that can give way to curiosity. That's when we can start to learn about things. That's when we can say, that's interesting. That's how you came to that conclusion or how you reached this point. But ultimately, it's not something for me. And that's okay. Diversity is the spice of life, as I love to say. So it's important to remember that there is always that option to you. It's not something you'll see in the social arena. You won't see people trying to meet one another and find points of commonality. What happens is people hold even tighter when they're met with that resistance. Do we find ourselves in those circumstances with challenging people and say, well, we have to talk about this topic? Or do we realize that there's other things that we could occupy our time together with? That we could talk about food. We could talk about our family, the people that we love. We could talk about entertainment, things that we enjoy. Those points of commonality. Ultimately, we have to also understand that we can't control that other person's thoughts or reactions. We can only decide when we're going to disembark, when we're going to choose to step up onto that concrete block or step down from it. And no one can pressure us into that unless we let them. So when we can be present with that person, we can feel that tide shift. We can say, you know what? I think it's time for me to disembark. It's time for me to climb back up onto this block. The tide's starting to come in. And we can say, I appreciate this. I'm so grateful that we've had this time together, that we've been able to share these moments, to have this conversation. And I look forward to doing so in the future. And then we go about our way. We always have that opportunity. And even if someone diverts the conversation into a hot button issue, remember, you still have the choice whether you are going to engage that conversation or not. You can also step back, provide them space. You can surrender to that moment and say, this is where things are, present tense. And where they're going to be is me saying, I'll see you later. You have that choice once again. So as that person may be ranting and raving about a particular injustice that they're perceiving in the world, you can bring the focus back to here and now and say, yes, that person might be frustrating on the television. Yes, that person might be frustrating at work. But they're not here with us right now. I'd like to talk about you. I'd like to talk about us. Let's talk about what is here, what is present in this moment with us. Because in almost all circumstances, the things that are getting us riled up are not things that are presently happening to us. They're not something that's going on in our immediate vicinity. It's something we're perceiving through a lens, like the one we're looking through right now. It's It's understanding that there is always another perspective. There's always another way to look at a circumstance. And that when we can be aware that there's always another way to look at it, we won't feel threatened by any of those perspectives. Because ultimately, when the time comes for us to act, when the time comes for us to make a decision, a choice, when we are present in that moment, we can utilize all of our mental and energetic faculties, because everything is present with us in that moment. And that's when we can make the best choice. If you feel yourself becoming afraid, step back. Acknowledge that divine within you. Acknowledge God in you. And see that reflected in that other person. See the divine in them, beyond their fear, beyond the things that they've occupied their mind with, that they choose to occupy their time with. Because there is great value there. There is perspective there. And just the same as we may look at a child who says, my parents are unfair. They won't let me eat cookies whenever I want. We can also look at these people who on the surface are adults, who are behaving as children, saying the world is unfair. This person is unfair. This person is wrong. And we can realize that they too contain that spark of the divine, that peace of God. And we can say, yes, that may very well be. But right now, it's just you and I, and we are here. So what are we going to do with this moment? Understanding we always have that choice between love and fear. That will guide you home and ignite your bones. And I will try to fix you.
Please, during this holiday season, if you are feeling the pull of polarity, choose peace and choose connection with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. And if you need to watch that video again for some inspiration, it is available on our YouTube channel. So thank you guys so much for listening to that. I think it's really important, and share it around if you feel anyone that may need to hear those words from Matt. Up next, our last speaker of the day, Pat Dumas, tarot and astrological consultant. She is going to be talking about boosting your creativity with the tarot. So without further ado, hello, Pat. How are you today?
I'm doing really, really well. I was blessed enough to have a couple of fantastic readings with a couple of clients. People, if you're at all concerned about Zoom readings, I can tell you they're fantastic. I really, really enjoyed being able to connect with these couple of clients. So don't be concerned. You'll get just as great a reading as you would have in person, truly.
Absolutely. And you're still doing in-person sessions at the center, but also if they choose to and want to do online, still are doing those privately after
time being. I mean, as long as COVID allows it, we'll see how long it goes. But yeah, Wednesday evenings I'm available.
Wonderful. Well, I will pop back in about a minute till you're like minute left, 30 seconds left for your chat. And I will see you in a little bit. Take it away.
I thank you most kindly. Good to talk to all of you. We have definitely over the last, 7 months now, learned to have to be a little bit creative and be a little bit flexible when it comes to how we deal with problem solving in our lives over the last few months. And it's totally understandable that some people have found that activity to be difficult. They've found it perhaps not as easy to access the creative side of themselves as they would have liked. So I want to point out to people that really that's a fallacy. It really is just as easy as it ever was to access your creative side. It's just trying to find new ways of making it happen. And you know, the tarot is a fantastic tool to be able to help make that possible. And it doesn't have to be just sitting in a room with a tarot reader. It can be anywhere you are. I've actually found it kind of interesting. I have occasionally brought my tarot into the office. Now, bear in mind, I work at an engineering firm. So the idea of bringing in tarot can be a little bit daunting if you're trying to introduce that concept to people. But the whole key in tarot is the visual. That's what it's all about. It's the visual. And you could break the ice a little bit before you bring tarot into a workspace, into working with other people, into perhaps a small group, or just working with it yourself. Start out by working with just visuals. Think about magazine ads that have really grabbed you and made you want to get up and do something. I mean, the best examples I can give you, think about the heartbreaking advertising for the SPCA that you'll see occasionally on television that will stop you in your tracks. Some people can't even watch it because they evoke so much emotion. That's what vision does. That's what symbolism does. That's what visuals do. And the tarot, quite honestly, is nothing if not a visual medium. It uses the symbology, the colors, the images that are there in the cards to be able to help you access your creative side. It works on the right brain. And that definitely accentuates and kicks into gear your creativity. So this is the first time I'm using StreamYard. Bear with me. I am going to try to see if I can bring up, let's see, share screen. Let's see if I can do this. Is it going to let me share? There. Hopefully you can see that. I'm not sure. There. Beautiful. Now let me see if I can get it to... there we go. Okay. So let's see how we do here. No, it's not going to let me do it. All right. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go ahead and use these screens, even though I can't figure out. Forgive me. I'm a rookie at this. We'll see if we can't show the different screens here to give you an idea of how.
Pat.
Yeah. Can you give me a clue on this one?
Do you need me? Are you trying? Let me show what you need when you're. Let me help you. I think.
Tell
me what you're trying to do.
I'm trying to bring my PowerPoint screen up.
So. You got that. You want it to be full screen? You don't want to see your face every
do. And as soon as I bring it full screen, unfortunately, what happens is it gets to a place where I can't
go back and forth between the slides.
Yeah.
Try it again. There should be a little arrows at the bottom. I feel like there is. When you do from the beginning of the slide show, there should be arrows at the bottom. With my PowerPoint, it does that. See if it will let you do that. And then on the bottom there, see if there's back and forth on your screen. There it is. See it?
Got it? Okay. Yeah. Is this full screen now?
Yep. That's always.
I do love having you handy. Okay.
Yeah. See if you can go back and forth between the slides if it works. There you go.
All right. So some of the tips to keep in mind when you're working with the tarot, because if you use cards on a regular basis, you become very comfortable with them. It's really fun to use a deck that you're unfamiliar with when you're trying to spur on some creative thinking, because it makes you look for things you might not have seen before. Using an unfamiliar deck forces you to truly use your eyes, use your mind, use your heart as you're checking out each and every card. I would try to forget what the card is supposed to mean, and instead say, what is it saying to you? What is it speaking right at this moment, especially related to the topic or the problem you might be trying to solve? Keep in mind, nothing you're thinking of is too silly. Nothing you're thinking of is useless or valueless. It just might not be something that you utilize right in the moment. It may be a stepstone to the next thought. I would always write your ideas down. Some of the best ways to do it is using Post-it notes. The reason why I love Post-it notes is because you can arrange them, you can prioritize them, ditch them if you feel that they're not useful. They're easy to shuffle around, and they're very, very useful when it comes to being able to prioritize your best ideas once that time comes. Just remember that tarot is designed to allow random images to inspire ideas in you. It attaches to the surface thoughts in your psyche. It gets at the stuff at the top of your mind. It's also designed to prompt emotional responses and reactions. So there's going to be a few tools that we're going to be talking about today. One of them is going to be using symbolism to boost creativity and problem solving. Another will be what I call the big guns, and I'll explain that later. Telling tales, or basically storytelling utilizing the imagery of the tarot. Using key words that you know are associated with the tarot. And free writing. Excellent, excellent tool. So let's start here with symbolism. When you look at a card, what do you see? Well, it depends on the particular card itself. It depends on who designed it. It depends on the deck. It depends on what the intent of the deck was. Do you see animals? What do they evoke in you? Do you see colors? What do the colors symbolize? And again, I want to stress, not what your study of esoteric colors in. None. What does it evoke in you? What does it make you feel? That's what I'm referring to. What does the landscape tell you? Perhaps there's weather that's being evoked or denoted in the card. And are there any people? What are they doing? What are they saying? What do they seem to be indicating to you? So create a word list after you've done this, after you looked at the card and really, really thought about it. If you're doing this in a group situation, call that word list from everybody. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is silly. Remember that. Write all of the words down. And again, this goes back to the Post-it concept. When that list is finished, determine which relate best to the issue at hand that you're trying to work with. Again, remember, this is whether you're doing this as an individual or in a group, one-on-one, more than one. Do any of the words themselves prompt an idea to take this further? Does it suggest an action that you could take to help solve the problem? Does it suggest perhaps an alternate path going around the problem? That could be a way to deal with an issue as well. So what do you see? Whoops, let's come back here. Let's take a look at this particular card. What do you see? Wait a minute. Hold on a second here. Trying to get the whole card in. There we go. This is from a deck called The Dreams of Gaia. It's by artist Raven Phelan. So what do you see in this card? I see fire. I see a snake. I see the chakras being denoted. I see trees. I see fruit. Well, you can't see it, but at the top of the trees, there's fruit. There's not really weather, but it does evoke the calm coolness of a forest. So to give you an idea, I pulled this card after asking, how do I juggle working from home and family? How do I juggle the idea of maintaining my household and yet turning one room into essentially my office? And this is the card I pulled. So one of the problem-solving ideas I came up with was that concept of making my office perhaps this calm, cool place. That made me think, okay, so maybe I set up some boundaries. Maybe I set up some ground rules. When it's office hours, I ask my husband, please don't just walk in and ask me a question. Assume I'm at the office. This is my quiet space. There's something to think about. The chakras really help me start to think about making sure that I don't compartmentalize myself. I am a spiritual being, happen to have a physical, experience in this world. So when I'm working, I can't forget to be able to be intuitive. I can't forget to make sure that all of the chakras are being addressed. Am I being creative? Sacral chakra. Am I feeling like I'm, in my own power? The sacral chakra, solar plexus chakra, excuse me. Is my heart being engaged? Is this something that I'm really liking? Am I loving this? Heart chakra. Am I listening to my best intuition? Crown and third eye. So these are all things that, that have gone through my mind as I looked at this card. So now let's look at the next one. I love this card. It's fun. What do you see looking at this one? This is from the Wizard's Tarot by Corinne Kenner. I see a tremendous amount in this particular card. We see the rider is a witch. We see a dog. I love seeing the stars in her hat and in the base of the broom. I love seeing the tiny sliver of moon, because the moon, as a pagan myself, the moon speaks to me. It talks about intuition. It sees to me movement frozen, just like the original Rider-Waite deck had. The chariot is supposed to indicate movement, but it's not moving. The same thing appears to be going on with the chariot here. She's hovering in space. I also love seeing the sign Cancer, the astrological sign of Cancer, up in her hat, up in the brim. So these are a lot of different things I see. What do you see when you look at this card? I didn't have a particular question in mind when I pulled it. I just wanted you to have the chance to realize how very different decks can present different ideas. So the next one I had are what I call the big guns. I think of this one as being really, really useful when I'm doing a spread, especially with other people in a business setting, or perhaps in a group setting with a group of like-minded people, perhaps a committee meeting, something of that nature. I only use the major arcana of the deck when I pull this. And I think of it as going to the CEOs, going to the unit leaders, the guys who have the best information. I draw 6 cards and I lay them face down, and I ask each card the question. Then I turn it over. I imagine that each one of these cards represents someone who has the best possible answers based upon their area of expertise. And of course, I won't know that until I turn over the card. Now, it's interesting, keep in mind that not all cards in the major arcana, no matter what deck you choose, are actually people. They can be things. They can be concepts. For example, the Wheel of Fortune. If you pulled the Wheel of Fortune, what would that say to you? You have to kind of think about that ahead as you're laying out a card. But let's just take a look at these and play with it a little bit. I had the idea that, okay, so if I pulled the Empress, it would be the concept of creativity. Where are you or not being creative? Where are you or not being nurturing, perhaps, of the staff or the people that are involved in this particular question? With the Emperor, the first thing that would come to my mind is, okay, this is all about following the rules as established. Where are you deviating from that? Is it causing a problem for you? Or is it perhaps time to write your own rule book? These are the things that come up for me when I see the Emperor. With the Hanged Man, it's always, okay, where are you letting the chips fall where they may? Because that's the idea of the hangman, the idea of standing back and letting things unfold as they're meant to. With Temperance, I love Temperance in this setting because it's the idea of not compartmentalizing yourself. And this can be, think of it in the business setting. If you're compartmentalizing yourself in business, it doesn't necessarily have to be the concept of spirituality versus the mundane. It could be, okay, I'm an accountant. That's the only way I can think. I'm compartmentalized in the concept of numbers. But what about the idea of the human element that's behind those numbers? I think about the current COVID crisis. We've gotten so inured to the idea of seeing almost 250,000 people that have passed from this COVID crisis. Compartmentalizing in just those numbers makes us forget that there are names attached to each of those. There are families and stories attached to each of those numbers. So temperance helps me remember when I see that card, remember to bring all of us together in this, the holistic approach to attaching to the problem. With justice, it's fairly straightforward. You know, what's fair, what's right, what's ethical. And finally, with the hermit, it's the idea of getting down to bare brass tacks. You know, get rid of what's unessential. Strip away the parts of this issue that are nonsense items, that are distraction. What's the real issue? That's what the hermit's all about. So the big guns can be a really useful spread or a really useful tool when using the tarot to problem solve, because the major arcana helps you get down to those essential human issues. The next tool that I find can be very useful is the idea of storytelling or telling tales. For this one, draw 3 cards. Doesn't matter which, you can use the major arcana, the minor arcana, whatever. The first card says, this is what was before everything happened. The middle card says, this is what's going on right now. And then the right-hand card is, this is what could be. How do we get there? So make it a story. Tell the story of, we started in this position with what was. We are now dealing with the situation from this standpoint, and we'd like to get to here. So that's an option too. Another is utilizing keywords. Keywords, I mean, just every single deck that's been produced has its own LWB. For those of you who are maybe unaware of it, the little white book. It's this little tiny, usually impossible to read because the type is so small. It can be this tiny little white booklet that comes along with the deck, or it can be a full book that explains the meaning behind each one of the cards. And generally, they provide some kind of keywords to be able to utilize with each card to help you learn it. They give a really good jumping off point for ideas, and they can prompt actions and further questions for you to be able to utilize in order to expand your concepts. When you look at this card, not only do you get what you see, but what the original designer had in mind. Now, here's an example. In the Rider-Waite deck, and this is utilizing the book of Joan Bunning, Learn the Tarot. Her book is what I use when I teach tarot. The concept of swords corresponds to the idea, the element of air, communication, the idea of thought, the idea of ethics, the idea of thinking things through. That's what the whole suit of swords is supposed to represent. Now, when we take a look at the keywords that Ms. Bunning associated with this particular card, it's the clear, unadulterated essence of swords. Mental force, the idea of truth, the idea of justice, and the idea of fortitude. So what I would do is, if you're pulling that card and looking at keywords and associated with a question that you've had, how do those keywords work with what you're trying to understand? Play with that a bit, think about it a bit, and go from there. The last tool for being able to, that I'm going to talk about today, in terms of creative thinking, problem solving, and utilizing the tarot in conjunction with it, is a really useful one as a writer myself that can be used both individually and in a group. But it basically starts out as an individual process. You would ask your question, pull a card, and everybody would set a timer, figure out what it's going to be ahead of time, how much time you have available to play with this concept, to 10 to 20 minutes, and set an alarm. Just about every cell phone has the ability to do that these days. Every individual is going to sit down with a notebook, pad of paper, whatever. Look at that card. Really look at it. What does it use? That symbolism that we talked about earlier. What does it evoke in you? What do the visual cues bring about for you? And just write. Now, it doesn't matter what you write. You could write about the issue. You could write about the card. Just write. That's the whole key. The more you write, the more it unlocks and frees up the frozen parts of your right-hand side of your brain. If you can't think of anything to write, say, I can't think of anything to write, and write that. And you'll be amazed. Bang, it'll start to flow. So at the end of that time when the alarm goes off, each individual looks at it and says, what bubbled to the surface? Is this usable? Is this something that can be brought out into the group to try to bring ideas together? Don't censor yourself. That's the biggest key. Come together then as a group, use those blessed Post-it notes, and get them all down on paper. You will be shocked at what each person is able to contribute to this particular problem and then utilize as problem solving. So I really hope that this was able to help you realize that creativity doesn't get stifled when we're stuck, perhaps working from home, or stuck not connecting with other people. All we have to do is to be able to really make sure that we connect in other ways with people, that we're able to just find a way to make sure that we use our own creativity to bridge the gaps, to make the leaps from one to another. Connect with one another, talk with one another, write with one another. You'll be amazed at the results. And now I'll toss it back to Kara. Nope, can't hear you.
I've been doing that all day. I haven't not unmuted my mic. Thank you so much, Pat. I love it. I'm so glad that we were able to do this online event. And for those of you out there who have been watching, jumping on and off all day, I'm just so grateful. Do you happen to have your door prize in your presence?
I do.
Because I don't have it with me, and I was kind of holding them up before we would draw the winners. So if you want to enter, there is this beautiful Crystal Journeys candle.
Yep. And a journal, exactly. Yeah. I was thinking of putting a bell, so make a bell booking candle, but I decided that was a little too pagan. Yeah. I really felt that, for me anyway, one of the major purposes of being able to get to creativity is using writing. I always utilize a journal whenever I can. And then the candle's a lot of fun too. People right now are struggling. It is a money candle, but I think of it more as an abundance candle. You could call it money. I call it abundance. So if you are able to really promote abundance through your creativity, what's better? What's better? As I throw it. Yeah, it'll be dropped off tomorrow. I have a client at the
Okay. Yeah, so if you win today, you have to pick it up tomorrow or sometime next week. But yeah, I love that you said the connection between abundance and creativity, because it is so interconnected. And especially when we create something from ourselves that's uniquely ours, that is the most intense value that we as a person can offer the world. And that's where it's invaluable. And that's where we can create so many things.
Ask Matt about this, but I've always said that the fifth house of an astrology chart is called creativity. Well, it's creative expression. And it's that leaving a part of ourselves for longevity. It's the idea of what do we leave behind when we're gone? That's what, yes, the fifth house is children, but children are actually the most tangible creative expressions anybody can think of. If you talk to Mozart, if you talk to Beethoven, they would say that their works that they have left behind for longevity, they're their children. So,
yes.
Absolutely.
I got to do my random number generator here, guys.
Well, you go for it, my girl.
Well, I'm going to put up a little drum roll image, and the door prize winner is. We got last moment to just put your comment in there to make sure you entered. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. Number 2, Gina Mackey. Gina, you're so lucky, girl. You got it.
Congratulations.
Yes. Congratulations, Gina. I'll write you down for that one too. Let me make sure I write you down so I don't forget. All right. Well, thank you so much, Pat. I really appreciate you joining us. And everybody, if you want to get a session with Pat, you can schedule through the mobile app with her. She can do in-person or online readings for Zoom, be it for tarot. And you're also offering Reiki in person, I believe, still.
I am. I am.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. And if you, again, just a reminder for everyone, if you're trying to schedule next day, our mobile app and online booking services do not allow for next day booking. It does not allow for 2 or 3 days ahead booking or 4. Anything, if it's 4 days or less, you have to call. That we have plenty of time to make sure our office manager gets time to call you, do COVID screening, let you know the protocols and all that. So if you're like, I want to get something tomorrow and you're not sure if there's something open and you're looking online, the app, it says there's nothing available. That may not be true. The app just says, nope, you can't schedule because it's only 2 days ahead. So if you're scheduling a week or more ahead, you should be perfectly fine to see what's available. And again, if you don't find something, especially with me or maybe another practitioner, and you're going, I still don't see anything, that may be because some of us are booked out for the rest of the year. So if you have any other questions or ever have problems scheduling through our online, on our website or through our app, just let us know and we'll be happy to help you. All right, Pat.
Thank you so much for letting me be involved in this. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I'm glad you were here. We appreciate you so much, and we'll see you soon.
Love you.
Love you too. Bye-bye. That's our day, guys. I've been sitting in front of this computer all day. So I'm going to take and utilize some of these amazing tools and techniques that we learned from Taylor, from Angie, going to eat some really good food. And please stay tuned. We'll probably try to take these videos and cut them up into the lecture spot. So if you miss something and you're like, I really wanted to see this or that, we'll try to, in the next couple weeks, try to break them up and upload them to Facebook and or YouTube so you can watch them if you missed out, if you had a session during that time. But I'm going to leave you guys with, if you take everything that we're doing here at Firefly Hollow, and you're not really sure where to start. Some people are like, well, I think I need this. I think I need that. One of the things that we are starting in the new year in 2021 is we're going to be offering our integrative wellness program. And I just want to share that with you guys because it's super exciting. We're really excited. Oh, sorry, I had to refresh my page there. We're really excited to be able to offer something that integrates all the services we have using a holistic facilitator coach to help you identify what you're really needing. And sometimes we don't know what that is. So here's our integrative wellness program. I'm going to just give you guys a brief overview of that. So if you're not sure what you need and you want to make some changes in your life, we will have 2 options in the new year for incorporating this integrative wellness and all we do into your life, into what serves your health journey and where you're at. Each package, we have 2 different options. And the first one is just that intake consultation with one of our wellness coaches. And we'll really help you come up with a plan. You'll get 2 integrative wellness sessions. That could be depending on what your coach says. We could do integrative massage. It could be acupuncture, energy medicine. It could be psychotherapy. It could be intuitive consultation. We really don't know what that is until we meet you and figure out what your goals are. You'll get 2 health coaching sessions throughout about a month time that takes to use this first program. It's just a sampler program to kind of get you on your way, and then check in throughout the month with emails and phone calls if you need to make sure that you're able to be accountable for whatever these changes are, because that's sometimes really important. We don't know how to make these changes. We see a doctor or a chiropractor or nutritionist and they tell us we got to do this, this, and this, but we don't know where to start. Sometimes it's really overwhelming. So we want to make sure that you have a personal connection that's your personal coach throughout this whole process. So that's our introductory program for the integrative wellness program. And if you're really like, I want to go all in, we have the full integrative wellness program that has that intake and a wellness plan, but it includes 6 wellness sessions. So that's either 6 massages, 6 acupuncture sessions, or a combination of all these different services, and 6 health coaching sessions, or 3 functional nutrition sessions. So the difference is health coaching will be 30 minutes a piece, and that could be over a period of about 3 months as will take. And functional nutrition is really catered to what you have already with a health issue. And so we listened to April speak earlier on thyroid issues, on if you have diabetes, if you're dealing with some sort of specific diagnosis. We recommend working with our functional nutritionist for those sessions. And then again, we always will check in with you throughout the months, throughout the 3-month period, with emails and check-ins to help you be accountable. That's the one thing we have not seen with anything in the area. We see all these great places that have all these services, but how do we integrate them all together? I worked for a chiropractor for like 7 years, and they have nutrition and supplements there. They're amazing people. They have great services for their chiropractic care, but sometimes more than that is needed. And not all the time to do doctors, chiropractors, or even maybe naturopaths have all the time to do all that. So how can we have one person be your liaison the whole time throughout this process, even if they're referring out to see someone that we don't have at Firefly, to work with them and come work with our therapist, come work with our functional nutritionist, come work with our acupuncturist, whatever you need for your health journey. Because sometimes with holistic services, there's so many options, and so many options can lead you down the right path. But sometimes it's hard to figure out what you need, not only with what works with your budget and your schedule, but what your belief systems are and what works for you and what you're willing to experience. Because not everybody really wants to put acupuncture needles in them. Some people do, though. And then after that, we're going to be working with a monthly memberships, which we're so excited about. Those of you out there who've been fans of us and following us have been asking this forever. How can we do a monthly membership? We want to support Firefly. So we're looking at $150. We're going to be doing that starting in the new year, that you'll get class and workshop discounts, always discounts on boutique items and products, health coaching session every single month to figure out what it is that you're working on that month, and then either a massage or any other session that we would have that we label as an integrative wellness session. And then again, throughout that month, you have access to our health coach throughout the month to email, to call, to check in. Any questions you have, hey, I need help finding this at the grocery store. What grocery store do I go to find this food? What about blog posts or references on this specific health ailment or this recipe? I don't know how to do this. All of that stuff will be available to you for our member stuff. And then that's just our basic membership. But if someone's really, really actively working on themselves in 2021, we'll have a full membership. We'll include the class discounts and workshops, boutique product discounts, a monthly health coaching session, and an integrative massage, plus any other integrative wellness session. So it could be 2 massages, it could be a massage and acupuncture, massage and intuitive consultation, and then you still get that access to that personal health coaching aspect with emails and check-ins. So we're really excited to launch this for 2021. We just want to step up our game and help you guys get all the juice out of the squeeze. How much are you squeezing out of your healthcare? We want to really offer you much more than you maybe have at your disposal right now, because we need you to be healthy. We need our world to be healthy in mind, body, and spirit, so we can make this world a better place, so we can be better for our family, for our children, for our loved ones, and so we can feel confident in ourselves, in the way we look or the energy that we have, so we can connect with our community. If you guys are new to Firefly Hollow and you haven't ever seen us before, community is our roots. We need each other so much in this world right now, and we need to learn to be able to set differences aside and connect. And if we don't have energy, if we don't have time management, if we don't have our health, if we don't have maybe it's just confidence. There's so many things that a health coach can work with to help you, or refer you out to help you get all those things you need so you can feel confident going out in your community in whatever way that may be. You may not be an extroverted person, maybe you're more of an introverted person, but how can you be a better community citizen to help our local community of York really thrive? And we really need that. So if you have any other questions about that program at all, please give us a call. We're really, really excited to launch that in the new year. But thank you guys so much for joining us. We will see you on the flip side.